Why, hello there. My name is James and welcome to this Frontend Full Course. Now, I, as always, am supremely excited to have this course live on the channel because for the longest time I have wanted to create a course that will make you a master of front-end JavaScript development frameworks. Now, we're probably all aware that every second week there is a new front-end framework released in the JavaScript programming language. And so the objective of this course is not only to teach you the most popular ones, not to mention my favorite one as well, but also by the time we've covered the three that we'll be looking at in this course, which includes React.js, Svelte, and Vue, which are all brilliant development frameworks. By the time we've learned all three, we're feeling confident and comfortable developing web applications in these frameworks, then you'll be able to extrapolate that knowledge skill set to pretty much any front-end development framework on the face of the planet. They all have a different way of doing the same thing, so when you know what you can expect from a couple, you can, in a heartbeat, just figure out the rest of them. The other cool thing about this course is that by the end of the course, obviously, you will have a preference as to which development framework you prefer for building out whatever it is that you are working on. I know which of these three development frameworks is my personal favorite. However, I'm going to keep that a secret for the minute, and I will tell you later on in this course. Now, the way that this course works is that it's split into three chapters. In chapter 1, we look at developing an application in React.js. Totally beginner friendly. We do everything from scratch, and we demonstrate pretty much all of the core concepts and foundational knowledge you need to be a whiz, a wizard, a master, a pro inside of React.js. Then, for consistency, we actually rebuild the exact same application in the other two development frameworks. So second, in chapter 2, we're going to build it in Svelte, and then finally we will build it in Vue. Now, there's a good reason for this. As much as it might feel boring to build the same application, not only is it a nifty little application, however, the application is specifically chosen because in building it, we are required to pretty much cover the full basis of what you can expect from a JavaScript development framework, and you can directly compare the three frameworks because you've developed the same thing in the three of them. So that's going to really help you to understand how each of them work, what we can expect from them, and how they differ from one another. So it should be an absolute weapon of a course, and if you're looking to get into front-end development, then you are absolutely in the right place. Now, just before we dive in, there's a couple of things I quickly need to cover. What do you need to know to rip through this course and feel confident that you can cross the finish line? Well, the barrier to entry is pretty low. Essentially, you're going to need some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you have any prior experience with one of the three development frameworks, it's going to make it that much easier, but is by no means required. As I said, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, if you're looking for some material to brush up on those before you dive into this course, I've linked some courses in the description down below. In addition to the Learn to Code roadmap, you can head over there, absolutely consume that material, and then come rejoin this course and embark on a grand adventure to becoming a pro at front-end development. Two other things worth noting is that everything in this course is actually pre-styled, and that means that we don't spend a whole lot of time on the styling. We can focus specifically on the frameworks. And last but not least, what do you do if you get stuck at any point? Well, I've got you covered there too. Linked in the description down below is the GitHub repo. This has all of the code you will need, all of my code more specifically, that you will need to complete this course. So if you get stuck at any point, you can just head over to the GitHub repo, compare your code to mine, and hopefully that will help resolve any issues you may be having. But if you still get stuck and you need a little bit of further additional assistance, no harm in that. Essentially, what you want to do is come into the Issues tab at the top of the GitHub page and just leave a new issue saying help wanted, and either I myself or someone else will help answer any questions, qualms, or queries you may have. Anywho, that is enough of me babbling on about the course. It should be loads of fun. We're absolutely going to embark on this grand adventure together. I hope you enjoy, and if you do, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe button so that I can continue to feed Doug a healthy diet. Alrighty, the time has now come for us to dive into chapter 1 of this full front-end course, which is going to be the React.js portion. We're going to start off with React.js, and then what we're going to do is build it in the other two frameworks, and then we can really compare and contrast the different means and methodologies or ways by which these frameworks create these super interactive applications. Now, to get started, I have opened up an instance of Visual Studio Code. This is where all the magic is going to happen. If you haven't got VS Code installed on your device, there is a link to install it in the description down below available to you. So when we open up a blank window, what we're going to do is be welcomed by this screen right here, and I'm going to click this open button. Now from within here, what I'm going to do is go across to my directory where I keep all of my coding projects. And once here, I'm going to create a new folder, and it's going to be called Frontend-Full-Course. And once I've named that, I'm going to click create, and I'm going to go ahead and open this folder where the open button is just down here. And that is now going to reload our instance of Visual Studio Code. And now we can see over in the Explorer window that we have, or that we are in fact inside of our Frontend Full Course folder directory. Now, if at any point throughout this course you're wondering what VS Code theme I'm using, or if I use a keyboard shortcut that does something cool, I'll try not to use too many, but if you are wanting to improve your VS Code abilities, linked in the description down below is a website I created to tell you everything I use on a regular basis to be a pro coder inside of Visual Studio Code. Anywho, now that we are inside our Frontend Full Course and we have our Visual Studio Code open, the first thing I'm going to do is toggle a terminal instance open. Now there's a number of ways you can do this. You can do that using the file options to open up a new terminal instance, or you can use the control and backtick keys. Once again, the keyboard shortcut for toggling your terminal, as I am here, is available inside of that Visual Studio Code shortcuts website that is linked in the description down below. So I'm going to toggle open my terminal. And once inside, what we're going to do is initialize our first project using Vite. Now, Vite is a build tool, and we're going to use it to build all of our 3 projects. All of them can be built with Vite. And the way that we use it is we type npm, so it's within the Node Package Manager ecosystem, and we type npm create Vite at latest, and we hit enter on this command right here. Now the Vite documentation is also linked in the description down below if you want to check it out, or you could just run this command. Either is totally valid. So I'm going to hit enter on that, and we are going to initialize or name our first project. Now number 1 on our list, as I said earlier, is React.js. So I'm going to name this React.js tutorial. Let's call it that. Ensuring that we use a dash in the middle and everything is lowercase. And then I can go ahead and hit enter, and now it's going to ask me to select a framework. We can see all the frameworks we could potentially try, different front-end JavaScript development frameworks. And we're going to start off with the humble React.js. So I'm going to hit enter on that. We're going to select a variant. I'm going to go for JavaScript only. And lo and behold, we have now, if we open up our Explorer once again, got this React.js tutorial with all of these files and folders. Now, just down here, we have the instructions on how we can actually boot up our project. But before we go and follow these instructions, I just want to quickly rip through what has been created inside of our Visual Studio Code. What are all these files and folders, and what do they do? Now, starting off with the ones that are least relevant to us, we have the ESLint, which is a linting configuration file, and we can close it because we don't need to touch it. We have another config file for Vite. Likewise, we can just leave it alone. It's not going to be relevant to us, but I'm sure they're very important files. We also have a readme.md. Now this is a great file for basically just being a human and typing in what exactly this project does. It's super handy for anyone who comes and looks at your GitHub code so they can immediately understand what the project is. If you are a prospective employee looking for a job, that's a practice I'd highly recommend getting into. And if you want to know how to write a good GitHub README, I've got a link in the description down below for that. Now we also have a .getignore, very important file. It's where we have all of the files and folders that we don't want uploaded publicly to GitHub. So we specify them in here, such as, a .env file, which is currently missing. So I'm going to slam that in the bottom, .env. You don't have to do that because we're not going to be working with .env files. But if we did have an environment variable file, that would now no longer be committed or pushed or uploaded to a public repo where other people could steal our secret information. A very important file. Now, a little bit more relevant to what we'll be doing, we have a package.json. I always just think of this as the specs file for our project. In here, it's got the name, it's got, is it private, what's the version, what's the type. We also have some script commands where we can run these commands to execute these different scripts. For example, this one right here is going to be very pertinent to us, as it's how we're going to boot up our application. So we're going to run the dev script, and that's going to essentially call on this script, and it's going to boot up our project magically. If you were deploying this app, then the build script would be relevant. It also specifies the dependencies, where these are the NPM ecosystem packages or dependencies that our project relies on to run, and we'll see where these are used in just a second. And then we have some developer dependencies, which are only relevant while we're developing the application and not in the production or deployed mode. So this is a very important file, and we will only be touching it if necessary. We'll see how we go. Still going upwards in terms of importance, we have the index.html. Now this is a very simple HTML document, but it's essentially the backbone of our entire React.js project. So here we have our HTML, we've got the head tags, which are the meta information for the page, and then we have the body tags, which contain all of the information or all of the visible content that is going to be displayed inside of our React.js project. Now currently there's only two things inside the body tag. We have a div with an ID of root. Keep that in mind because we will see this again very shortly, and then we have a script. Now the script is saved inside the source directory, where the source directory is where all the magic is going to happen. This is where we're going to have all of our React.js componentry, where a componentry is just a sub-portion of our whole website. We'll learn all about that shortly. However, just here you'll see it's looking for the main.jsx. So if we find that within the source directory right here, the .jsx is the file extension for a React.js file. And just in here, inside the main.jsx, we can see that we have some React DOM stuff. So this is from these packages that were part of our developer dependencies or our regular dependencies. And the most interesting thing that happens in here is that we access the document and we get the element with the ID of root. And then within it, we render our app. Now the app is the parent of is basically our whole application. It's everything in here. This is the entry point or insertion point for all of our code. And so React.js basically builds a website by taking all the React.js code that we write, and via this app and then via this main, we inject the app into the root inside of this index.html, and it all gets rendered out just in here. So it's realistically actually not too complicated. That's something that is good to be aware of, but it's not actually that important in the development process. All you need to know is that we don't really have to touch the main that much, and that the app is going to be the injection point for all of our, or basically the parent that contains all of our React code. Now, just before I dive further into the .jsx files, we've got a public directory up here. That's just where we can serve all of our public assets, such as images, fonts, videos, any static content that is going to be part and parcel with our React.js project. And now if we come into the source directory, we obviously have the main.jsx, and that's just the script that takes our app and injects it into the HTML. Well, we also have an app.jsx, and as I said, this is the parent that contains all of our React.js code. Now, to be a little bit more explicit, it's technically a React.js functional component, where a component is just a container, or better said, it's just a way of compartmentalizing our project. So the entire project is known as the app. If you think of a website, it's the whole box. Everything is within our app. And then we might have a header section. Well, that can be its own subcomponent. It's just an isolated body of logic that only relates to a simple section. And we can have components within components. We can have components adjacent to components. But whenever you have a little section of content, that is what we refer to as a component. And they call them functional components because this component right here is just a JavaScript function called app. And functional components return what is known as JSX, which is just HTML that's friendly for JavaScript to interact with. Now that's a lot of information. It can be a bit overwhelming, but don't you worry, it will become crystal clear as we dive further into the code. So we have these functional components and they're going to come together as building blocks to build our application. That is all well and good. The app is then injected into the HTML via this main.jsx, which gets the div with the ID of root and throws it all inside. So with that explanation out of the way, doesn't matter if a little bit of it went over your head, we'll get to it shortly. We can now go ahead and boot up our project. So what we're going to do first is change directory. Currently we are in the Frontend Full Course. And if I click ls, that's going to show me that we have that folder in there. However, I need to get into that folder if I want to run some scripts to boot up our project. So we can go ahead and do what we have been told to do and cd into reactjs-tutorial. That's gone behind my head. There it is. Hit enter on that, and that is going to change directory into that folder. We can see we are now inside of that directory, and we can go ahead and run the npm install or just npm I. That's going to install all of the packages that were specified inside our package.json, such as these dependencies right here and these dependencies here. They will get thrown into a folder called node modules. We do not touch node modules at all, so don't even worry about that. And finally, we can npm run dev, where we just run this development script. So I'm going to go ahead and run that npm run the development script. And that's going to go ahead and boot up our application on localhost 5173. So with that now running on localhost, what I can do is open up a browser, paste in that URL, hit enter, and we now have a React.js application running in the browser in our local development environment or on our device. Now, when you install a React.js project with Vite, it comes with some boilerplate code. So here we have a functional button, and it pretty much tells us what we need to do to get started, which is very thoughtful and convenient. We need to edit source.app and saved to test the test HMR. I actually don't know what that means. If you know what that means, let me know in the description down below. However, all it's saying is that we just have to come into this app.jsx, type some stuff inside the JSX right here. So let's just say I do a whole lot of random keys, save that file. That's always an important part. And now that content comes up on our page as much as we may not want it there. So whatever gets returned from our app functional component, which once again is just a function that returns some JSX, which is just HTML that we can inject JavaScript into very easily, will show up within the div that has the ID of root, as it does just here. So that is hunky-dory. Now that we have our project up and running, what we're going to do is gut it of all the stuff that we don't understand and that we don't know about. So I'm going to remove everything except for the function declaration and the return statement and the export default app line. So we now have, 4 or 5 lines, and this is truly the bare bones of a React functional component. And I'm just going to have it return a div. Now, as I said a second ago, this is the minimum you need for a React functional component. It's a function called app. The React components are always capitalized. The file name and the function name both capitalized. And they just return some JSX, which is just the HTML. And we export them so we can interact between folders and files. So now if I save that, that removes everything and we just have some pre-styled background. Now the second thing I'm going to gut from this project is the app.css. We don't need that, so we can say goodbye. And we are going to keep the index.csx, which is imported into our main.jsx. However, what I'm going to do is just completely gut that file as well. So now we should have a totally blank application with no contents except for an empty div. And I can go ahead and check that that is still working by typing some random content in there, and we can see it shows up on our web page. So now that we have that done, let's go ahead and set up everything we need to really start building our application. So the first thing I typically like to do when I'm starting a new React project is set up my folder directory with a couple of extra files. So these are all going to go within the source folder. So in here, what I'm going to do is right click on source and create a new folder. And the first one is going to be called components. Now, as I said earlier, a component is just literally a building block for our website. So if I come over to some of the sites that I've built historically, one is hire.sh. This is my resume building software. If we just take a second to think about it in terms of componentry, because I built it in a Next.js, which is a parent to React.js. Over here, we have a component. Over here, we have a component. This is a component. They are all within the hero component. So these are all the building blocks that I use to develop this application. This change in section is one big component. And it's got children components, such as this resume viewer. That's one component. So essentially, components can be as big or small as you want them to be, but essentially they allow you to reuse code because you can write a component once and use it multiple times. And they also do a great job of compartmentalizing our project. So if I have an issue in here, I know what component I need to go to, and I don't have to look through 1,000 lines of code, in addition to having 101 other benefits as well. So in our case, we're going to create a folder to define and create all these reactjs functional components. We're also going to have another folder inside of source, so I'm going to right click on source and click new folder, and this one's going to be called utils. Now utils is going to have a whole lot of utility code, and essentially this utility code is going to be a bunch of JavaScript with some functions that just do a whole lot of logic and computation for different things, and we'll see what they do later. I've already created these files, so we don't have to write them out because it's just JavaScript. It's not really React specific. I'll walk you through them, what all the functions do when we import them. They're pretty self-explanatory as well, so you can have a look at them. But for now, we're just going to create the folder. Now, inside the folder, utils, we're going to have a file called index.javascript. So I'm going to right click on utils, go new file, and it's going to be called index.javascript. And this is where all of these functions are going to go. As for components, what we're going to do is right click and create a new folder in components called layouts. Now layouts is going to contain a special type of component that is specifically for elements that govern the layout of our application. This will become apparent when we create these files. And what I'm now going to do is create some files within these folders, these component folders. So the first ones are not going to be layouts, so I'm going to create them outside the layout. So I'm going to right click on components and go new file and create one called calendar.jsx. Now the file is capitalized, so it's a capital C, and we use the .jsx file extension to create a React.js functional component. And in here, all we do is we export a default function, which essentially just means that the default export from this file is the function. So if we import it, anywhere we import it, it's going to assume that this is what we're importing, this function. So we export a default function. We call the function whatever we name the file. So calendar. We have the circular braces for the arguments, the curly braces to contain the logic in our function. And we return some circular braces that contain a div. And that is a React.js functional component. It's a function called calendar, and we return some JSX, which is just JavaScript friendly HTML. So we can go ahead and save that. Now inside the layouts folder, we're going to create a new file called layout.jsx. Now this React.js functional component is going to be special, and we will see why when we code it out, but it's essentially going to wrap or encapsulate our whole application. And that's going to demonstrate a very cool technique inside of React. And in here we do the same thing. We export a default function called layout, circular braces, curly braces, and we just return circular braces containing an empty div. Easy peasy, and I forgot the function keyword. I took an easy thing and I got it wrong. How can I possibly do that? So that is our functional component number 2, and that's the only one that's going to go inside of our layouts folder. So back to our components folder, we're going to create another one. This one's called clocks.jsx. Now, as I'm doing this, I want to point out that you can already start to imagine how this breaks down our app. You can say, okay, we're going to have a component that's for our layout, so all of that logic is going to go in there. We have another one that's just for a calendar, so that's probably just going to have the logic for this calendar section. We're going to have another one called clocks, and if you remember the app that I introduced you to, this one's probably just going to contain the logic for these clocks. We have a couple more, so I'm going to right click on components and go new file, and this one's going to be called form.jsx. Can you guess what that's going to contain? I think you probably can. It's going to have the form for a user to enter their information, and we're going to export a default function called form. It's going to have the circular braces, and then inside of the function we're just going to return a div. We'll have another one called hero.jsx. This is going to have the hero section or introduction to our website. So we're going to export a default function called hero, and we're going to return a div. We're almost done, just got 2 more. Then we're going to create another one inside of components called a portal.jsx. Now this one's going to be special, and I'm not going to explain to you why. I'll explain to you when we get to it. But for now, we're just going to export a default function called portal and return an empty div. And then last, but very much not least, we're going to have one more inside of components called summary.jsx, and we're going to export a default function called summary, and that is also going to return, you guessed it, an empty div. So that is all the components we need for this application. Pretty straightforward. Now the last thing I'm going to do before we copy some code into the index and go through what it actually does, in addition to getting some of this stuff actually rendered on the screen, because it's all very well to create these components, somehow we need to get them inside of our app showing up, and we'll learn how to do that shortly. But first, what I also want to do outside of this components folder is import a very special style sheet. Now, just before we do that, I noticed there's a folder here called assets that I didn't really discuss. Very similar to public, it's just saving local assets. In this case, it's the reactjs SVG. Not really important, not going to be relevant to us in this project. So back to what I was saying, we need to import a file, and the file we're going to be importing is a special style sheet. Now for this project, I have already pre-styled everything. This isn't a CSS course. If you want one, I've got one linked in the description down below. We're just going to be learning React.js, so all of these applications are pre-styled. Now the styles that are going to go inside of the index.css we will see very shortly, but first what we're going to do is copy across a file called fantascss. So I'm going to drag it right next to the index.css. Now fantascss is my very special design library. It's pre-styled elements. You can import it into anything. Linked in the description down below. It's pretty easy to go in and have a look and modify and get your hands dirty with. This one is a sub-variant to make it look more like my Small James website, as opposed to the original one, which looks a bit more like fantascss. You can pick and choose which one you use. Both of them are linked. You can access the links just up here. Inside of this repo, the one that looks more like my website is called small.css. However, in this case, you will want to head over to the GitHub repo for this project, which is linked in the description down below. Come into the React.js tutorial, come into the source directory and find fantascss. If you copy that fantascss from this GitHub repo, then you will have the exact same theme and styles as me, which is going to be the Small James ones. So it's going to be the ones that look a bit more like this, and it's going to be the design that I showed you in the intro of this course. So we're going to copy this fanta.css file across. It's got a good 700 or something lines of code, and now what we need to do is import it into our app, and we're going to import it the same way we imported the index.css by simply typing import and then locating the file. So that's a string that contains a file path, and that's /fanta.css. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see that's applied some styles to our application. It's changed the background color. It's dark theme by default. We also have some text. A new font has been applied. A new default color has been applied. And one thing you can do, up here you'll see that I have commented out the light mode for this app inside of the fanta.css. It's all right here. If you want a light theme and a dark theme, you could experiment with uncommenting some of these lines. However, I think the dark theme looks great, so you don't have to worry about it at all. So now that we have fanta.css imported, let's quickly get the index.css, which is going to contain all the layout and project-specific styles. So to get all of the layout styles inside of the index.css, I'm just going to copy them across, paste them in. At this point, it's 383 lines of code. It should be about the same. And you can find this code, the CSS, once again inside the code repo, which is available on GitHub, linked in the description down below. Head into the repo, click on source, and come into the index.css and copy across this content, just like we did for the fanta.css file. Once we have that content, we can save it. And the last file we're going to do the exact same thing for is inside this utils folder. We have the index.javascript, which has all of our helper functions that we're not going to be coding out. So once again, from the GitHub, you can copy the code across, or you can download the file directly. I'm going to paste them in. At the moment, there's about 105 lines of code. Yours should be similar, if not exactly the same. Depends on whether or not I've made any final adjustments. And what we're going to do very quickly is just run through some of these functions. So the first one that we have is a function called calculate time left, and it simply takes a birth date and a life expectancy, and from the birth date and the life expectancy, first we snapshot the current moment, we find the birth, and we find the expected death date, the expected passing date, which is your birth year plus the life expectancy. And then what we do is essentially find the difference. Now, if we find that now is greater than the expected passing date, that means that you've exceeded your life expectancy. Huge congrats. If you are 80 plus, 75 plus watching this course, massive props to you. That is so insanely cool. And if we get past this little clause just here, that means that you haven't yet exceeded your expected passing. And so what we do is we find all of these units. We find how many weeks left, days left, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds left, and also the months and the years, and then we just return all of it. And this is going to be useful for our different clocks, so we can see how much time left we have in all of our different units. The second function simply turns your current age out of your life expectancy into a percentage. So it snapshots now, it gets all the current metrics, and then essentially if we scroll down, it just figures out how far through all of them you are. Now the second function is called getTimePercentage, and essentially what this does is it snapshots the current moment and finds out how far through all of these different units we are. So how far through the year we are, how far through that month, how far through the hour, how far through the minute. And once again, this is for all of our clocks, so we can basically tell them how far around these little clocks should have rotated. So in the year, it's currently March, so we would expect to be coming around to the first quarter. It's 7:07 p.m. at the time of this recording, so we would expect the little clock to just turn to the 7 minutes out of the full 360 degrees. So that's essentially what that does. It calculates the percentage of that unit that we have passed. The next function gets the percentage of life lived. So that basically takes your current age out of your life expectancy and returns that as a percentage, and that's pretty much our functions. So all of them are just utility functions that we can call on whenever we need to calculate these values and display them on the screen. You don't have to look through them, we'll see how we use them, but if you do want to look through them, they should be fairly self-explanatory. So now that we have this index.javascript file, we've got all of our styles, we are good. Well, essentially our app is ready for us to now build it. Currently it looks a little bit sorry, a bit blank, but we're going to change all of that. Now we are going to start off rendering out our components. As I said earlier, the components are the building blocks of our project, of our application. We can have components within components, so building blocks within building blocks, all that good stuff. These are called nested components. But essentially they're just these functional, these React.js functions that return the JSX, the JavaScript friendly HTML. And now that we have created most of them, it looks like I missed clocks, so we'll just write export default function clocks capitalized, return an empty div. Now that we have all of these components, we can go ahead and render them out. So we define them inside the folder, and then we need to render them out, which just means it's essentially writing HTML tags, except instead of rendering HTML, we render the component, which consequently renders the JSX within the component. Now we need to do these within a parent. So the parent is going to be the app. So all components essentially are contained within our application. So we're going to start off here. And what I'm actually going to do is remove this div. Now one important thing to know about React.js functional components is when we're returning JSX, they can only return one parent level element most of the time. So in this case, I can have a div, and this div can contain paragraphs and all that good stuff, and that's absolutely fine. However, what we can't do is have two sibling elements, so I can't then have another div. See how that makes our code unhappy? So essentially, whatever we are returning from our functional component can only be one thing, so that's the div, but we can enclose a whole lot of stuff within it. So all of that is enclosed contents, and that's cool. Now we can return regular HTML tags, or we can return components, or we can return some weird amalgamation of the two of them. In this case, we're going to return, and we're going to render out our first component, which is going to be the layout. Now the way that we do it is we essentially write an HTML tag, except we use the capital letter and we essentially just refer to the functional component, which is right here inside of layouts. Now as I go to type it out, I get this auto import coming up, and that is important. It's not necessary, but it can be very helpful. So here I can see it's trying to suggest, are you looking for layout from component /layout/layouts? I am. So I'm going to hit enter on that suggestion. And what that's going to do is it's going to import that component from its file. And we are able to do that because it was the default export from that file. So we export it from here and we import it into our app. Now components can be self-closing, like we can have self-closing tags, or they can have an opening and a closing tag. And there is a distinction between the two of them, and we will touch on that very shortly. But for now, all you need to know is that our layout essentially encapsulates our project. So you can imagine we're going to encapsulate some components. So we're going to have an opening and closing tag and encapsulate some content inside them. So that's how we render out a component. We import it. And now because our app is being rendered, anything that it returns will also be rendered within. Now if I go ahead and save that, nothing changes on our application, and we will come to understand why shortly. Well, technically it has changed, but not very much. Now if I were to come into the layout just here and write some content inside of this div, that does show up. And so that is case in point that that layout component is now being rendered on the screen because it is rendered within the return of our app. Now inside of the layout, we're going to have our other components. So we're going to render them out. And the first one is going to be the hero section, which explains what our little application does. So I'm going to type it out, use that capital letter, and now I'm getting the auto import. You don't have to have the auto import. However, it saves you having to write out this line. And it's important to know that the imports go above your functional component, not within it. Now the hero isn't going to encapsulate any contents above and beyond what is just going to be returned from it in here. So what I'm going to do is actually make it self-closing. So I'm not going to give it a corresponding closing tag. I could, but I don't need to. So I'm just going to make it self-closing. So that is our second component rendered. Underneath the hero section, we're going to render out the clock. So I'm going to render that component, type it in inside the layout, and I'm going to make sure it's imported. And then we're going to do the same for the calendar, and I'm going to do the same for the summary. That's going to come last. Now the order in which I render them is going to be the order in which they come up on the screen, so it's basically just the same as HTML. You could imagine these are, divs, and these are sub tags within those divs. So it works exactly the same as traditional HTML. And now if we come into our div, we can see that I only have this div right here. Now, I've said that we are rendering out these components within the layout. However, and this might hurt your brain a little bit when you first encounter it, but we're just going to go through it slow. This is an important React.js concept. When we have a component that encapsulates content, we need to specify within that component where the encapsulated content or the children contents gets rendered. Now the reason we have to do that is because if I come into the hero and I type James, because we're rendering out the hero, you would expect it to come up on the screen. However, we can see that ASD is coming up inside our layout. However, the content from the hero section, even though I've said that we've rendered it, is not showing up. Now the reason this happens, as I was saying, is because when we encapsulate contents within another component, so when a component has children elements, within that component we need to specify where to render the children. Now how this process works is first we come over to the component. Now the component, the way that we've rendered it, we've given it children. So what we have to do where we define the component is tell it to expect the children, and then we can basically say what to do with them. Now the way that we tell a component that it needs to receive information is via the arguments of the functional component. So in here I'm going to define an argument or an expected input to this functional component called props, which is just shorthand for properties. So essentially one of the properties of this component is that it has children elements. Now from the props we can destructure out the children. So children is a reserved keyword that we can destructure out of a functional component that has children elements. And now the next cool thing we can do is going to introduce a new React.js concept. What we're going to do is we're going to render out the children. Now currently in its form, children is a JavaScript variable. So this is going to be the first introduction of how we inject JavaScript into our JSX or our JavaScript friendly HTML. So what we do when we need to inject JavaScript into HTML is we use the curly parentheses. So whenever you see curly parentheses within divs or within the JSX that is returned from the functional component, that means there's JavaScript going inside there. And so what I can do is I can just throw the children into the JSX, and now what's going to happen is we've told our layout that it's got children because of how we rendered it inside the app. So we come into that component, we tell it to expect the properties. The children is going to be one of the properties, and that's got all the information about those subcomponents. And then we specify where within the layout they should be rendered, which is just within these divs. So if I now save that, I would expect James to show up, and indeed it does. Now the reason this is really cool is because what we can do is we can create a layout around the children. So what I'm going to do up the top here is say const define a variable called header that's going to be equal to the circular parentheses, and in here I'm going to have the header HTML tags or elements. Underneath that I'm going to do the same with the footer, so const footer is equal to circular braces, and I'm going to render out the footer tags. Now because we're inside of our functional component and we're above the return JSX, what I'm now going to have to do is, with the header and with the footer, inject these elements on either side of the children content. So above the children, I'm going to use these squiggly or curly parentheses, and I'm going to inject the header, and beneath that I'm going to use these circular parentheses and inject the footer. So now our layout is going to have a header, and then it's going to have all the subcomponents, and then it's going to have a footer element. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see that now inside of this div right here, we have a header, we have a footer, and we have all of our contents in between them. So that is super convenient, and one of the benefits of doing it this way is you can just see how clean and tidy all of our components or React.js files are. This looks super clean. We can look at our app and see exactly what's in there. Inside of VS Code, if you hold down the control key or the command key, depending on what operating system you're on, if it's not showing up blue like this, try one of the other keys. But essentially, if you hold down that key, then whenever you hover over a component, you can see it comes up with a blue underline. And if I click on that, that takes me directly into that component. So that's a cool way that you can quickly jump between files within your VS Code inside of this React.js ecosystem. Now, just before we start adding some content to our layout, what I'm going to do is just wrap our children inside of the main section. So what I did is I created the opening and closing main tags, and our children contents needs to go within the semantic main section because it's the main section of our document within the header and the footer. So now if I save that, we would expect these elements to jump between a main, which they do indeed. And so now we have a really nice document layout. We have our header section, we have our main, which has all of our subcomponents, and then we have the footer beneath. So that's the section down here looking pretty good. However, if we look at the HTML that actually gets rendered on the screen, we can see we have some extra divs here. We have a, especially this double div right here that's just totally unnecessary. And that div is this div, and I can prove it by giving this one ID that says hello. So if I save that, we can see that now this div just here has an ID of hello. Now I don't want this div. However, if I remove these divs completely, we come back into this issue. We run into that issue that I talked about earlier where we're trying to render a whole lot of contents at the same level. It's not enclosed within anything, and so our functional component's not happy. So what we can do instead is use what's known as a React fragment. Now, a fragment is just an empty division, or it's an empty container. So where typically we would define a div like this, instead what we do is we just remove the div keyword from both of them, and now we have React fragments. And we can use these fragments and encapsulate all of this code right here, and now they become an invisible or empty parent container for the subcontents. Our errors go away, and now we can see we have this div that contains our app, where that div is the one inside our index.html. So that's very important. But now we don't have any extra messy divs within that. We can also see that our footer has been pushed to the bottom of the page because our styles are being applied. Our main is hungry and greedy with the space on the page, and the header sits at the top. So our layout's actually coming together quite nicely, as much as we don't actually have any contents in our document yet. And that's because all of these styles we have created inside the index.css. So now that we have that done, what we are going to do is fill out some information about our header and our footer. So the header, very simply, and just before I actually fill out this content, I like creating these as variables just above the actual content so that our return JSX looks so clean. And up here I can just see this is my header and I can kind of fill it out. It's almost like creating a component for it, but it's like a cheat in between mean or method of doing it. Anywho, the header very simply has an h1 tag that has a class name. Now this is a new React.js concept. Typically when we apply classes to our HTML tags, we use class equals. However, class equals inside of React.js is a reserved keyword. So instead, we use class name with a name. The N in name is capitalized. So that is super important. Everything else about this applies the same, so it's still an attribute of the opening tag. We're going to give this a class of text-medium that's predefined inside of Fantasy CSS, and also text dash gradient, which is also defined within Fanta.css. Now at this point, you may have seen me move some lines around magically on my keyboard. If you're wondering how I do that, do remember to come over to VS Code shortcuts, linked in the description down below. It has all of the Visual Studio Code shortcuts that I use on a regular basis. There really aren't that many for you to become an absolute god inside of a Visual Studio Code editor, so I'd highly recommend checking it out. Anywho, the H1 is simply going to have the text unalive. That's the name of the app. Maybe it's a bit morbid, maybe it's not. We're just going to go with it. So now if we go ahead and save that, we get our header showing up. And that's actually our header done for this particular app, nice and simple. And now what we can do is come down to the footer. And the footer is a little bit of fun. It's a little social media share link. And what we're going to do is have a small tag that's just going to say created by. And then underneath the small tag, we're going to have an anchor tag. It's going to have a target attribute equal to underscore blank. And the anchor tag is going to link us to your social media profile. And essentially the target underscore blank is going to open up this link in a new tab when clicked. And it's going to have an href attribute. Now in my case, I'm going to link to my LinkedIn account. It's a social media where I'm most active. You're welcome to connect with me if you want. I'm going to come over to my profile and simply copy that link, paste it in there, and then inside of this anchor tag, I'm going to start off having an image that's going to have an alt of PFP for profile picture. It's going to have a source attribute for the link, where to find the link, and I'm just going to right click on my profile picture, copy that image address and paste it in there. It's a bit of a long link, but it's going to do the trick. And that is going to be a self-closing image. After the image, we're going to have a paragraph that just says @ and then it's going to have the little link name or account name. So mine's James MacArthur, spelled with a Z for some unknown reason that I decided on many years ago. And then beneath that, we're going to have an icon. Now the icon is going to be for LinkedIn. However, we haven't set up icons in our project. So how do we do that with React? Well, I like using an icon package called fontawesome.com. However, to use it, we have to import what's known as a CDN link, which basically just configures our application very easily to import these icons. So what we're going to do is Google Font Awesome CDN 6.0. This will be linked in the description down below. If you Google it, just click on this top link from CDN JavaScript ecosystem. Come into this website and we're just going to click whichever one is up the top, select the link tag. Now when you're modifying meta information for your React.js project, it's just done within the index.html inside of the head opening and closing tags. That's where all the meta information, such as the title, is configured. So we're going to go ahead and paste it in there just like that. And one thing we're also going to change while we're in here is the title. So I'm just going to change this to unalive, which is the name of our app. So that should go ahead and rename this title up here, which it has done. So now that I have imported that CDN link right here, this link tag, I can close the index.html and I can come over to Font Awesome Icons. I can click on icons and I can simply search up LinkedIn. It's got quite a few brands in here, which is pretty cool. We just want the free ones. And here we can see we have LinkedIn, so I'm going to select this one. Sometimes clicking it can be a bit funny, so you might just have to do it a couple of times. And as much as it has a React.js link right here, don't use it. We just want the HTML entity. You can click on it to copy that code snippet, and then we can come into our app and just paste it underneath the paragraph, ensuring, and this is very important, that we swap out class for class name. Now if I go ahead and save that, we should be able to come back to our app, and now I have this neat little attribute link to me basically, so people know who authored this website, created by James MacArthur. And if you click on it, it opens up my LinkedIn in a new tab, so that is happy days. So with that all done, we now have our header and our footer all sorted. The header very nicely sits up in the top left-hand corner of the page. The footer auto centers at the bottom. The main gets to be greedy with the space. Everything looks nice and responsive as much as you can't see it there. Let's bring that size down. There's our little app. We need to now fill out the main content, which should be pretty straightforward. But yeah, nice and responsive. And the other cool thing about it is if I zoom out, there is a maximum width on it. So it only gets so wide, and then when it essentially reaches that maximum width, that you can see these elements self-center. So it looks like the maximum width is set to 800 pixels. And these are all styles that if you want at the end of this project, you can go and fiddle around with this index.css, with the fanta.css if you want to customize the styling. So now that we have the layout complete, let's start writing out some content within these components. That's how I typically like to approach my React.js projects. I set up the layout, I get all the configuration done, and then I write a whole lot of static content, which means it's not interactive. And then the last thing I do is make everything wired up, interactive, and fully functional. So that's the process we're going to follow inside the rest of chapter 1 of this course. So now that the layout is complete, let's go through and add some content, starting off at the top. If we look at our app, the first one is the hero section. So we're going to come into this hero.jsx component. I'm going to use that little control or command to click on it, and it's going to take us inside. Now for all of these components or these sections, what I actually want to do is turn them into sections. So I'm literally going to change that from a div to section tags. What I also like to do, for the sake of making the styling easier, is give these sections, because they are going to be pretty unique, I like to give them an ID equal to, and the ID in this case is going to be hero, so just whatever the name of the component is. Now inside the hero section we have a little bit of content to add, but it's not too major. Essentially what the hero section does is it just introduces the application and, makes someone decide to continue having a look. So what we're going to do is literally terrify them to pieces by having an h3 tag that has a class name of text-large, so it's extra big. And in here, we're just going to have some text that says James, or whatever your name is, comma, you have, and I'm going to just write a number, 2,640. I don't know where those numbers came from because they weren't what I said. But anyway, just a random number of weeks left, full stop, period, make them count. And then I'm going to use the salute emoji, which is right here for me. Did that come in? There we are. There's the salute emoji. So I'm going to add the salute emoji in. Now, if I save that and refresh this page, we get that text coming up, which is just what we want. Now, what I'm going to do just for development is zoom out a little bit so we can see a little bit more. And the other thing I'm going to do is actually make these parameters, specifically the name and the number of weeks, dynamic. So I'm going to turn them into JavaScript. So I'm going to create a variable called const name, and that's going to be equal to a string that says James. Could be your name for the minute. And then underneath that, we're going to have another one called const, and I don't know why I added a comment. We're going to have another variable called const weeks, and that's equal to 2405. So 2405. So now we've got these two variables within our function. And where we have these names, I'm just going to swap them out for the variables. So I'm going to remove the name, add in the curly parentheses, because remember, if we're injecting JavaScript into the JSX or the HTML, we need the curly parentheses. So I can inject the name in there, and then I can replace the 2405 with some curly braces that contains the keyword weeks. So now we get the exact same thing. The major difference being that we now have made it dynamic. So as we learn how to change these values later, when we get to the interactivity section of this chapter, the content on the screen will automatically update. So underneath the H3, we're going to have a div. Now this div is going to have a class name equal to buttons-container, where buttons is spelled BTNS, And it is going to have 3 buttons. Now the first button is going to say not curly braces inject the name question mark. So we're going to say not James. Well, then you can change your name. How cool is that? You can change who you are and enter some more stats. So basically we have a default person, and then we give them the option to personalize it for their own experience. Now I noticed that is definitely a kind of sinister emoji. That was the wrong one. I was meant to do the salute emoji, make them count, smiley face. It's almost kind of threatening. So we're going to change it to the salute emoji. Anywho, that's our first button. Now after the first button, at another stage we're going to come back and add their on-click events, but we won't do it just yet. But we're going to have another button after that, and this one is going to have a class name called link-button, which is a fantasy CSS class, and this one is going to say copy link for sharing the app. Now link button literally just makes it a button, except it looks like a link, so that's the second one. And then we have a final button, which is button. It has a class name. It's also going to be link-button. And this one just says reset data. So now we have our button and we have our 2 little link buttons. And now if I inspect them, come on to the mobile device size. Let's just open that up and zoom out. We can see that's what our little application looks like. So that's looking pretty nifty, and eventually these buttons will do what they are meant to. So that is all good. Now that we have the buttons, there's not much more to this section except for a progress bar. So underneath the buttons container div, we can have another div, and this is going to have a class of progress bar. And we're going to cleverly make a progress bar. Now inside the progress bar, we have a secondary bar that contains all the progress, and then we have a leftover space at the end. So we're going to have a div, and this division is going to contain the actual progress or completion amount of the progress bar. You'll kind of understand or get a feel for it when you see it. And inside here, we're going to have a div. So the content on the left is going to be the label, then on the right we're going to have a percentage. So this div is going to contain an icon, so we're going to create an icon tag, give it a class name of fa-solid fa-baby. This is a font awesome icon. It can be self-closing. You can go and modify the icons if you like by just searching them up within font awesome. And then we're going to have an h6 that has a class name of bar-label, and that's going to say birth. Now if I go ahead and save that, we can see that this div contains the blue, and then it contains a div that has the labels essentially. Now outside of this div, we can have the content at the other end. Now the reason we have this double div right here is because after this second div, we're going to have an h6, and that is going to contain a variable. So we're going to insert some curly braces, and that's going to have a percentage. Now we don't have the percentage yet, so I'm going to create it as a variable for later. So we're just going to say percentage is equal to, and we're going to say 45%. So if we go ahead and save that, that percentage is going to be injected into here, and it's going to show up within the blue section. Now what's going to happen, the reason this content is in a div and this isn't, is because as this bar goes across, the 45% is going to track the right hand side, and this stuff is going to stay left hand justified. Now outside of this div, we have the content at the other end, which is going to be very equivalent to this inner div. So I'm going to copy it and paste it, and we're going to swap the order of the h6 and the icon, so the icon comes last. The icon is going to be fa-solid fa-skull instead, and it's going to say death. So now we can see that pops up at the other end of this progress bar. So the progress bar is a display container where the items or the children are justified to either end. And so now our blue progress bar will go across, depending on your statistics or your information. The 45% or whatever the percentage is will track the bar, and eventually the bar will match the percentage, because obviously that's how it should work. And just like that, we have our mobile responsive hero section complete. So that's pretty cool. That was pretty easy. We'll need to come back to it when we do make it interactive, but that will do for the minute. So now let's come into our app and see what's next. We have the clock section. So I'm going to open that up. We have the clocks component open, and let's see what goes in here. Now the clocks component is pretty cool because I'm going to demonstrate a few new concepts in here, which is something to look forward to. However, for the minute, we're just going to start off with this clocks component. I'm going to create a few empty lines above, which is foreshadowing for what's going to happen soon. Now inside of the clocks, we have some information. But first what we need to do is change these divs once again for sections, because they section off a section of content. And the top section tag is going to have an ID of clocks. Now inside here, we're going to have a paragraph tag that has some italic tags inside it. And it's going to say time remaining in different units, period. Underneath that, we're going to have a div, and it's going to have a class name of clocks-grid. So this is going to be a grid that has all our clocks for all our different time units counting down. Now at this point, to continue any further and get these clocks to show, we actually need some data. Now the data is going to be created inside of the app, and there's a really important reason for this. When we have components and we have a component hierarchy, where the hierarchy just says, okay, the app is at the top, it contains all these components. These components are children to this component, and they themselves can have further subcomponents. So there's a hierarchy from the top down. You could think of it as an upside down tree, kind of. Now, we can pass information down. For example, we saw in the layout, we are passing information down from the app pertaining to or specifying what the children contents is going to be. So we're passing it down from the app into the layout, and we receive it in the layout. Now passing information down via children is only one of the two ways that we can pass information down to children components, where the layout is a child of the app. However, in this case, the clocks component is also a child of the app, and so is the calendar. Now because these components are children or siblings, are children to the app, and they themselves are siblings to one another, that is why we need to define the information in here, because we can only pass information down. Technically speaking, you can lift information up, but it's much harder. The main way we pass information or communicate data between components is down, so from parent to child. Now these two, for example, the calendar and the clocks, are siblings, which means we can't pass information laterally. They can't very easily communicate between one another, so we have to come up a level and find their nearest connecting node, which is this app. So if we define the information in the app and pass it down to each of them, then they're both happy. And it's essentially like they're communicating with one another. However, they're doing it because the information is globally stored in the app. Now that can be a little bit confusing, but it will become more obvious, crystal clear, as we actually demonstrate this concept. So inside of the app functional component, what I'm going to do is define two pieces of information. One is const birth date, like that, with a capital D, and that's going to be equal to a string that says 1995-06-15, and then we're going to have a second piece of information called const, a second variable, and that's going to be life expectancy, and that's capitalized E, and that's going to be equal to the number 80. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is define a third piece of information. So we're going to say const data is equal to, and we're going to call on one of our functions called calculate time left. Now calculate time left doesn't seem to want to be coming up, and that is because I must be spelling it wrong. Calculate time left. There it is. There's my auto import. Now because we've exported this function from index, we can import it into our app, and we can call on it without having to define it in here. So it's nicely tucked away in its own little file. And calculate time left can be invoked because it's a function and it receives two arguments. We can see the IntelliSense right here is telling us it takes a birth date and a life expectancy. So I'm going to pass in the birth date and the life expectancy, and it's going to give us some information. I'm going to console.log the data. Now underneath that, I'm just going to define one more, and it's going to be called const name, and that's going to be equal to James. And you might be saying at this point, well, James, we defined this information inside the hero section, so why are you doing that? You will see very shortly. So what I'm going to do is create this information inside of the app, save that, and now that I have this, the first thing we can do is come over to the console, so I can right click, go to inspect, and I can click on the console and I can see the information. So given that, I've got 50 years left, I've got 18,000 days, I've got 440,000 hours, I've got 2,620 weeks left. Once again, given that information and that life expectancy. And that makes about sense. You know, this person would be 30. That's not actually my birthday. 50 years to go. Probably going to live longer than 80. Who knows? So now I have this information here, but I need it inside these components. So what we're going to do is pass it down via attribute style properties. So essentially all we have to do, let's start off with the hero. The hero needs the name and the life expectancy, right? So we're going to create an attribute called name, and that's going to be equal to some curly braces. Curly braces means JavaScript, and we can just inject the name variable in there. So these are called attribute style props, and they're the complement to the child style properties. So these four components are the children, where the children is a property of the layout. This hero tag has an attribute style property or an attribute property called name. And that label is assigned to, and to that label is assigned whatever value is associated with the variable name. So we can pass down the name, we can pass down the life expectancy, so I can create a property called life expectancy, say it's equal to, and assign the value associated with the variable life expectancy. So if I go ahead and save that, that actually doesn't do anything. However, what we can do is come into the hero component and now tell it to receive these properties. So we can say, okay, we're giving you information hero component. You need to expect to receive this information. So we just define props as an argument to our functional component. And now we can destructure out whatever attributes we assigned, whatever attribute style properties we assigned. So we had one called name and one called life expectancy. So we can destructure them out from the props. And now what I can do is I can get rid of name and I can get rid of weeks. And I can instead, we need another one. We need the data in here. And I also, while I'm here, I'm going to pass down the percentage. So let's just get this hero component working perfectly. So it needs all of these properties. So I'm going to get rid of percentage here. And the changes we can make, well, we don't have to change the name because that, you know, whatever value is associated with that attribute style prop is going to be injected right here. However, weeks, you can see right here we have our data and we want this amount to show up. So it's actually going to be data.weeks. So we're going to access the data and look for the key weeks and find that value. Now we've got an error in the code because we're trying to destructure or basically access the weeks key from data which doesn't currently exist because we haven't passed it down. So we have to come into the app, and I lied about life expectancy, so we can remove that attribute style prop and we can just instead pass down the data. But we also need the percentage. So how do we find the percentage? Well, it's pretty straightforward. We just say const percentage is equal to, and we call in a function called getLifePercentageLived. Hit enter on that auto import. So that's going to add that or basically, you know, automatically ensure that we're importing the function. And now if I invoke this function, it also takes a birth date and a life expectancy as arguments, and it will return the percentage, and the percentage can now be passed down. So if I save that, our app now loads, and it is specific to this data right here. So eventually when we learn how to change this data, these values will be automatically updated. But just like that, you have learned about the second type of property that a component can have, and it's essentially a way that we can pass information down. So from the parent to the child, where the hero is the child to the app, which is the parent. Now, as I said, it's impossible to pass information laterally, or at least very complicated. So we're going to define this information here and just pass it down to the children when necessary. So our clocks is going to need some information. Specifically, let's see what we need. Our clocks is just going to need the data. So we just pass down the data just like that. And now our clocks has all the information it needs. So we can come into the clocks component. We can tell it, we gave you an attribute style property, so you need to expect to receive it. So we add the props as the argument, and then we can just destructure out the data from the props. Now the reason we did all of this is because for all of the clocks, we basically want a clock for every unit in here. So what I'm going to do is introduce a new React.js concept. If you were working with HTML, you would now have to write out a clock for every one of these keys. Days, hours, minutes, there's 7 keys. So you would have to write out the HTML. And then if you wanted to change one of them, you would have to go and make these changes to all of them at the same time. It would be super painful. But what React.js allows you to do that's super cool is use what's known as a map. Now in JavaScript, the array map method essentially iterates over every entry in an array. So we're going to need an array, and we're also going to run some JavaScript inside of the JSX. So we're going to need some curly braces. Now data is an object, so let's turn it into an array. So we're going to type object.keys, pass in the data, and that's going to return an array of the keys. So days, hours, minutes, months, and seconds. Now I said we're going to use the array method map, so I'm going to type .map, and that takes a callback function. Now map iterates over every entry in the array, so all of these keys and whatever we return from it is essentially left in its place. So what we're going to do is for every key, we're going to return some JSX, and that means that we can write the JSX once, but it will be written out or essentially created for every key. Now, once again, that can be a little bit to wrap your head around, but we'll see how it works as we code it out. Now, the callback function takes 2 arguments. One is going to be the clock, and the second is going to be the clock index. Now, the index is super important because whatever we return is going to be the JSX that's left behind. So I'm going to return some circular braces, and that's going to have a div. Now, when we use this map method, every div that gets returned needs a key attribute, and the key has to be unique so that React can differentiate all of this JSX that it's creating from this array. So I'm going to give each of them the key equal to curly braces and inject the clock index, which is going to be unique because there's only 1 entry per index in this, this array right here. Now for the second, I'm just going to write ASD, and we're going to see what that looks like when I save it. So what we can see has happened is that I have written out this div once. However, it has been created for every element in the array. So it's essentially write once, but create it as many times as you need to. And we do that via this .map method. Now in this case, what we're actually going to return is going to be a little bit more complicated than just some ASD. First up, this div is going to have a class name equal to card space clock-card. So card is a fantasy CSS style, clock card is specific to this application inside of the index.css. And now in here, we're going to have some content. So we're going to start off with a div. And inside of this div, we're going to have some text. So we're going to have some h5s. And this h5 is going to have some information. Specifically, we're going to access the data object and look up the clock. So data, this is data right here. The clock is the key, because remember, we're mapping over an array of all the keys. So at every instance in this array, clock is going to assume that key or that key is essentially going to be assigned to the variable clock. So we can look up that key inside of our object, and that's what's going to come out is that value. So now if I were to just save that, we can see all the different units. So we have years, months, hours, minutes. Well, I missed one in there. Classic me. Anyway, you get the idea. Now that's not all we're going to have. We're going to actually have the title underneath. Now the title is going to be a paragraph, and that's literally just going to be the key. So remember, the key in the array is assigned to the variable clock, so we're going to use some curly braces in both cases to inject these values. So I'm going to inject the key in here, and I'm going to save that. So now we have a card that says 50 years, 602 months, 2,620 weeks, days, hours, minutes, and seconds. Now it's static for the minute. We're going to make it interactive shortly so that they are all counting down. However, first, above this div, we want to have all the different clocks. So what I'm going to do in here is create a div atop this other little div, and this is going to have our clock. Now this div is going to have a class name equal to circle, and when we eventually make it interactive, we're going to give it a style attribute. So for the second, I'm just going to give it a style attribute. Now this is inline styles, which is illegal unless you're doing what we're doing, which is making it very hyperdynamic. So we're going to be injecting some JavaScript in here to create the styles for this element. But I'm just going to leave this as a blank placeholder for the second when we come back to it later. Now in here, what we're going to do is have a div. Inside of this div, we're going to have another div, and this little div is going to be a ticker arm inside this div that is the circle, and together they're going to create the clock. Now this div is going to have a class name equal to ticker space, and I'm actually going to make this one a bit more dynamic, not as dynamic as the style, but to essentially inject JavaScript or use JavaScript to construct a class name string. We just wrap it inside of curly braces, and then we can add on stuff later. So for the second, I'm going to leave it as is. Well, actually, why don't I just add on an empty string for the second as a placeholder that we need to come back to it. So now if I go ahead and save that, we can see that we have all of these clocks. However, currently they're static, and that's what the second string is going to be. So this second string is going to basically add an animation that's going to rotate that ticker arm 360 degrees, but it's going to do it in that unit. So it's going to rotate this one 360 degrees over the course of the month, which is going to take ages. However, this one is going to rotate every second. This one's going to go around every minute. Now the style is going to apply a default rotation to the circle for however far through that period of time we are. So currently it's the 22nd of March, so that would, when we eventually create it, probably put this ticker arm around here by default. So that's going to indicate we're 22nd through this month. So that's going to be pretty cool when we get it done. Now before we add in all of that interactivity, this component is starting to get a little bit big. So what I'm going to do is cut it down. And I'm going to do that by creating a subcomponent for this clock right here. However, because I can guarantee that this body of code or this little clock component that we're about to create is only going to be used within this clocks component, I don't have to create it as a new file. I can just create a functional component up the top, function clock, capital clock, and it works exactly the same. So this clock is going to receive some properties, and we're going to return some JSX. Now the JSX I want to return is this clock right here. So I'm going to copy all of that code and paste it within the circular braces that are returned from the clock component. And now that I've done that, I can come down here, and where I can return this clock component. However, it is important that this clock component still gets that key attribute. So key equal to clock index. That's very important. So what this has done is it's just tidied up our code a little bit. So I can see, oh, this is my whole clocks component, and it returns the clock, and the clock is just up the top right here. So all the logic is kind of in the same component. It just looks nice and neat. Now just to finish this component off, we can subtract this key attribute. That's not necessary, and we can make this interactive. So essentially the first thing we're going to do is change some of these values in here. So I'm going to change this label to data, and we'll see why in a second. I'm going to add to this class name a value called ticker. And what I'm going to do is for the style, I'm going to add in that transformation. So I'm going to say transform colon, and we're going to use the backticks to create a JavaScript friendly string. And I'm just going to say rotate curly braces. And in here, I'm going to use the $ curly braces to inject some JavaScript into this string. I'm going to say math.round, and I'm going to round a % amount. And then after that, outside of the closing curly brace, but still within the template literal string, I'm going to throw in the unit degree. So that is within the circular brace. Now currently we have all these red underlines because we don't have these values. However, I'm just going to destructure them out from the props. So we can tell this clock that it's going to expect to receive this information. It's going to receive the %, the ticker, and the clock, and the data from props. Now I actually lied. Ticker is meant to be title, not ticker. And I don't know why I wrote clock there. That's because clock becomes title. Now that's a little bit confusing. We'll see how all this works in just a second. So I've told it to expect these values. Now what I can do is pass these values down to it. So we've got the clock. If I save it as is, nothing's showing up because nothing is the values are tied to different variables. It's all confusing. So what we do is we come down to the clock, and we know we need to give it a %, a title, and a data. So the data is pretty easy. We can just say data is equal to, I don't want to give it all the data though. I just want to give it the data that it needs. So we can say, we can give it an attribute called data, and we can assign a value to that attribute style property inside of some curly braces, and that's going to be the data object, but we're going to look up the clock. So the data is actually just going to be the appropriate value. So we don't need to, do any fiddly stuff in here. It's just going to assume that value. So that's the first one. The second one is going to be the title. Now the title is the key, which is this variable called clock. So that's going to be the title. So I'm essentially relabeling some information just so it makes a little bit more sense in the context of this clock component. So I've taken the clock, which is the key here, and I've assigned it to an attribute called title. Now the last one is going to be a %. Now to calculate the %, what we do is we're going to define a snapshot. We're going to say const snapshot, and it's going to snapshot the current instance. And we have a function for that we call getTime%. Now I hit enter on the auto import, so it shows up the top, or it's imported up the top. Make sure you have those imports. That's going to snapshot the current instant, and now we can pass down the percentage, because for example it's 8:08 p.m. That means I've got 8 out of the 60 minutes, so I can calculate that percentage. So what we can do is we can pass down the %. I can say % is equal to, we can look inside the snapshot, and we can use the curly braces to inject the snapshot. However, I'm going to look inside the snapshot for the clock. So now I can save that. And so we can see in terms of the year, we're about a quarter of the way through this year. For the month, we're 2/3 of the way. For the week, it's nearly the end of the week. For the day, it's nearly the end of the day. For the hours, just started the hour. It's approximately 8 minutes. There's the 15 on the horizontal. For the minute, we can see the minute is churning around, and for the second, we go around every second. Now that is all happening because of this ticker style, and we can actually come into the index and we should be able to see. Let's look for it. You can see right here, if the class is called hour, then it has an animation duration of 3,600 seconds, and so it's going to take an hour to rotate. So that is looking pretty cool. There was something else I wanted to say, but it has totally slipped my mind. What was it? We've got the data, we've got the title, we've got the snapshot. How funny. I cannot for the life of me remember, but I guess that'll do for the second. I was going to address a question that I thought you might have. So if you have any questions right now, leave them. Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll get back to you and answer them. Anywho, that's how we create a little subcomponent That's only necessary for its parent component, but it's just within the same file so that we don't have to faff around with a different folder. We just create a new function, call it clock, and then we can render it out. And we also learned about the map, which means we can write the code once and render it for every entry in this array of keys. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Let's just have a look at snapshot. Bless. So we're going to console.log snapshot real quick, just so you can see what it is that we're looking at. So just here we can see where all these values are coming from. So days, we're at 302 days. Well, not really 302 days, but essentially that's the percentage of 360 degrees. So it's technically a percent, however, it's calculated for 360 degrees. So for the hours, we're 63 degrees round the hour. For the day, we're 302 degrees through the day, if that makes sense. So on and so forth. So that's pretty cool, eh? And that is the clocks component complete. So now that we have all of our clocks working nicely, they've got their little rotations going, we can move on to the next component, which is the calendar. So if we go ahead and jump into the calendar component by clicking on calendar.jsx, we will open up our currently blank and empty component. Now in here, what we're going to do is create a lot of grids of 52 elements. Now the way this is going to work is we're going to create some arrays that contain the necessary number of elements, and then we're going to map over them to display pretty much all the different days or units. So for example, what we're going to do is first start off by receiving some props. So the calendar is obviously going to need access to the life expectancy because we need to know exactly how many years we're going to live for. So we can start off by telling this calendar component to expect the props by adding props as an argument or an input to this functional component. Then we can say const curly brackets, and we can destructure out two things: the life expectancy, which will currently be blank because we haven't passed that information down to this component, and we also need the data. So we can destructure that out from the props object. Now to actually pass this information down, which I'll just do quickly, I'll come back into my app, select my calendar, and the life expectancy, we're going to add an attribute style prop called life expectancy, and to it we're going to assign some curly braces, or essentially we're going to assign to it the life expectancy within the curly braces because it's JavaScript. And likewise we're going to do the same with data. So we're going to create an attribute called data to which we will assign the variable data or the value associated with that variable name. So just like that, we have now added the props to the calendar, and I should be able to come in here and console.log the life expectancy and the data. So we can see that shot right here. We've got the life expectancy, which is currently 80, and we've got all the data. Now, what we need to do after that is start off by creating a years array. So we're going to say const years r is equal to, and we're going to create an array of length life expectancy. So the way we do that is we create an array and we spread out, we call the array function, we invoke it, and in here we pass in the life expectancy. Now array is capitalized, and then what we do is we access the keys parameter, which is essentially just going to count 1 through 80, and that's going to give us an array of length 80. So I could console.log years r, and I could also console.log years r.length. Now what I might also do is just console.log array life expectancy so we can see exactly what it is that we're looking at. So if we scroll down just here, we can see that years array gives us this array, which is just what we need. It's got 80 elements, 0 through 79. We can see that the length is 80, and we can see that the third entry is an array of length 80 that's just empty. So we pretty much just filled it up with all of the values. So that's going to give us an array of length 80, which we can then map over to return a grid for every, a grid of 52 dots. So 52 weeks per year, 80 of these grids, 12 per row or something like that. Now the other thing we're going to do is do the same for a weeks array. So we're going to say const weeks array because we need to map out 52 weeks per year. So I'm going to go ... array, invoke that, pass in 52. That's going to create an array of 52 in length. We're going to access the keys. And then what the spread operator does is it just adds it, or essentially inserts it into this parent array. So that's going to give us an array of 52 in length called weeks array. So these two arrays are going to allow us to quickly create all the elements we need for our, life planner of weeks in our entire lifetime. The other thing we need to do is figure out the current week that we are, so we can tell how far through this calendar we are. And also we need a final week. So we're going to say const week number, and that's going to be equal to the life expectancy times by 52. So that's the entire number of weeks essentially. And we're going to subtract from it. We're going to pass an integer value, and we're going to pass into it, we're going to access data, and specifically the weeks key within data. So if you remember, weeks is this value right here. And the reason we subtract that is because if you remember, data tells us how much we have left. So to find the current amount, we have to take the total amount and subtract how many we have left to find where we are. So that's going to give us the week number, and then we can say const final week is just equal to the life expectancy times by 52 weeks per year. Now these are important variables to have access to because they're going to allow us to style some of these elements. Now as for what we return from this functional component, we always return a section. And at the top, we're going to have a paragraph that contains some italics tags, and it's just going to say each square of dots represents 52 weeks / 1 year of your life. And we'll see what this looks like in a second. Now, as for what goes in here, we're going to create a div that has a class name of dozen grid. So it's going to create a grid of 12 columns for each year. So we would expect to have a row of 12 elements where each row contains a grid of dots that's 52 weeks for each year. And then we'll have, our life expectancy divided by 12 of those rows with 12 elements in each, which is hard to visualize. You'll see it when we get to it. So what we can do now is insert some curly braces because we're going to map out some content. So we're going to throw in the curly braces and we're going to map over our years array. So we're going to say yearsArray.map. That takes an arrow function. And the arrow function needs a year and a year index, just like that. And in here, so those will be the arguments. And in here, we're going to return some JSX. Now, what I want to do is create a secondary component that's specific to this calendar component. So we're going to create it up the top. It's going to be called function dozen display. So this is going to be a display that sorts out our entire dozen. And essentially what dozen display is going to do is it's going to display a unit within our dozen. So what we're going to do from here is tell it to receive some information. So we're going to say you're going to expect some props, right? We're going to need some information to figure out where we currently are, how many we need to display, all that good stuff. And from within those props, this dozen display is going to receive. We can destructure out a couple of things. We need the weeks array. We need a year index. We need a week number. And we need a final week. So those are all just variables that we recently created. So we can destructure them out from the props. Now inside here, we're going to return a div that has a class name of year grid. So each unit is going to be 1 year. So if I come down here, where we're returning for every year, we're going to map over every year, and we're essentially going to create a singular year group. So it's 1 unit. So what this is going to do, or essentially what we're going to do, is render out the dozen display in here, and we're going to give it a key equal to curly braces year index, and it can be a self-closing tag. Now the key is super important. You have to have a key, And the key, most importantly, has to be a unique value. Otherwise, React will get very unhappy, and the year index will always be unique. So we give it the key attribute. Now we also need some other information to add as attribute style props. So what do we need? We need the weeks array. I remember that. Weeks array is equal to weeks array. We need the week number. So week num is equal to curly braces week num. And we need the year num. We need the final week. I lie. Final week is equal to final week. So we need that information. And what was the last thing we needed? We need a year index. So the year index is going to be the same as the key, but we can't destructure out the key because React uses it for something else. So we're going to create another attribute style property called year index, and we're going to assign to it the value associated with the variable year index. So all of that information, or essentially this doesn't display, kind of a confusing name. I could have chosen a better name. You could rename it. But the point is that this is going to be 1 year. So it's going to display the 52 dots, a square of 52 dots for 52 weeks. And the dozen grid is going to have 12 columns, and then we're going to have as many rows as we need to get to our life expectancy's worth of years. So now we can save that and come back to our application, and we currently don't see a whole lot here. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. We can see if we look over it, we do actually have our dozen grids. So that's 12 columns and, a bunch of rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, or thereabouts. So now what we can do is create all the content for the 52 dots. So what we're going to do in here is for every week in our weeks array, so 52, we're going to map over it. So we're going to need the curly braces. And inside the curly braces, we can inject the weeks array, and then we can map over that. Now you have to remember, I don't know how, there's an insane number of weeks. If you were doing this in plain old HTML, you would potentially have to make it 3,000 dotted elements. So you'd use JavaScript, but that's going to be complicated, so we use React. So using 2 maps, I can create 3,000 little elements or something crazy like that. So that's the real power of the map. We write it once, and we can render out as many items as we need to. Now, weeks array is going to take a week and a week index as arguments to this little arrow function, and in here we're going to figure out the current week. So we're going to say const current week is equal to, and the current week is equal to the year index times by 52, because there's 52 weeks per year, get to the current year, and then we add on the number of weeks into this year. So now that we have the current week, what we can do is underneath that we can return very simply a div that has a class name. Now this class name is going to be dynamic. We're going to use some JavaScript, so we need to change it from a string to some curly braces, and in here we can have the string. So we're going to give it a class name of dot. Then we're going to have an empty space, and after that we're going to add on a variable that I'm going to call dot style, where style is capitalized. Now we're also going to close this div, and we need to give it a unique key, so the key is going to be equal to the week index. So that's the benefit of getting the index out in this little map, is that it's going to be a unique key for whatever it is that we're mapping over. Now we currently don't have a dot style, so we're going to create it. It's going to be some conditional logic, so we're going to create a variable called dot style, and that's going to be equal to potentially one of 4 classes. So first what we're going to do is we're going to check if the week that is being rendered is the final week. Now the way that we do that is we say current week, is it equal to triple equals or double equals, is it equal to the final week minus 1, because we need to adjust for an indexing system. And then we have the question mark. Is it, that's our conditional statement. Is the current week equal to the final week minus 1? So are we in the final week? If so, we're going to have a string. We're going to return this string, and it's going to have space death inside. If it's not the case, then we're going to have the colon, and we're going to have an alternate case. So we're going to have an other or else clause. So else, if that's not the case, now what we're going to check is if the current week is less than the week number. Question mark. Is the current week less than the week number? If so, that means that we've already used up that week, we've spent it, so then we're going to return a string if this is true, and we're going to say solid, which would turn the dot solid. By the way, death would turn it red, solid turns it a blue, so that guarantees that it, shows that we've consumed that week or used it up. If the current week is not less than the week num, then we're going to have the else case, so we're going to have the colon, new line, and then we're going to check if the current week is equal to the week number. So is it this week then, if we're halfway through it? Question mark, is it? If it is, then we're going to return a string that has space pulse, so it's going to pulse, and then otherwise we can just return an empty string, so no styles. So we have a dot style that is dependent on some JavaScript, and then it gets assigned as a class name to this div. So if I go ahead and save that, we now have all of these dots, which is pretty hunky-dory. And we can see that this one is pulsing because this is where we are. This is where I'm up to. You can see that I've done 1, 2, that's 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29, because when you're 28, you're in your 29th year of living. Now I think there's a bug in my logic somewhere, but at least the styles are working for the second. I will come back and address this shortly. Anyway, if we scroll down to the bottom, we can see there's our death week. So we just get a good idea of how we're progressing. It comes down onto a mobile screen, and we can see that that's how it looks on a mobile device. Nice and wee and small, we've got all the dots, and we can see that we're up to this pulsing dot just here. And we have this many to go. So that's looking pretty good, and that is actually the end of our calendar. So now that we have finished our calendar, we can come into our final component, the summary. I will not forget about confirming the logic in the calendar and coming back to that. But for now, we're just going to quickly fill out the summary. So for the summary, what we're going to do is first start off by telling it to expect some props. So we're letting it know that it's going to receive information attribute style props from the parent component. And we're once again going to destructure out the life expectancy and also the birth date from the props. And then what we're going to do is we're going to calculate their final year. So we're going to say const final year is equal to, and we're going to pass an integer value. So we're going to convert a string to an integer. And we're going to pass in the birth date dot split, because the birth date is currently this string, and we're going to split it by the dash. And then what we're going to do is take the 0th index, because it's going to split it into an array of values, split on every dash as the delimiter. And then what we're going to do is take the 0th index, because the 0th index is going to be the year, the birth date year. So I could console.log birth date just so that we can see that. And then what we're going to do is pass that as an integer and add on the life expectancy. And so, it might say your birth date is 1996, add on 8 years, and it's going to say your final year is 2076 or something like that. Now, as for what we return from this component, we are going to return a section with the ID of summary. Pretty straightforward. And in here, we're going to start off with a div that has a paragraph. And the paragraph is going to have a class of text gradient. And in here, we're going to have an icon that has a class name of fa-solid, and then a space, and then fa-heart-crack. Once again, a little bit more, but I totally get that. And then after that icon, still within the paragraph, we're going to say YOULL, Y-O-U-L-L. Now, one thing to know about React is that if you're doing apostrophes, and this goes for Next.js as well, you want to use the HTML entity code. So that's going to be an ampersand. And then after the ampersand, we have APOS for apostrophe, and then the semicolon that's going to show up on our screen as an apostrophe. And we'll say, you'll probably die in the year, curly braces to inject a value into the JSX. And we're going to throw in the final year. And I'm going to throw some strong tags, opening and closing strong tags on either side of the final year. And then after that, we're going to say at the age of, and then I'm going to have some more strong tags. And within those, I'm going to have the curly braces and throw in the life expectancy. And then have a period at the end. So that's going to be a pretty little sentence. Now in here, we don't have any information. because we actually aren't passing down those values. So we get some silly errors. So we have to make sure that in the app we are giving the summary the necessary information. And so we can just pass down the life expectancy equal to curly braces, have the life expectancy as the first attribute style prop, and then the second one can just be the birth date equals the birth date. Pretty straightforward. And so now, if I refresh the page, we can see that over here we have the birth date, and if you recall, we split it on the dash. So that's going to return an array with 3 entries, and the 0th index, or the first entry, is going to have the birth date. I wasn't actually born in that year. And so if we scroll down, that's going to show up just like this. Now the text gradient did not apply, so let's come back to the summary. Did I spell that right? Text gradient equals, we don't want that. So we just want the text gradient. That is a Fantasy CSS style. Now that we have this little summary bar, then we're going to have a quote underneath because we're all, deep and meaningful. You know how it is. And that's going to go underneath the div. We're going to have 2 h4s. So the first one is going to say yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. Period. We're going to have the break tag, the self-closing break tag, to go into a new line. And then we're going to say that. Then we're going to have the ampersand for an apostrophe, APOS, semicolon. That's why they call it the present. Who knows where that quote is from? If you didn't, we're going to have another h4 tag, and it's going to say master Uruguay. What a genius. And so that quote is just going to come up down the bottom, pre-styled, something deep and meaningful. And so with that done, we now have all the content complete for our visible app, with exception to the portal and the form for obviously changing the information. And then once we've added that, the last thing we'll do is wire everything up. But that's pretty cool. Our app is really coming together. It looks good on a mobile device. We have all of our stats. We've got our nice little graph. We can kind of see where we are. That's where we are. That's where we end. We've got our neat little quotes, and then we've got our good little footer. So we're making good progress. And with that done, let's now dive into the portal and the form. So now it is time for us to dive into the portal and the form, where a user is going to input their information, because obviously they are probably not James, they're potentially not my age, and they probably also don't have the same life expectancy as me, because I'm going to live to be the first person to be 150. Guaranteed. Anywho, just before we do that though, I have some two small notes. First, regarding the calendar, I said I'd revisit the idea. Is it correct when it's March? Why does it look like we're not actually at March? Why does it look like we're further down through the 52 weeks? Well, it's because this stuff doesn't start at the beginning of the year. It starts at the beginning of your birthday. It's the number of years from your birthday. So if you take into account the birth date, then this is approximately how close through the year until our next birthday. So that actually makes sense, and that's working. And the second thing I wanted to check in on is inside of the doesn't display up the top here. Now, at the time, I didn't really explain why we have spaces before the classes that we're going to append to the default class, which is dot. But essentially, it's because, like a regular class, we have to have spaces between the respective class. So every div gets the dot style, and then we use the logic to determine, every div gets the dot class, and then we use this logic to determine which additional class it gets via dot style. Since we're appending strings or adding strings together, I believe concatenating is the correct word to use. We just throw a space at either end, so we'll technically end up with a whole lot of spaces in between them, but it's better to be safe or sorry. Speaking from experience, having forgotten the space and neither style applies, but not being able to figure out why. It's super frustrating. Anyway, now that I've gone through those two things, let's get into the portal first. Now the portal component is interesting because, so far our entire application is rendered within this app, which via this main.jsx then gets rendered within the element with the ID of root that is within the document, which is this one right here. Now we need a portal. If you're familiar with a modal overlay or a portal, we want it to overlay our entire application. So essentially what we want is, we don't want to just render it out within the calendar. We want it to be as big as everything. And so we're going to essentially reproduce this process of rendering our app, except now we're going to do it for whatever content is rendered within the portal. So it's essentially overlaying one application on top of our original one. So in here, underneath the div with the ID of root, we're going to create a second one with the ID of portal. Pretty straightforward. And then what we can do is, any content that gets rendered within this div, or essentially, will be overlaid, and that's because we'll give this div an absolute positioning and place it atop our root div. Now, as for how we do that within the portal component, well, we utilize the same package just here, React DOM. React DOM is how we render the app within that div with the ID of root, and we're going to do a similar thing except within our functional component. So what we're going to do is first import React DOM. Now it's super important that you spell this exactly how I've spelled it. So the R and the D are capitalized, the rest is lowercase, and we import it from React-DOM, all lowercase. What that allows us to do is, now when we return, instead of just returning like traditional JSX, we actually return something slightly different. We call on the React DOM package and we access the create portal method. Now we keep the circular braces and we return the div, or whatever is going to be our portal content within this create portal method, as the first argument. Now there is a second argument, so I'm going to add a comma for the second argument, which is going to go beneath. And just as we did inside the main, we basically say, okay, here's the div, find this div, and that's where you can render out the app. Well, we need to do a similar thing. We need to say, okay, here's the element to render this content. And so we're going to select the document. We're going to get the element by the ID, except this ID is going to be portal. So now any content, or essentially this div for the minute, but anything within this div is going to be rendered out within that secondary portal, which can overlay our application. And the coolest thing about this is that I could go and take this portal and render it out in any component. Let's say we go into the calendar and I render it out at the top of the calendar, or I come into the layout and I render it out at the top of the layout. Or even I come into my app and I render it out at the top of the app. It doesn't matter where we render it out. It just says to show it up, but it will always be created in this secondary place, in this overlaid application. Now that can be a bit confusing, but as we, get into it, it'll make more sense. So what we're going to do is just quickly style out this content. So I'm going to enter these divs onto some new lines. The top one, the first one, has a class name equal to portal container. So this is going to give it absolute positioning. These styles are inside the index.css. And then in here, we only have two elements. It's pretty straightforward. We have two divs, so I'm going to create two divs. The first one is going to have a class name of portal-underlay. Now, when you get a pop-up on any website, typically it'll darken the surrounding screen. It might still be a bit translucent, so you can see the background application. However, this just accentuates or makes the pop-up pop out more. So that's what this portal underlay is going to do. It's going to sit behind whatever the content is going to be. And the second thing it's going to do is that when we click on it, it's going to close out the modal. So I'm going to add an on-click to this div, which is a little bit illegal, but we're going to get away with it. And the on-click is going to receive a function called handle close modal. Now, handle close modal doesn't exist at the minute. However, it will be passed down from a parent component. And this is one of the great things about portals, is that I can render the portal wherever I want, or essentially, in any other component, pass down all sorts of information to it, but it will always be actually rendered inside the same div. It has no relation to where it gets rendered, aside from the ability for us to feed it the necessary information. So we're going to tell the portal functional component that it's going to be receiving information by adding props as an argument or an input to this function. And then we're going to destructure out handle close modal from the props, so equals props. Now we're also going to destructure out some children, and this is how we're going to basically get our modal or our portal to show up the necessary content while still keeping it really dynamic. Essentially what I'm going to do is with the second div, I'm going to give it a class name of portal content, and then in here, inside of the portal content div, I'm going to have the curly braces and inject any children contents. So what that means is that I can have a very flexible portal, and anything I render inside the opening and closing portal tag will become the children and will get rendered inside of this portal content div. And that means that I can interchange all sorts of crazy stuff inside of the portal, and it will always be created in this secondary overlaying application. Now once again, I recognize that can be a bit confusing, but once we've got it all set up, it will make a lot more sense. For the second, our form is blank, so I'm just going to create a default functional component that says form. We're not going to create the form yet. First, we're going to see how the portal works. Now, where we're going to render the portal is inside the app, because our data is here, or essentially the name, the birth date, the life expectancy, and that's the information that's going to change. So I need to pass this information down to our portal, or to our form specifically, and in addition to a function that controls the updating of that information. And what that will allow me to do is modify it directly from within the form. So that's going to be super cool, but that's why I'm rendering it out in here, because this is where all the information is kept. So what we're going to do within the layout is render out the portal. Now we need an opening and closing tag, because if you remember, inside of the portal we have children content. So we need it to have an opening and closing tag. And inside the portal, we are very simply going to render out the form component. The form is self-closing because it doesn't have any children, and you want to make sure that you're importing both the form and the portal. I'm using the auto imports. So I can go ahead and save that. We've got some serious issues over here, but that is all good. We will get to it in a second. Now, well, actually the issue is pretty straightforward. I can just get rid of it right there. So now that I have rendered out the portal, we can come back and we can see that the form overlays our app, and this backdrop covers our entire application and darkens it. Now currently when I click it, the handle close doesn't do anything because I haven't defined it yet, so that's expected. But the form pops up on top, and that's what we want, and we should be able to inspect it. Come and look at the HTML, and here we can see we've got our div with the ID of root, and we have our div with the ID of portal, and there's our portal container, and there's the contents, and there's the div with the ID of form. So it's kind of like having two separate applications. This one just overlays the first one. Now we obviously don't want the form to always show, so we use what's called conditional rendering. Now this is super cool. It's a new React.js concept. Essentially what we do is we tie a component rendering to a condition. And we can do that pretty straightforward. We essentially wrap it in JavaScript, because you guessed it, it's going to rely on JavaScript. I like to then wrap it inside curly circular braces. So we have the curly braces, then inside we have the circular braces. And out the front here, what I do is I have a condition. So up here in the logic, I'm going to create a variable called const show modal and set that equal to true. Now show modal pretty much determines, or the Boolean state of it determines whether or not the modal should show. So what I now do is I put show modal down here, and I throw in the double ampersand for the and condition. Now the way React.js reads this is it says, okay, if show modal is true, then render this content. If it's false, do not render this content. So show modal and cool, we can render out the component. So super easy to throw in conditional rendering. So if I make these adjustments, that JavaScript inside those curly braces gets executed, the modal shows up, and now if I change this to a value of false, lo and behold, it is gone. So it's super easy to toggle that showing up and overlaying our entire application. So now if we jump across to the form component, the form has quite a few inputs. It's not that many, but it's still a few, enough to be annoying. But how it's going to work is we are going to get rid of this div right here, and we're going to return a section that has an ID of form, as we always do. Now the form is going to need some props. It's also going to receive information. As I said, it's going to receive a function that allows the inputs in here to update the state in the parent component, which is the app. So we're going to tell it to receive the props, receive the data from the parent, and we're going to destructure out handle close modal, just like we did inside of the portal, because we're also going to have an X button that they can click, which will close the modal. And we're also going to destructure out a function called handle update data, which we haven't created yet, but we will soon. We're going to destructure those out from the props. Now in here, we're going to need some arrays, because we're going to be mapping out some content, specifically different options for the select inputs and stuff like that. So what we need, this is specifically for the birth date input, which is going to have some days, months, and years. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off, well actually I'm going to copy it directly across. I'm just going to copy it straight over. It's just JavaScript, it's nothing crazy. And if you want to do the same, the GitHub code is linked in the description down below. You just want to come into the React.js tutorial, source, components, form.js, and you just want to copy days, months, and years. And while you're there, if you could star the GitHub repo, that would be super appreciated. Anyway, essentially what it does is it creates a day. So it says, okay, create an array of length 31. Unfortunately, when you create an array of length 31, the first entry is always going to be 0. The problem with having a 0 is that we don't have a 0 day. We always start with 1. So then what it does is it goes over every entry, takes the current value, adds 1 to it. So that just shifts them all up by 1. So instead of going from 0 to 30, which would be a length of 31, we go from 1 to 31, which is also a length of 31. Months is just an array of all the months. That's pretty straightforward. And years does the same thing as the days, except what it does is it creates an array of length 100. So 0 through 99. And then what it does is it gets the current year, so 2025, and it subtracts 0 through 99 from the current year. So that will give us an array pretty much of values from 1925 to 2025. So it just gets the current year and subtracts whatever index we are, so 1 through 100, to get us an array with the appropriate birth years. So now we can come down to the section. The section, once again, is pretty straightforward in terms of the content, but there is a few inputs that we need to fill out. But we can start off by creating a div. The div up the top is going to be for a header section, so that's pretty much going to have an h4 that has a class of text-gradient, Fantasy CSS style, and we're just going to say your details. I'm going to capitalize details. So that's going to tell the user what they're doing, and after that we're going to have a button. This is going to have an on-click attribute equal to handle close modal, and it's going to have a class name equal to link button. So that's a class name attribute, and in here we're going to have an icon that has a class name of fa-solid fa-xmark. So that's just going to be a cross, and that can be a self-closing icon. Equally, you could go over to Font Awesome Icons for these icons, but I'm just remembering the class names at this point. Now that's going to have a button that contains a little cross, and when we click it, it's going to close out of the modal, in addition to them being able to click the backdrop. Now that's our little intro header, and if I come back into the app and change show modal to true, then I should be able to come into the form, or pretty much see it show up here. So there's your details, and then we have our little X mark, and that's overlaying our app. Now underneath that div, we have some more divs. The first div is going to contain a label that says name, and that's going to be for an input that has type of text and is required, and has some other properties that we'll come back and add shortly. So that's our first div, and now we can see we have a name field. How good is that? Easy money. After the name field, we are going to have another div, and this one's going to be for the birthday. So we're going to have a div. This one is going to contain a label element that says birthday. And underneath here, we're not just going to have one input, we're going to have three. And they're going to be select drop downs, essentially one for the day, one for the month, and one for the year. So we're going to slam them all inside of a div with a class name of bday. And that first one is going to be a select element. And that is going to have a value and an on change that we'll come back to. So we're just going to create a select for the second. We can give it the attributes later. And in here, I don't want to create an option for every day of the week. Can we do that using our array? Absolutely we can. We're going to use the map. So what I'm going to do is throw in the curly braces. And this is why we created this days array up here. So what I'm going to do is throw in days. I'm going to dot map it, use that array method. That takes an arrow function. The arrow function receives an argument. The argument is going to be d for day. And then I'm going to return circular braces. And in here, I'm going to return an option for every day in the days array. Now the option is going to have a value that is equal to d. So that's going to be, Monday through Sunday. Oh, well, actually, no, I lie. It's going to be 1 through 31. And the text within the option opening and closing tags is going to be curly braces because we want to inject that value. So now we have a birthday element, and if I scroll down, it's got 31 elements. It runs off the screen. Now we can change the values, so on and so forth. And so that's going to be the birthday. Underneath that select, we're going to have another one. This one is going to be for the month. So what we're going to do in here is do the circular, the squiggly parentheses within the select months.map. Map over the months. That takes an arrow function. The arrow function receives the month as an argument. Pretty straightforward. I think we also need a month or an index in this case, because I'm going to store the month as the numeric amount from 0 through 11. That makes 12 months, but I'm going to show the month because we don't want people having to select July by the 6th entry, which is the 7th month. That would be confusing. So what we're going to do is just return circular braces, and here we'll have the option. One thing I forgot that we have to do for this first option up here for the days is give it a key, and that has to be equal to the day. The day is obviously unique, so that's fine. And same for this option down here, we have to give it a key to the opening tag, and that's just going to be the index. Now the value attribute on the opening tag is going to be the index plus 1 because we start at 0. We want to start at 1 for 1 being the first month. And inside here, what we're going to do is show M. So we're going to have some squiggly parentheses, inject M, which is actually going to be the written version, as opposed to just using the number version. So the value is going to be the numeric amount. So if we click July, it won't save it as July, it will save it as 7. That's just going to be easier to work with, but it will still show it as July. So here we can see we have January, I can click on April, I can click on July, but the value being saved eventually will be 4, 5, 6, 7, depending on which one it is. Now the last one is another select. And this select is going to contain, once again, the curly braces. And in here, we're going to go years.map. That takes an arrow function. It takes simply the year as the argument, so just Y. And we very simply return circular braces that contain the option, which has a key attribute, which is equal to the Y. You're probably starting to get the hang of it at this point. That contains the curly braces. We inject the Y in there. And we also need to give this a value equal to Y as well. So that's a whole lot of Ys where each Y is just 1925 through to 2025. So they've all got keys, they've all got values, and they've all got a display inside the opening and closing option. So now if I go ahead and save that, we should have our year. So we can select, I could select my actual birthday, 15 July, and we can see we have 2025 all the way through 1926. How clever is that? So let's select my birthday, and I could input my name as James. Simple. Now the last thing we need to do is change the life expectancy. So we're going to come out of this div right here, To be fair, we're going to come out from both divs. So we're right down at the section, and we're going to have one more. This one is going to have a label that says life expectancy, curly braces. The curly braces are going to have the unit, which is years, and then in here we're going to have an input that has a type of number. It's going to have a maximum value as well, because we don't want ridiculous answers. It's going to have a max of 120 inside of the curly braces, and this is going to be a required amount as well, and that can be self-closing. So that's going to go down the bottom. We have a life expectancy. I could put so on and so forth. The max isn't currently working because we haven't wired it up yet, but it will eventually. And then finally, to wrap up this component, we can have a button, and that's going to have an on-click attribute that just receives an arrow function as a placeholder for the minute. And this is just going to say save. Eventually what we'll do is we'll assign a function in here that saves this data. So there's our little save. And this is our little form input, and it looks pretty good on a mobile device. It's nice and neat. And you can see in the background that the background is hidden and the modal overlays it. So that's looking pretty nifty. With that done, congratulations, we are now finished with all of the content in our application. The last thing we need to do is just wire it all up and make sure the data is persisted to local storage. So to take our application from being static, well, we can't do anything, we can't save anything, we can't modify anything, to being interactive, there's a few things we need to do. First up, we need to introduce ourselves to a concept called useState. Now currently, we're just defining variables stock standard. The problem with defining variables like this, even modifying variables using this method, is that React.js isn't trained to listen for these changes. So we could update the name. However, React isn't listening for that. It might update in terms of the JavaScript, but what the user interface, what the user is actually seeing, isn't trained to listen for that change. And so when we make that modification, it won't be seen or reflected in the dashboard or the interface. So when we need to create user interactivity with a variable, whether or not it's displaying the modal, toggling the true or false state, changing the name, changing the life expectancy, changing the birth date, we need to use React's variables essentially, and we do that with useState. For example, let's start off with the name. Let's say const name. That's pretty much how we define a traditional variable. If we want to make it a reactjs stateful variable is what they call it, we now wrap the name inside of square brackets. Now this array, these square brackets, this is technically array destructuring syntax, but these square brackets have two entries. The first is name and the second is a function. Now this function, we call it to update the value associated with this variable. And React.js knows to listen for these calls, and when these calls are made, it repaints the screen. So we essentially write the keyword set because we use it to set the value associated with the stateful variable, and then we just have the name of the variable, so set name. And that is equal to, and we make a stateful variable by calling useState. Now useState needs to be imported from React.js, and we invoke it like a function, and we can pass in a default value. You don't have to pass in a default value, but we're going to pass in a default value, which is going to be James, or your name. Now our code is unhappy, but that's because we have two variables, so I should be able to comment out the second one. And now we're going to use this stateful variable the same way we use the traditional variable, except now React is going to listen for modifications or listen for changes in this variable and reflect these changes on the screen. So that's super cool. Now, the one interesting thing about useState is that we can't modify name directly. I couldn't down here just say name is now equal to John. And the reason we can't do that is because React state is immutable, which means you can't modify it directly. Instead, whenever we want to update the value associated with our stateful variable, we call the setter function. So I would just say set name, invoke it, because it's a function, it's a setter function, and we pass in a value, and the value is going to be the new name, and that could be Mikey. up to you. But that is how we create a stateful variable, and we need 4 of them. We need another one for birth date. So I'm going to say const square brackets birth date and set birth date using the camel case, and that's equal to use state, and we just invoke that, and then we pass in this default value right here. And now we can get rid of this variable. Now we need one for life expectancy, so I can say const square braces life expectancy and set life expectancy. And that is equal to use state, and we pass in a number as a default value, 80. We can also create one for show modal, because essentially any variable state or value that needs to be interacted with by the user, for example, the user needs to be able to interact with the screen and change this Boolean value, needs to be a state. You can still use traditional variables. For example, I'm not going to change percentage because it's a derivative of a stateful value. We can totally do that, but the user's not interacting with the percentage is calculated. However, the user is interacting with the modal. So I'm just going to move that up here, wrap show modal inside of square brackets, add the setter function set show modal, and that is equal to true, wrap it inside of the circular parentheses, and throw a use state out the front. And I have now converted that modal to a React stateful variable. So I can go ahead and save that, and that shouldn't change anything about our application. I'm actually going to set this to a default of false. So now our modal is hidden. We have our application. Everything works the same because we're still using them as the traditional variables. However, now we can change them as stateful variables, and the changes will be reflected on the screen. So the first one to start off with is the modal, and that's because I should be able to click on not James and have that show up the modal. So the way that we can do that is pretty simple. Essentially all we do is we create a function called handle toggle modal, and that's just going to say set show modal equal to not show modal. So whatever the current value is, we're going to invert its Boolean state using the exclamation mark. Now that's one way to do it. You can also pass in an arrow function. So here we have an arrow function, and the argument to the arrow function is the current value associated with the variable. So I could just as equally use current and then have not, or the inverse of whatever the current value is. Either is valid. So now what we can do is we can take handle toggle modal, and I can pass it down to the hero section. Handle toggle modal as an attribute style prop is equal to that function. And now I can come into the hero section and I can destructure it out because we're expecting it, we're passing it down. And then I can very simply take that, now that I've destructured it out from the props within the hero component, I can now add it as the on click to our not James button, just like that. So I've now assigned handle toggle modal inside of the curly braces to the on click attribute of the opening button tag. Save that. And Bob's your uncle. What do you know? It now opens up. Now if we come into the modal, which is in the app, here we have the portal and we have the form. Now we have a function called handle close modal that we've assigned, but we haven't created. So what I'm going to do is come back into the app, and on both the form and the portal, I'm going to create an attribute style prop called handle close modal, and that's going to be equal to, and I'm actually going to pass in handle toggle modal. Now the reason why the toggling works is because if the portal is showing, we know that the modal is true, so when we toggle it, it's going to do the same thing as turning it off or closing it. So handle close modal is the same thing as handle toggle modal because it will always be going from visible to invisible. And that is necessary in both the form and the portal components, so I'm going to pass it down to each of them. And now that my modal is open, I can click close and it goes away, or I can click the backdrop and it also goes away. So how cool is that? I can now enter some values, all that stuff is good. Now a couple other things we have to define in here. We've got some derived values, they're absolutely fine. I'm going to get rid of the console log. we have a few more. We're going to create a function called reset data, and reset data is simply going to set the name equal to James. It's going to set the birth date equal to 1995-06-15. Relatively straightforward. And we're going to set the life expectancy equal to 80. And the last thing we're going to do is access local storage, which is the browser database, JSON database, and we're going to call the .clear method. So these things, we're going to invoke 3 set of functions. They're going to be batched, so they'll all be executed in the same re-render of the screen. We're going to reset the name value, reset the birth date, reset the life expectancy, and clear local storage, because when we create a name or add a name, we're going to save that to local storage. So if we're resetting, we want to blank out everything. Now the reason we're using local storage is because stateful values aren't persisted across page renders. So we can see I click to show this modal. So now show modal is true. However, if I refresh the page, it's now gone. So it goes back to being false. So if we want to persist data across screen renders, they either refresh the app, they close the app, they revisit a day later, we need to use local storage. So we're going to clear the local storage when we reset the data. Now we also need a function to handle updating the data. So we're going to create a function called handle update data. If you remember, we received it inside of our form, and this one's going to receive 3 arguments, and these 3 arguments are going to be whatever the input values are in the form. So we're going to have a name. I'm going to shorthand that to N. We're going to have a birth date, that's going to be B, and a life expectancy, which can be E or L, up to you. So 3 arguments. Now I can't lift state up. However, what I can do is define a function that receives those arguments and is built or designed to modify the state. Now that's a confusing sentence, so let's see what it looks like. Well, I've said that this function is going to receive whatever the current input values in our form are. So I'm very simply going to say set name equal to N, set birth date equal to B, and set life expectancy equal to E. And I'm also going to call handle toggle modal, because if we're updating the data, then we want to close the form. So that's going to close out the form. Now up the top, I'm going to add a guard clause. So I'm going to say if not N or not B or not E, then we want to return out of the function. So essentially, if we don't have a name, a birth date, or a life expectancy, then we'll encounter this guard clause, we'll return out of the function, and we won't be setting any values today. So that's going to close the modal, it's going to set the state. The other thing I just want to do is persist the data inside of local storage. So save data to local storage so that I can read it in later. Now the way that we do that is very simply by calling on local storage. We call the .setItem method, and in here we pass in a key to which this data is going to be assigned. So I'm going to call it form data, and a value. Now the value is going to be an object, and it's simply going to have a key name to which we'll assign N, or the name of which is the value of the input name. Then we're going to have a birth date, so pretty much all the standard keys. Birth date, that's going to be have B assigned to it, and we're going to have a life expectancy, and that's going to have E assigned to it. Now unfortunately in this database we can't just save an object, we need to convert it to JSON. So we just wrap that in circular braces, and out the front we call json.stringify. And that's going to take our object, which is passed in as the argument to the stringify method. JSON is all capitalized. And it's just going to turn it into a string that literally prints out like this, but at least we can save it. So that's going to persist the data. And that is all we need to handle updating the data. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this function and I'm going to pass it into our form as an attribute style prop. So form, expect to receive this function so that you can use it. So I add the attribute and I assign to it the function, and now I can copy that attribute name, control click to enter my form or select the form from the component. And we can see right here that I was already anticipating creating this function. So we've already told this functional component that it needs to receive this function. And what we can do now is we can call handle updater handle update data and pass in the values. Now the way that that works is down here we have this arrow function, and now when we have an onClick event, I can assign the function directly. However, if I assign the function directly, I can't give it any inputs, so that's not going to work for us. So what I do instead is I have an empty arrow function, and I then invoke handle update data inside of that arrow function. And I very simply pass in the name, which we haven't created yet. The second one is the birth date, which is going to be a template literal string that has a $, curly braces, so that we can inject the year and then have a dash, and then we're going to have another $, curly braces. We're going to inject the month, and then we're going to have a dash, and then $, curly braces for the day. And then the last argument to the function is the life expectancy. Once again, none of these exist yet. So we're getting some red underlines. So what we're going to have to do now is come up the top and create these stateful values. Now we already have the name and the life expectancy. They're created inside of our app, so I'm going to pass them down, and what I'm going to do is have the year, the month, and the day as stateful variables in here. So I'm going to have the name and the set name, because I'm going to need both of them if I'm going to allow the input to modify the name value. And I'm also going to need the life expectancy and set life expectancy from the props. We haven't actually given this functional component access to those stateful variables and their associated set of functions yet, but we will shortly. But inside here, what we're going to have to do is create one for the year, the day, and the month. So I'm going to say const square braces month and set month is equal to use state, and that's going to have a default value of 1 because it's stored as index from 1 through 12. We're going to have one for the day, so we're going to say const square braces day and set day. That's equal to use state, which we actually need to import. So ensure that you import it. I use the auto import, so I hit enter on the IntelliSense when it came up. That's going to be the same thing. We're going to default to day 1, and we're going to say const square braces year and set year is equal to use state, and that is going to be by default the current year. So I'm going to say new space date, invoke that, and then I'm going to call the get full year and invoke that as well, and that's going to get the current year. So that's my stateful variables. Now what we can do is tie the values inside of the different inputs or select inputs to these stateful variables. So for example, with the select that has all the days, I simply go to the opening tag and give it a value, where the value is just the day. Super simple. Now the value isn't sufficient. We also need an onChange handler or attribute. Now this is equal to some curly braces, and that receives an arrow function that itself receives an event as an argument. So we have the E. And in here I can call set day. I can call the setter function, and we pass an e.target.value, which is the actual option that we've selected. So this is the value right here of that option. Now set day is unhappy. Let's find out why. If I come up here, I wrote set date. So that should be set day. And that's literally all we need for our select. So I'm actually going to copy that value and that onChange handler and paste it into the opening select tag for the months. So this select is going to have a value of month, and instead of on the onChange, we're going to, instead of calling set day, we're going to set the month. Pretty straightforward. And then I'm going to copy that once more, and I'm going to do the same for the year. So this one's going to have a value, so it says always match the selected year, and when we onChange, we want to update the year, so that's going to be set year. And just like that, now our selects are actually tied to state, which can be passed down in this handle update data function, which is super handy dandy. Now the other thing we did is we told this functional component to expect some props, but we actually haven't given it access to them. So we need to come into our app, and where we have the form, we need to pass down name equals to curly braces name, set name is equal to curly braces set name, and life expectancy is equal to life expectancy, and set life expectancy is equal to set life expectancy. And with all of that done, I should actually be able to click on not James, put down that my name is Enrique, and change my birth date to the 5th of March. Let's say I was born in 1966, and let's say I'm going to live to be 100. And I should now be able to click save. It closes the modal and it tells me, look, our data has even updated. I'm 73% through my life, not that our progress bar shows that. I've got about 1,000 weeks left because I'm living to be, however old, 100, which is pretty good. And these are my different stats, 20 years, 20 years, that many weeks, that many months, and it's just spinning around. And we can see that we've made some serious progress through our life. We're really kind of getting into the last chapters down here, right? You know what I mean? That's a better display for it. We can really see it up there. So that's looking pretty nifty. And there's where we'll pass. You will probably die in the year 2046 at the age of 80. So our React application heard our set state calls and modified itself. Now, if I refresh that, everything goes away. So we need to deal with that in a second. But first, let's just make sure we have reset data working and copy link working. Now, one thing I did note is that when I clicked not James and entered Enrique, it stayed as James. So something's happening there that it shouldn't be. And that's possibly because if we come into our hero component, that should be updating. Now, the reason these other two values aren't updating is because I haven't actually assigned information properly to my first input. So I did the years, but I didn't do the inputs. So if we come into the form and look at the input with the name, we give it a value equal to name and an onChange handler, which takes an arrow function that receives an event, and we just say set name equal to e.target.value. So we access the value of the input. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy those two attributes, and scroll down to our last input right here. So we need to give that a value and an onChange, and I'm going to change the value to be life expectancy and the onChange to be set life expectancy. So now if I save that and do this again, I should be able to type not James. We can see we get the default information popping up. I could put Juan. We can see our application actually changing live in the background. I could put the life expectancy to be 99. And I can save that. And now we have a whole lot of weeks left. So something weird also happened there. And I think one thing that's happening that I'm actually going to change is I'm going to come into my app and I'm going to copy this set name state. And I'm actually going to bring it into the form and paste it up the top above the months. And then I'm going to do the same for the life expectancy. And I'm just getting some funny issues keeping them together. So I'm going to come and actually paste the life expectancy and the name into this and remove them from the props. So that way our form is kind of an isolated state so that we're not running into any weird behaviors. So what I'm going to do now is click not James. I can set it to be Enrique. I can change this to be 100 or maybe 95. And I can modify the birth date to be, whenever, and click save. So now that that is all working, we're almost at the end. First, we need to fix up this percentage bar right here. Now the percentage bar is within our hero section. So let's come in here. And if we scroll down to the percentage bar, and it looks like we're missing the percentage on this div element right here. So essentially what we need to do is come up to this top one and give it a style element, a style attribute just within the progress bar, and it's going to have a width. And the width is going to be a template literal string. Then we're going to have a $ curly braces, and we're going to inject the percentage and then throw the percentage sign on afterwards. And I realized that the percentage already came with a % sign, so we can just remove that, and that is now going to inject the percentage, and we're going to use the illegal inline styles. So now we're actually going to get some progress on that % showing up pretty much where it should. So that looks pretty cool. We've done the bar. Now we just need the copy link and the reset data and to load in our state and also make these reactive to every second. So we're almost there. So now if we come into the app, the next thing we're going to do is come to our reset data. So we've already done that. We can pass that down. I've copied it and we can pass it into the hero section as a prop. Then we can come into the hero component, tell it to receive reset data, and we can just assign it to the reset data one. On click equal to reset data. So now if I click to reset the data, it sets everything back to the beginning. So that's perfect. And also in here, what we're going to do is just write a manual on click for this copy link button. So this is going to have an on click attribute that's going to be an arrow function. And in here, we're just going to call navigator.clipboard.write text, and we're going to pass in the string, and it's going to be https://www.smalljames.com or whatever the name of this website is that you choose if you deploy it on Netlify, for example. And then we're just going to show an alert that says copied, smiley face. So now if I click on copy link, we get an alert that says that I've copied, and I can paste in the URL, so it's copied appropriately. So that's our two buttons done. Now we just need to load in the data when we refresh the page and make sure that these update every second. And this is going to be our final React.js concept, and we're going to come back into the app underneath percentage and call what is known as the useEffect hook. Now useEffect, I've imported it from React. I use the auto imports, and I can scroll down here and I invoke it like a function. Now useEffect is for listening to events and running code when these events are triggered. And useEffect takes two arguments. One is the function to be executed whenever it listens for changes in these events. It's kind of like an event handler. And then we have a comma, and we have a second argument, which is an array. And this is called the dependency array. And essentially, if present, effect will only activate if the values in the list change. And that's pretty much how it works. So if we, for example, were to throw name into the dependency array, this function would only be executed when name was changed. However, we want this to run on page load, so we leave it blank. So this becomes an on-mount event. So useEffect, when the dependency array is blank, will execute this function right here, this callback function, when the page is loaded. Now it's pretty straightforward. Essentially, all we do is inside of this function, we say if not local storage, then we return, because we need to read local storage. So if it doesn't exist yet, let's just quit while we're ahead, because we don't want to run into any bugs. Underneath that, what we do is we say if local storage, now that we can confirm it exists, and we call the .getItem method, invoke it with a circular parenthesis, and we look for form data, which is the key that we set all of our data to. Now, if it finds form data, then this will exist. And if it doesn't, then we'll just skip it. So that works nicely. So now in here, what we can do is we can say const, and we can destructure out name, birth date, and life expectancy, which is the fields that we saved, and we can destructure it out from local storage.getItem, and this time we can formally get the form data. Now if you recall, we saved it as JSON, so to be able to destructure, we need to reconvert it into an object. So we just wrap this inside of circular parentheses and call json.pass, and we pass that value. So this is going to destructure out these values, and I can come over to our inspect tool, right click, inspect the page, and look under application, and I can come into local storage, and we should see that when I go not James and save this information, that form data is saved here just like that. So now when I refresh the page, we would expect that to show up. So now that we've done that, we've got these values, we have one problem, and that's that these variables already exist. So what I'm going to do is rename them to N, B, and E. That way we don't get any naming conflicts. So we've now renamed them to these variable letters. So name becomes known as N outside of the destructuring syntax, and then all I have to do is set name equal to N, set birth date equal to B, and set life expectancy equal to E. And if I go ahead and save that, I should now be able to refresh the page and it will give me all my data back. Now that's one use effect complete, and so now when I refresh the page, we can see that our data loads in. And now that we have one use effect working, we can create a second one. Now this second one serves a slightly different purpose, which is why I'm creating it in a new use effect. We're essentially doing something that happens as an event. Use effects are definitely best kept to a minimum, but because these are two distinguishable or distinct purposes, I'm going to separate them. But essentially, if we come into our app, oh, it's not very good. The seconds are static. How is that going to make any sense? At least they count down appropriately. But the point is, when I load the app, I've got this little ticker here, so I want these seconds to count down. So I need some code that reruns every second that recalculates these time periods. So what I'm going to do is come into my app.jsx, and define my use effect. And we invoke it, and it takes two arguments. One is the arrow function, which is the callback function, and the other is the dependency array. Now I need this code block to be run whenever we have a change to the birth date and whenever we have a change to the life expectancy, in addition to being recalled every second. These would essentially refresh it. So if we change the life expectancy, we need to readjust our metrics, likewise with the birth date. Now the code that actually gets run in here isn't too complicated. What we do is we define an interval. And the interval, we say const interval is equal to, and we set interval, this is JavaScript, and set interval takes also a callback function. And the second thing is a duration, an interval at which this callback function is to be repeatedly executed. Now this callback function that's going to be executed every 1000 milliseconds or 1 second pretty much just sets data, and inside of set data, what we do is we call calculate time left, and we pass in the birth date and the life expectancy. Now, if you recall, calculate time left essentially, oh, what happened there? Set data. Calculate time left pretty much just gives us the data of which, other thing. Well, this is essentially what we use to pass into our clocks. However, you can see this has caused a big problem. That's because now we have to turn data into a stateful variable. So what I'm going to do is move it up to the rest of my stateful variables. I'm going to copy this data line. I'm going to wrap it inside of square parentheses and then create a setter function called setData and save that. So now we can set data equal to calculate time left. Now when we define a stateful variable, the thing I just about forgot to do is that we obviously need to use state, and we wrap the existing value inside of that useState call, and now our application is happy. So what we do is we set the data, we calculate the time left when the application loads. These stateful variables are initialized when the application loads, and then when we run this use effect every 1 second thereon afterwards, we refresh data to calculate how much time we have left a second later. Now, one other thing we have to do in here is we have to return what's called a cleanup function, which pretty much stops this interval if our application is to close or to be paused. And the way we do that is we just return a function, an arrow function, and in here we just type clear interval, and we pass in the interval. So we pretty much just say, just remove this interval, we don't need it anymore, let's just clean up the application. So this is our secondary use effect. We have two use effects. One runs when the page loads to read our saved data from the local storage, which is the Chrome or the browser database. And the second one recalculates our data every second. So now if I go ahead and save that, we can see just in here, we've got all of these values, but now we have an actual countdown on the number of seconds left. So we can literally see time running away from us. And then we have our app pretty much completely live. We can copy the link, we can reset the data, we can change who we are. We've got our nice little percentage bar working. We can scroll down, we've got all of our metrics, we've got our countdown, we've got our little footer section, and we've got our quotes and that stuff. So now let's just do this once more. I'm going to fill it out with my actual information. 15 July 1996, that's when I was born. And as I said, I'm going to live to, let's go 95. So I'm going to save that. I have 3,459 weeks left, approximately. Nearly 30% through my life, 66 years to go. Yep, the math checks out. This is how many seconds, minutes, hours. And the last thing I just want to do is come back into my app quickly. And when we set the life expectancy, we're getting a problem because this little fella needs to be passed as an integer. We're putting it in as a string and it's wreaking havoc, honestly. I've spent a good 2 hours behind the scenes dealing with the implication of not converting this because it's being entered as if it were a string, even though the input is type number, but we're going to pass it to an integer, so we're going to convert. Even if it was 52 as a string, we're going to force it to be a number, and then our problems will be resolved. So not James, let's just make sure, I'll go 90 this time. We'll make sure it's working properly. 15 July 1996, save. That's going to recalculate. And I forgot the other place I want to do this is in, so not only are we going to do it inside of our first use effect, but also in our handle update data when we set this life expectancy here. Super important that we do it in both places. So now if I refresh the page, everything is fixed. Crikey, eh? React.js. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Murphy's rule. Anyway, that officially concludes React.js. We have now finished the application in one framework. That's arguably the hardest part because for the latter two, at least we have a benchmark, a comparison. We can, we kind of know what to expect from a JavaScript framework. All we have to learn is the syntax, means, and methods for doing that. So well done on getting to the end of the React.js portion of this course. And with that said, let's get started on Svelte. All right, now it is time to jump into Svelte, which if you're unfamiliar with it, is absolutely brilliant. Svelte is just another JavaScript development framework, attractively thin, graceful, and stylish. Now, I really like Svelte, and the parent to Svelte is Svelte Kit, which are pretty much one and the same thing. We're going to be working with Svelte in this case, but if you wanted to go from a front-end development framework to a full-stack development framework like Svelte Kit, it's kind of like the big brother, the big sibling. It's not really that dissimilar. You can use most of the foundational concepts learned in the Svelte course and apply them inside of Svelte Kit, so that's pretty cool. Now, to get started with our Vite app, which is going to look just like our React app, there's a couple of steps we have to take. First, I'm going to come back across to our code and close out of our React.js tutorial, and I'm going to Control-C on our terminal instance, which is going to kill the application. And I'm also just going to close all of the apps. So now we are pretty much working with a blank Visual Studio Code. The other thing I'm going to do inside of the terminal is cd, change directory, and then have the double period. And that's going to lift us up a directory level. So now we're back in the Frontend Full Course. Now we are very lucky because creating a Svelte app is very much the same as creating a React app. We can see that we can use Vite, the build tool, for it, and that's what we're going to do. So in here, what I'm going to do is just type npm create Vite at latest and hit enter on this command. Now, once again, this command can be found within the Vite guide, which is linked in the description down below, and you will need your terminal open for this instance. So if you're joining us just now and you've skipped the React portion, you just have to open up a terminal inside of Visual Studio Code, which you can do by toggling with the control and the backtick keys, just like that, nice and simple, or you can do it using the folder options. So now that we're inside the Frontend Full Course and we've typed this command, I'm going to hit enter, and it is going to ask us to name the project. I'm going to call it Svelte Tutorial. I could have just called it Svelte, to be honest, but I'm going to go with Svelte Tutorial. Hit enter on that. We can select a framework. We're going to go down to, there's loads of them, but we're going to be sticking with I've never heard of lit. That could be interesting. If you want a lit course, let me know in the description down below. Equal, if you want any of these other courses, let me know. Quick could be fun. But we're going to select Svelte. Hit enter on that. We're going to go with JavaScript. And now our project is created just over on the left-hand side here. So now that we have installed that, we can see here we have the instructions on how we can boot up and run our Svelte project. However, before we do that, I like to just explore the folder directory so that we know what we're working with. So if we come over to our Explorer, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Click on the Svelte tutorial. We pretty much have our whole application. Now these first, well, VS Code, doesn't matter, we don't need it. Public, static assets, fonts, images, videos, all that good stuff. Source code, where the magic is going to happen, we'll touch on the source code later. Git ignore, obviously for ignoring secret information that we don't want committed to Git or uploaded to GitHub if this is a visible repo. That's a super important file that we won't need to be touching, but this is where you would include a .env if you wanted to ignore your environment variables file. We have a Vite config, Svelte config, that's just for creating our project. The README, which is pretty much the markdown description of our project. Package.json is the specs. We've got similar specs to what we had inside of our React.js project. These are the scripts we're going to be worrying about, with specifically the dev script. You can see we need to run that to boot up our project. And we also have our dev dependencies, which is Svelte and Vite. JS config, what even is that? No, I'm kidding, but we don't need to worry about that. Pretty much the files we're going to be working with is going to be the index.html and the source code. And if you want to go the extra mile, then you'd probably be writing up a nice README for this project. So first, if we come into the index.html, it's pretty intuitive. It's actually really equivalent to what we had in React. We have a div with the ID of app, and we, would you believe it, run a main script. What does the main script do? It literally just injects our app into the div with the ID of app. We take the app from the app.svelte file. So it is not, it is the same thing as React in terms of how the folder systems work, the file structures, and also how the framework actually builds our application. So it's very equivalent. So the app is going to be the container for our whole application, any subcomponentry. And then the app via the main.js gets injected into our HTML index.html document, which is then rendered on our screen. So that's kind of how that infrastructure works. Now in here, what I'm going to do while I'm inside the index.html is just change the title to unalive. That's going to change the tab name just so that is consistent with our React.js project. And for now, we can go ahead and leave this. We don't need to touch our index.html, and we can come explore our source code. Now here we have a vite-env-d.ts TypeScript. Don't need to worry about it. The only files we need to concern ourselves with is this lib, the app, and for the minute, that's pretty much it. Now, Svelte works essentially every concept we have in React, we have sort of an equivalent inside of Svelte. And to be fair, you probably have some form of equivalent in most JavaScript development frameworks because they're all trying to solve the same problem. So, when we think of components, it's the same premise. When we think of passing data between components, it's the same thing. When we think about compartmentalizing our project into components, or, reusable code, conditional rendering, injecting JavaScript into our JSX, all these frameworks have these similar concepts, even down to the way we have reactive variables or use effect, which listens to effects and runs code dependent on that. Global states, the works, it's all pretty equivalent. It's just the syntax really that changes. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run these terminal commands. I'm going to cd into Svelte dash tutorial, hit enter on that, run the npm install command to install all the dependencies listed inside the package.json, so these three right here. That's going to create a folder called node modules once this is finished, where all these dependencies are going to be installed. We can just leave them there, we don't have to touch them. There's our node modules file. And now that we have that installed, we can go ahead and run the final command, npm run dev, which is going to run the development script, which is going to boot up our application locally. Now our app is running on localhost 5174, so I can come across and I can paste it in, and look, it's already reloaded. Now, similar to React, when you install or create a Svelte project via Vue, it comes with a default app that actually demonstrates some of the basic concepts. So essentially, here we already have an interactive application where the button allows us to click and it does stuff. Not that interesting, but at the same time, you could learn something from it. It's also got links to the documentation. So what we're going to do to get started is just set up our folder directory, set up any configuration files that we need to then be able to go and develop our project. Now the first one I want to do is actually start off coming back into the index.html, and I want to copy in the Font Awesome CDN link. So I already have it open just here. Now this will be linked in the description down below, or you can just look up Font Awesome CDN, and that will bring you to cdnjs.com. And we're just going to scroll down and click this top link tag and paste it inside the index.html, inside the head opening or within the head opening and closing tags, underneath the title. Now the reason we're starting off with this is just so that we can close it and then use the Font Awesome icon package, which is going to look super neat. And I think for now that will do with the index.html. Now other things we're going to need to do is get the styles in our application. Now what we can do is actually copy them straight from the React.js tutorial, or we can copy them from the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. If you haven't been over to it, be sure to check it out, and if you can star it if you haven't already, that would be super appreciated. I'm just going to copy them from the React.js tutorial, so I'm going to come up to React.js, click on source, and I need both the Fanta CSS and the index.css, so I'm going to right click, copy them, close all that stuff, and I'm going to paste them within the source code of the Svelte tutorial. So that is going to do the wrong thing. For some reason that didn't copy quite what I wanted to. I want to copy this and that. I want to copy the two of them. And now let's go into the source and paste them in there. There we go. We've got the two files. We've got a fanta.css and an index.css. Now, once again, you can copy these directly from the GitHub equally. So you would just go over to the GitHub, click on the Svelte tutorial folder directory, come into source, and you would find the index.css and the fanta.css. Now we're going to go ahead and import these into our project and also delete the app.css because we don't want any of their gross default styles. And the first thing we're going to do is come into our main application, which is the app.svelte. .svelte is the file extension to create a Svelte file. And I am going to pretty much gut it of all of its content. I'm actually going to go ahead and do something extreme and just click Control A and delete everything inside of our Svelte application. Now, as for where we import the styles, there's a number of ways you can do styles inside of Svelte. We'll look at a lot of them. If we come into the main.javascript, we can see that up the top we import app.css, which no longer exists. So what I'm going to do is just change app to Fanta, and then I'm going to duplicate this line, so I'm going to copy it and paste it and import index.css, and that's just going to import our two CSS files, where Fanta.css styles all the elements and index.css is for all the layouts and specific styling, application specific styles. So now I should be able to come back over to my Svelte project, wherever it is, just here. Oh, and look, it's completely blank. That's absolutely fine because we got rid of everything inside of our app. Now, to be fair, before I did that, you'll notice that a lot of this is just HTML. We've got the curly braces to inject JavaScript, so that's just like React. We've got a script up the top. Now, Svelte doesn't use functional components. It just has isolated HTML, kind of like HTML files, except you throw a script up the top. That's where you write all your JavaScript. Then beneath the script, you've got all of your HTML. We can have components just like we did inside React. We render them out as if they were HTML tags. And then down the bottom, we can throw style tags to write module style sheets. So that means that the styles in this component are applied to the elements inside of this component. So it's a really nice way to quickly build an application because everything is in one spot. However, we don't need any of this, so I'm going to delete it. But you'll recall that we were rendering out an app component. So where is that app component coming from? Well, it's inside the lib, or our library of components. And here we can see we have a counter.svelte. And this counter has some interesting code. It's got a button with an onClick. The onClick has a function assigned to it. We've injected the value of count. Count is a stateful value, which means that Svelte is listening for changes in count. And every time count changes, it's going to be reactive and repaint the screen so that it re-renders the information and they reflect the changes in that stateful variable. We even have a similar way of initializing stateful variables inside of Svelte using this $Svelte. But this is a lot of information. We're obviously going to re-encounter it as we step through the process, one part at a time. For now, I just wanted to demonstrate that we have a components file, except instead of calling it components, it's called lib. Now what we're going to do is inside of the source, we're actually going to create a new folder, and this is going to be utils. Now this is going to be very equivalent to what we did in React, and utils is just going to have our utility functions, which is our JavaScript file that has all of our quality of life JavaScript functions exported so that we can use them in our app. So I'm going to create a new file in here called index.js, and I'm going to go ahead and copy all of my functions over. Now once again, these can be copied either from the React.js tutorial or from the GitHub code, which is linked in the description down below. You want to come into the Svelte tutorial, into the source code, look inside utils index.javascript, and you will find all of this code, and you just want to copy it straight across. Easy peasy. So now we have a bunch of functions. I'm not going to run through what they do because they should be fairly self-explanatory, and I did it inside the React.js portion of the video. Well, actually I'll do a very quick run over. Calculate time left simply returns how much time you have left in each of these units. Pretty straightforward. Get time percentage calculates how far through a particular unit we are, how far through a week, how far through a month, how far through a minute, how far through a year. Get percentage lived, birth date, life expectancy, how far through that life are you? Relatively straightforward. That's all they do. So anywho, we have our component just here. We can go ahead and delete that because we don't need it. We're going to make our own components. And what we're going to start off doing is actually just inside of our app, I'm going to render a div, and it's going to say hello world because that's something you're meant to do in coding. Say hello world by convention. So now if I have this div, you just write it straight into the Svelte file. You put it absolutely anywhere, and that content is going to be rendered on the screen. Now I've gone ahead and saved that div, and I come back to my app, and we can see that hello world exists. So Svelte is honestly super minimal in a lot of ways. You don't need a lot of code to get it showing up on the screen. We didn't have any fancy functional components. We literally just wrote some HTML, except in Svelte we can do traditional HTML with a lot of the benefits that you get from a JavaScript development framework without a lot of the bloat, which is quite nice. So now that we have this rendered, let's go ahead and set up our components so that we can anticipate what we need for our application. Now all of these components are going to go inside of the library. So the first one I'm going to create, I'm going to right click, create a new file, and this one is going to be called calendar react.js.svelte. Done. You don't need anything more to create a component. I'm going to right click and create a new one, and this one is going to be called clocks.svelte. Another component complete. We're going to create another one, and this one's going to be called counter.svelte. Easy money. Create another one, and this one is going to be called form.svelte. You kind of get the picture. We're going to create one called hero.svelte. That's going to have the hero section code. We're going to have another one called portal.svelte. This is going to be for managing the modal overlay. We're going to have one more called summary.svelte. And then we're going to right click, create a new folder, and have one called layouts, lowercase layouts. And inside of there, we're going to right click, create a new file, and that's going to be layouts.svelte. So it's very equivalent to our React.js project in terms of how we're going to compartmentalize our application into all of these components, where each component is just going to have its own logic. You know, some of them will communicate between themselves, but for the most part, we're just going to containerize our application into different building blocks that we can then bring together inside of the app to build our application. So it's a really nice way to just anticipate what your application is going to look like, break it down into achievable or manageable chunk sizes, and at the end of the day, just gain your whole lot of utility, because if something's breaking, you know exactly what component, what body of logic is going to be going wrong, so on and so forth. So now that we have the layout complete, we've also imported all of our utility functions, we've got our styles up and running. How about we get some code on the screen? Now, the component I'm going to start off with, we're going to close all of the components. It's actually the parent, the main application app.svelte. This is where all the magic is going to happen. Once again, if we come to the main.javascript, it's the app. And anything that it contains, any subcomponentry that gets eventually rendered within our index.html. So what we're going to do is come into the app.svelte, and we're going to start off in here, and I'm going to create a script tag. Now the script tag always comes at the top, and that's going to contain any JavaScript that we need, any logic that we need for this component. Underneath that, I'm going to render my layout. Now it looks like I named my component layouts. I'm actually going to rename it so it's singular, not plural, layout.svelte. And I'm now going to render out layout. All the components need to be capitalized. That is actually quite important, and just like inside of our React.js application, layout is going to have an opening and closing tag, and I didn't even need to do anything. Svelte automatically added the import line. Now, because the import line is JavaScript, it goes inside our opening and closing script tags, so that's where the logic for the component goes. I import the component, and then I render it out as if it were just any plain old HTML tag. Now, once again, the reason I have the opening and closing tags is because the layout essentially wraps our application with a header and a footer and some other properties and styles. So obviously, because it wraps our application, it's going to have contents within it, and these are the children elements. Now, there's a bit of complexity when it comes to managing children, but we'll learn all about it shortly. But the moral of the story is that inside the layout, we're going to have the rest of our application, so that's going to be the hero component. Now, this one is going to be standalone, so it can be self-closing, and we just need to import it from lib/hero.svelte. So there's an auto import. Underneath hero, we have clocks, so I'm going to render that out. Underneath clocks, we have calendar, so I'm going to render that out as well. And then underneath calendar, we have the summary. And look at that. That's almost our entire application loaded onto the screen in 14 lines of code. So it's very clean and tidy in terms of how the logic and compartmentalize or componentry works, very similar to React. So now that we have all these components rendered, the first thing we're going to do is actually fill them out with some content like we did inside of React.js. Then once we've created the content for each of them, we can go ahead and make them fully interactive. And, along the way, we'll learn all of the Svelte specific techniques that you will need to know to be able to build these comprehensive interactive Svelte applications. So let's get started with the hero. I'm going to control click or just come over to the hero component, which is currently blank. So once we're inside the hero component, actually building the component is relatively straightforward. And components essentially have three parts in Svelte. First is a script. So we can create a script tag just in here. Pretty standard, just like HTML, and I could console.log hello. Underneath the script tags, we have the HTML. So this is just the HTML that we want to render out inside of this component. So we're going to have a section with the ID of hero. Who would have guessed? Inside the section, we can come back and fill out some stuff later. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that down the bottom, you can have style tags. Once again, just like standard HTML. And any styles we write in here will be applied to this content. However, since we're using a .css cascading style sheets file, we thereby do not need to worry about this style tag, but we're just going to include it for demonstrative purposes. Now, creating the component is pretty straightforward. We're going to start off with the HTML, and that begins with an h3 that has a class of text-large, and this is going to be very equivalent to what we did inside of React. And inside here, we're going to have a name. Now, we don't currently have a name, so what I'm going to do is just say const name is equal to James inside of the script. That's where we write our JavaScript. And we render it out the same way we render dynamic content inside of React.js. We just have the curly braces and we inject the variable name. And what will be rendered is the value associated with that variable. However, we have a problem. And the problem is that if we come into our app, we have all of these components within our layout section, and the layout isn't instructed on how to receive these children and consequently render them. So this is a slightly more complicated process than it is inside of React. So what I'm actually going to do for the second is move the layout down the bottom, and I'm just going to comment out that line. So if I do that, then these elements are no longer children, and we can see that James now comes up on the screen. We'll come back and fix the layout soon. So now we can come back inside the hero section and continue filling out the content. So under the h3, we have a div. And this div has a class equal to, note that we're back to the class equals not class name like it is in React, and that's equal to buttons btns container. We can now open that up, and that has three buttons. One is a button that has the text not, curly braces, inject the name, question mark outside the curly braces. Then we have a second button. This one has a class equal to link dash button. And this one just says reset data. And then we have, actually no, I think this one is copy link. Doesn't really matter the order, but we can just say copy link. And the last button is for reset data. So we just have a button. This one also has a class equal to link dash button that's added as an attribute to the opening tag. And inside here, it just says reset data. So now we would expect to see three buttons. We do indeed. That is absolutely perfect. And we note some of our container styles have gone away, and that's because they would have been inside of the layout, and we obviously don't have the layout right now, but we'll get to it once we're finished with this component. Now underneath this div, we have another div, and this one has a class name of progress-bar, and this contains our double divs at the start. If you recall, this div contains the actual progress bar that goes across the screen. This div contains the icon and the title, and then after this div we have an h6 that contains the percentage. Now the percentage is going to be an injected value, so for the second I'm just going to have the curly braces, throw in a 65 on the inside, and have a percent sign outside of that. So there's our 65%, our progress bar coming up. The text in front of it, or the content that goes inside of this div, is going to be the icon that has a class equal to fa-solid fa-baby, and that can be our icon. And after that we have an h6, And this has a class of bar-label. It's the label for this end of the bar, and that just says birth. Now if I save that, we've got the icon, we've got birth, and we've got the 65%. And the icon is showing up because we have added the font awesome CDN to the index.html. So that's our bar coming along. Now underneath this whole div right here, we have another div. And this div very simply has an h6 that also has a class of bar-label. And that says death, and then on the far end of that we have an icon that has a class of fa-solid, fa-skull. And that shows up over the other end. So this double layered div right here contains all of this content. The div within that contains these two elements, and the percentage follows along as the bar increases in width. So that is our first component done. You can see how easy it is to get to show up. Now if we come back into our app, let's fix this layout. So what we're going to do is uncomment the layout, and we're going to move the opening layout tag above all of our subcomponentry. And as soon as I save that, everything vanishes. So where has it gone? Well, essentially the layout is receiving the children, but we haven't instructed the layout within the layout on where it needs to render them. Now this is probably one of the only downsides of Svelte, is that this process, this specific thing, is an absolute headache. So just bear with me. What we need to do is we need to come into our layout. Let's do the content inside the layout first. So, up the top we'll start off with a script. That's going to be for all of our JavaScript. So let's just get that done. Technically, you could have the style tag down the bottom, and then you can have all of our HTML content in the middle. Now, the reason we can create this layout is twofold. So that we can have a header at the top, a footer at the bottom. In the middle, we can have a main tag, and inside the main, here is where the children will go. Comment that line out. That's the first reason, and while I'm here I might as well just quickly add in the content. Inside of the header opening and closing tags we have an h1 that has a class name of text-medium and text-gradient, and that just says unalive. How romantic. So at least now that should be showing up, and indeed it does. And then we can come back into the hero section and quickly come down to the footer. The footer has a small tag that says created by. And then after that we have an anchor tag that has a class equal to, well actually no, I lie. And that has a target attribute that's equal to _blank, so that any link opens up in a new tab. An href that's just going to be equal to / for the minute. I'll fill it out in a second. We can close that anchor tag, and inside the anchor tag we can have an image that's going to have a source attribute and an alt attribute, and that's self-closing. After that we have a paragraph that just says at name. We'll fill that out in a second as well. And then we have an icon that has a class name of fa-brands space fa-linkedin in. And I'm actually going to change that, to be honest. This one's going to be GitHub. I quite like GitHub because it's intuitive to put a link to the GitHub at the bottom of the project so that they can go check out the code. So that is our little footer section done. We can see that wraps our whole application, but where is the application? Where are those components? So essentially what we need to do is come into the main. This is where the children elements is going to go. And once again, this is a headache, so bear with me. So rendering out children is not inherently the problem. The problem is that if it were just as easy as rendering out children like it was in React, we can't pass information down from the layout to the children, which is something we need to be able to do. So to be able to pass down information to the contents that is contained within this section, we need to be a little bit smarter. So long story short, this is basically God mode wrapper, God mode children, God mode passing information around our whole application. So what we do is we have curly braces, because obviously that's where we're going to inject this content, and we type at and we call render because we're wanting to render some elements. Now what we do in here is we render out the name of the thing that we want to render. And I'm going to actually label it headache because this is a pain and it hurts your brain. So it's called headache and we're going to invoke it. Now currently headache doesn't exist. So what we have to do is we have to create headache. So I'm going to copy headache and I'm going to come back into our app. Now essentially how this works is we define what the render headache actually is. So we have the curly braces in here. And inside of the curly braces, we define what's called a snippet. So it's like render this snippet of code or this, whatever's inside the snippet. So we go pound key and we call the snippet key. Now that's come up with circular braces, and essentially what we do in here is we create the headache. So we give it a label and I'm going to call it headache. You can call it whatever you want, but this snippet is now going to be called headache. And what we do is we take the closing tag, which automatically popped up for me. It's a secondary set of curly braces, and it's got the closing / snippet, and we wrap the children contents. So that has created a snippet called headache that we can now render inside of the layout. Now the reason I'm doing it this way, this is how you do it, but the reason you do it this way is essentially because what we can now pass information between the parent and child via these circular braces. We don't need that right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and save that. But now we've defined a snippet called headache, and inside the layout, we have rendered that same snippet. So now if I save, we get an issue, and that is because headache is not defined. And that's because I forgot one critical thing. Since we are passing it down as children, inside the app, these are the children elements of the layout. The final step is to actually destructure out the headache or the children elements from the props, because it is still a property of the layout. The layout has props, it's got properties, and one of these properties is that it has children contents. So the way that we do that is we say const and we destructure out headache, whatever it is that you've named that snippet. Now the way we access the props inside of a Svelte component is, we don't have to have any arguments for our functional components like we do in React. We simply call the $ and we call props after it. So it's from $props and we invoke that with the circular parentheses. So this is called a Svelte rune, and it's how we access the props. Svelte runes, Svelte 5 runes. So we access the properties of this layout, and from within that we destructure out the headache and then we render the headache. Now inside of our layout, any content we pass into these circular braces can be destructured on the other end where the children actually is. So we kind of get this two-way communication, which is actually better than what you get in React. It's just more confusing to set up. So now if I save that, lo and behold, we have our application. So because that's confusing, I'm just going to summarize it once more. We have an app. Within our app, we have our layout component. Our layout is a wrapper for our application. So it has children elements that are within or contained within its opening and closing tags. Now, since we have created this component, we need to tell it how to receive these children. And so essentially what we do is we define what's known as a snippet. We create the opening snippet and the closing snippet, and any contents within that is known as the snippet. But it's also children of the layout. Now we give the snippet a name, and then what we do is we tell the component what it needs to do with this. So we come into the component, we come into the layout that is receiving the children. We have a script up the top, and we destructure out this snippet, which is the children contents. You could almost just say they've relabeled it as being a snippet instead of children, as they do in React. But I like the concept of it being the child to the parent. And essentially, we destructure it from the props, which is the property of the tag. The children is the property of the tag. We destructure it out by whatever label we've named that snippet, or whatever label we've given to that snippet. And then we eventually render it. We say @render, and we render out the children context, and we invoke it, essentially using these circular parentheses. And that whole process is how we render out the children. And now what we can do within the layout, which is technically the entire wrapper, is we can pass in information here that can then be accessed by all of our subcomponentry, and we can destructure it out from these circular parentheses, but we're not going to do that yet. We'll come back to that part shortly. But yeah, you do it once, it's a bit confusing. You do it again, it starts to become more familiar, but it can be a headache. So now we have the content showing up within the hero. We've completed the header and the footer by adding in these particular links. Well, let's actually go and finish this up. I know we've said GitHub, but for the second, let's just add in the LinkedIn links. So I'm going to come back into the layout, and I'm going to come over to my LinkedIn page. You can use any online image that you possibly want for this. I'm just going to use mine. I'm going to come over to my profile. I'm going to right click on my image, copy the image address, and I'm going to paste that as the image source. I'm going to give it an alt of PFP for profile picture, because I'm, trendy and from the year 1996 when PFP felt like a thing. And then for @name, we're just going to copy our LinkedIn URL name. So that's going to be @JamesMCA, and I'm going to change this back to LinkedIn. I would recommend, if you deploy this or upload it to LinkedIn, change it to the GitHub links, use your GitHub page. That's going to be more appropriate for an employer, but just to complete the project, I'm going to have it as the LinkedIn. So there's our nice little attribute tag. So now we've completed the hero section, the header, and the footer. We can start getting to the rest of the information, but first what I'm actually going to do is define some data. We need some static data to get our application working. Now the place this is all going to go is going to be the parent to our whole application, and that's actually going to be inside the layout. Now there's a reason I'm doing it inside the layout and nowhere else, and that's because eventually our modal overlay, or our portal, which contains our form for a user to modify the input information, we can't as easily just render that in any context like we did inside of React. So we need to be a bit more strategic about where we place it. So I need to essentially put it at the top or the highest level of our application, which is alongside the header, the main, and the footer. So up here, eventually we're going to have our portal or our modal overlay that contains our form. Now, because our form is going to be here, that means that all of our data is going to be defined here, because it needs to be accessible inside the form, but it also needs to be accessible inside of all of our content in here. So essentially the app, the layout is one step higher than the app. So everything gets defined inside of the layout. So we can come up to our script, and in here I can just simply define a variable called let birth date equal to a string that says 1995-06-15. Now this is a static variable. Inside of Svelte, just like in React, we have reactive stateful variables, but we're not going to worry about that just yet. We'll come back to it later. We're just going to define static information, and then eventually once we've got all the content done, we're going to come back and make our whole app interactive. But for now, static variables, same as you would in traditional JavaScript. So we've got a birth date. We're going to have let life expectancy equal to 80. Let name equal to James. And that should do it for the second for the variables. What we're also going to do is have a value that's calculated, and that's going to be called let data, and that is equal to, and we're going to call on calculate time left, which is one of the values inside of our index.javascript file that we have created earlier. So I'm going to say calculate time left, hit enter on that input because we need to import this utility function from the utils directory. And to it, I can just pass in the birth date and the life expectancy, and that's going to give me the data. Now we also need another parameter, and this is going to be called let percentage. This is some more information, and that like data is going to be calculated from get life percentage lived. Hit enter, make sure we import that function as well. And that also receives a birth date and a life expectancy. Now, when we make these values interactive, these variables are going to be what's called derived. And there's a way that we essentially make sure that derived values are recalculated upon user interactivity. But once again, we'll come back to that later. But for now, this is the information we need to get our app up and running. Now we have these 5 values here. We need them inside of our app. Where's our app though? All I have is this headache. Well, what we can do is we can essentially tunnel this information through the headache into our app, and then we can pass it down via props, attribute style props, just like we do in React. Now, the way that that process works is we simply just inside of headache, inside of the circular parentheses, I'm going to create an object. Now, this object is going to contain the data. It's going to contain the birth date. It's going to contain the name, the percentage, the life expectancy. And I think that's all we should need for the minute. That's pretty much all we have. So we're going to pass this information down to our headache snippet. And then within the headache snippet, so I'm going to copy these keys inside of this object. This is just an object, and I'm using the object literal syntax to create the key value pairs. But I'm just going to copy this and come over to my app, and inside the headache, this is where this information is tunneling over to. I'm going to destructure out all of these values. So I created an object, and I destructured out these keys. And now you could even enter them down onto new lines if you find that a little bit clearer. So I'm going to enter some of them down on some new lines. Oh, nope, never mind. The auto formatter always puts it back. That's absolutely fine. But now we have this information. And so what we can do with this information now, for example, is take the name, and I can pass it down to the hero section as an attribute style property. Now there's two ways I could do that. I could say name is equal to name. But you see, when I use the auto formatter, which is a VS Code extension, if you type, I think it's Option Shift F or Alt Shift F, if you head over to vscode.shortcuts.smalljames.com, it will tell you what it is for your particular operating system. But when you type that, if you don't have a formatter installed, you'll be prompted to install one, and then you can just use that key to auto format your code. And when I hit it, you'll notice that the name of the attribute style prop and the value that I've assigned to it are the same. If I were to have a random string and I try to auto format, nothing happens. It stays like that. And that is the default syntax. However, there is a more convenient syntax where the name of the attribute matches the variable that we assign to it. So in the case where we assign a variable, or we associate the attribute style property with a variable, I can shorthand that to just be curly braces and pass down the name. And I can do that with the data. Not that we need the data. I think we only need the name, and we need the percentage. That's important. And I think that can be it for now. So we're going to pass down the name and the percentage to the hero component. And now I can come into the hero component. We obviously need a name. We obviously need a percentage. But currently I've defined them as static variables. What I can do is I can just destructure the name and the percentage out from the props. And if you recall from the layout, it's just $props, and we invoke it with the circular parentheses, and now I have access to this information. So now that I have the name, I can render out the name just as I am. And I also have the percentage, so I'm going to swap out 65% for the percentage. And that gives me a percentage, or a percentage sign by default, so I can remove the one on the outside. So there's our percentage for the default information. Now obviously this is actually meant to say more than just name. This is meant to say name, comma, you have, and we actually need data here, so I'll have to come back to that in a second. So I'll just say 4 for the minute, curly braces 4, weeks left, period, make them count, emoji. We want the salute emoji. You can potentially copy it from the GitHub if you can't access emojis. That's now showing up, and what I'm going to do is come back into the app and just make sure that I also pass down the data. So circular parentheses data, that now becomes an attribute style prop. Come back into the hero, tell it to receive the data from the props, and then inside, instead of having a for here, I can call the data, which contains all the different units, and I can access the weeks field. So I pass in the string weeks, and now that's going to tell me exactly how many weeks I have. So that is perfect. And just like that, we have learned two massive concepts. One is how to create snippets which is equivalent to children's contents, and how we can communicate information between child and parent element, which is the layout and all of the sub-children, and also how we can then just pass it down as attribute style props to the subcomponentry. So it's a bit of a faff, but once you've done it once, you can do it a million times. So that's all that matters. And with that, we have pretty much completed our hero section. We'll have to come back to it to make some of these buttons work, but we can do that shortly. Let's now jump into the clock, since we have all the data we need to pretty much wire it up. So for the clock, we actually don't need that much information. All we really have to pass down is the data, because if you recall, the clocks show how much time left we have in all these different units, and that's exactly what data is. So we could say data is equal to, and I could pass down the data, or magic syntax, we can just pass down data inside of curly braces, and that will assign the variable data to an attribute style prop called data. So that is all we need to pass down that information. Now we can come into clocks and we can start writing some code. Now clocks is pretty straightforward. We're going to use some new syntax in here as well, but to start off with, we're just going to have a script, and beneath the script we're going to have a section tag with an ID of clocks. Just like we pretty much start off all components with that section and that script. So that's relatively straightforward. Now we have told this component that it is to expect data. So what we have to do is basically anticipate that. So we say we destructure data out, and we call the props rune. So we have the $, and then we call props and we invoke it. And lo and behold, we can now destructure data out of the properties of this component. So that's very simple. Now after that, what we have to do is calculate the snapshot. Now the snapshot pretty much returns where more specifically, it calculates how many degrees out of 360 we are for that unit. So, if we're in a minute and we're at 30 seconds, we're 180 degrees around the 360. So we need to also define snapshots. So we say let snapshot equal to, and we call a function called get time percentage, which we need to import, and we just invoke it like that. Very straightforward. So we call on get time percentage from our utility functions, and that's going to give us a snapshot. And I could console.log data and the snapshot so we can see what we have. And over here we can see that data is all this information, and the snapshot is how many degrees out of 360 we are. So that is cool bananas. And so now that we have this information showing up inside of our application, what we can do is display on the screen. So we're going to come into clocks just here, and actually just before we do this, I'm going to write a reminder to myself. Reminder, James, come back and use derived. Now this is actually very important, so maybe comment down below, James, revisit this and use derived, and if I don't, it's because you didn't comment it. Nah, kidding, we'll come back to it. Anyway, that's just a note for myself for later. And if you want to know, if you're curious, essentially it's because currently we're just using static data in our in our layout. When we make all of this interactive, we're going to have to come back and make an adjustment here. Anyway, let's now write out some content. So inside of our section, we're going to have an italicized paragraph. So we're going to have a paragraph that contains some italics tags, and that's just going to say time, if I can spell, remaining in different units, period. Underneath that, we're going to have a div that has a class of clocks grid. Now, if you recall from our React application, clocks grid, or from the intro, clocks grid is a series of clocks. Now, I don't want to write out each clock individually in HTML. Instead, I want to write one clock and render it for every element in data, or for every key in data. So for all of these keys, I want them to have their own clock. Now React obviously had quite a nice syntax for it. We use the .map, and for every element in an array, we return the clock. So we write the clock once and we return it for every element in the array. Lo and behold, Svelte has an equivalent syntax that just looks a little bit different, but it does the same thing. Essentially, most conditional rendering in Svelte looks a bit like our snippet. If you come back to our snippet, we pretty much have the curly braces and then a hash key and then whatever it is, so snippet, so on and so forth. We'll see some different examples later. But for now, inside of clocks, we're going to do a similar thing. We're going to have the curly braces, and then we're going to have a pound, and you can see a bunch of them here. We want each. We can see it actually tells us what it does. Iterating over lists of values can be done within each block. So I'm going to type hash each in here. And then what we do is we can pass in the array. So the array is going to be object.keys data. Because we can't just pass in data because that's an object, it has to be a list or an array, so we get an array of all the keys. So that's going to be days, hours, minutes, months, seconds, years, weeks. Now after we have our list, still within the curly braces, we say as, and then we basically name it. So go through each of these as clock. Remember it as clock, and then we can have a comma and we can have the index as well. Now we have to close the each block, so I'm going to create some more curly braces and throw in a slash each. And that will close the each block, and now inside of here, whatever goes in here will be created for every element in the array. So I'm going to have a div, and that's going to have a class of card space clock dash card. So now if I go ahead and save that, we can see that we have a card for all 7 of the clocks, which is perfect. Now as for the content in here, we're going to have a div that has a class of circle, and this is going to be the actual clock face or the analog clock. And inside this div, we're going to have another div that has a class of ticker, and then we need to give it a secondary class. Now this secondary class is actually just the name of the clock. So what we need to do is inject some JavaScript into this class, and that can actually be done very easily inside of Svelte. We simply have the curly braces straight into the string, which isn't really a JavaScript syntax, but it's more like a Python syntax for a formatted string set. But regardless, Svelte is cool with it, so we just have the curly braces, and whatever goes in here, clock, will be added as that class, that dynamic class, using JavaScript to this particular div, ensuring we have a space between them. So this div is going to have 2 classes, and then what I can do is just create the corresponding closing div. Now underneath the div with the class of circle, we need a secondary div, and this is going to have an h5 element. In here we're going to have some curly braces because we're going to inject the name of this clock, which is going to be data clock. Sorry, no, that's the value. So we're going to go into the data object and find the value associated with the key for whatever clock, where the clock is just, days, hours, minutes, months. And then under that, we're going to have a paragraph, and that's going to have some curly braces, and that's going to actually have the label of the clock. So if I go ahead and save that, now we can see we have 50 years, 602 months, this many weeks, this many, so on and so forth. And that's added all of these elements. We wrote it once, but for every element, for each of them, each of the elements in this array known as clock, we created this replicated div. So that's super clean in my opinion. It's a nice way to do it. Now the one thing we need to add comes from snapshot. So snapshot tells us how much we need to pre-rotate each of these clocks, because currently they just start at the top, and we don't really want them to start at the top. We want to start them in relation to where they actually are in the context of our lifespan. So what we can do is add a style, an inline style, which once again I always say is illegal, but you can do it if you have very, very dynamic styles. And the style is going to be applied to the div with the class of circle, and in here it's an attribute to the opening tag. We say style. Now we don't have an equals. This is actually a slightly special Svelte syntax. Essentially what we do is we have the colon, and then we directly specify the CSS style. So I could say style background equals string red, and that would apply that style. However, that's not what we want to do, but you can see that did in fact work. What we actually want to do is go style colon, target the rotate property, say it's equal to a string. Now this string is going to finish with the word degree, However, in front of it, we need to inject some JavaScript. So once again, we're going to have the curly braces, and we're going to access snapshot specifically for this clock. And that's going to tell us how many degrees around it should pre-rotate it. So you want to be very careful that you match this syntax exactly. Style colon rotate equals string curly braces, inject the snapshot at the clock, and then the degree for the unit. And that is going to pre-rotate all of these values to where they are. For example, so that is pretty nifty in my personal opinion. So years, this is how far through the year we are. This is how far through the month we are. It's currently the 31st, so we're just about to clock over the new one. This is the minute, this is the week, so on and so forth. This is the day. This is the hour, which is pretty handy. And literally, that is our whole clock complete. Nice and easy. Honestly, that was super speedy. So now, since we've done that, we can actually come on to the next one, which is going to be the calendar. And the calendar is fairly equivalent. So if we now come into the calendar component, we pretty much just need a script. And after the script, we're going to have a section with an ID of calendar. And, you know, at this point, I really like the fact that you just literally come into your component and start writing, if anything, like a better version of vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's just so easy. There's no bloat, there's no functions, there's nothing more than you literally need. So I think it's super clean in that respect. Now, calendar is going to need some props. So what we're going to do is come into our app. We have all the information here inside of our headache snippet, so we can pass it down to the calendar. And the calendar just needs two things. It needs the data and the life expectancy. So what we're going to do is have some curly braces, pass down the data, and have some more curly braces and pass down the life expectancy. So two props. Now they are currently underlined because we haven't told this component to receive them. We've just given it to them as attribute style props. So we're going to come into the calendar and we're going to say let and destructure out data and life expectancy equal to $props circular parentheses. That's going to tell this component that it is now going to need to expect to receive these two properties. So now we have the data and the life expectancy available inside of our component, and you want to make sure you save everything, which I occasionally forget to do. Now within the calendar, what we need is all of those arrays, if you remember. Now these arrays also have to be derived values. So basically what we're going to do is say we have more derived values here. Please, James, come back and change this when we make the app interactive. How can I forget to do that? Surely I can't. For now, since we're currently using traditional variables that aren't interactive, we don't need derived values, where a derived value is just recalculated when the thing it is derived from is adjusted or changed. So instead, we're just going to temporarily define some variables, and they're just going to be standard variables. So we're going to say const years r, like a pirate, is equal to an array, and we're going to spread out call capital array. That's some JavaScript, and in here we're going to pass in the life expectancy, and then we're going to access the dot keys. If you recall, this is just a fancy syntax for generating an array of length n, where n is equal to the life expectancy. So if the life expectancy is 80, this just builds an array of length 80 that contains the values 0 through 79. So we can go ahead and console.log years r, and that should pop up. We can see right here, well, you can't see, I can see 0 through 79, and that is the value, or that's the contents essentially. So nice little syntax for creating an array of length n. What we're going to do after that is create a secondary one, and this is going to be const weeks are, and this one has to be 52 in length, and we're creating both of these because we want these arrays so that we can map out some content using the each syntax that we just saw before, which means that for every year, for every week in every year, we can write some code once and have it rendered out thousands of times. Literally, we need a dot for every week, and we have 2,619 of them. So we're going to need to use some iterative rendering. So we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to have the array, so some square parentheses, then we're going to spread out, call array, pass in 52. We want an array of length 52 and access the dot keys. And that's going to give us an array that is 52 in length of values 0 through 51. After that, we need two more variables. We're going to have one that's const week number, and that is simply equal to the life expectancy times by 52. Subtracting, we pass an integer value, have some circular braces, and we access the data object and specifically the weeks key. Now, if you recall, data, or the weeks key within data, is associated with a value that tells us how many weeks we have left. So if we want to know how many weeks we've passed, we take our life expectancy, we subtract how many weeks we have left, and that will tell us how many weeks we have spent so far, or how many weeks we're up to, basically. And underneath that, we want a value called final week. Const final week is equal to, and that's just going to be life expectancy times 52. Now, all of these are eventually going to be derived values because we want them to be re-derived, or evaluated when life expectancy changes. So these are all the variable values that we need for this component. Now what we can do is come into our content, and in here we can once again start it off with a paragraph containing some italic tags that just says each of these square dots represents 52. And actually, I think I made a mistake there. I think it's meant to say something more along the likes of each square of dots. Each square of dots represents 52 weeks / 1 year of your life. Period. So every square of dots. So we're going to have a bunch of squares of dots, and they're going to be rendered out next. Now, to create this content, we're going to start off by returning something for every year. Now, this content all goes inside of a div with a class of dozens grid, and if you recall from our React.js tutorial, that just creates a grid with 12 columns, and we're going to have our items row by row. So we're going to have them in rows of 12 years, where each year is going to have 52 little dots in a 4-column grid. So this is all going to go inside of dozens grid, and in here we're going to map over every, or create a grid of 52 dots for every year. So what we're going to do is have the curly braces, pound or hash, and then each. Pass in the name of the array, which is years array, as, give it a name, year, and then we're also going to have a comma and access the year index. And then after that, we're going to have some more curly braces, and we're going to close the each. So for every element in year, or for each of the years within the years array, name each entry year and iterate over each of them one at a time and return the content in here. So in here, we're going to have a div that has a class of year-grid, and the year-grid is going to contain our 52 dots. So we're going to have another each, so curly braces each, and we are going to essentially have an each for each value in the weeks array. So we're going to throw in weeks array. Now, unfortunately, we need a bit more information. And if we want to have some more information in here, essentially write some JavaScript, if you recall inside of our React tutorial, when we were rendering out each week, we had a whole lot of logic to determine what style was applied to that dot. So we need to be able to recreate this, and it is also dependent on the year index, so we have to write it in here somehow. Now, unfortunately, if we look at this year example, there's nowhere in there I can write any JavaScript, so we have to be a little bit clever with how we do it. So we're going to, in place, create a modified version of the weeks array that means that when we return that information, it already exists. Now, that can be a little confusing, but you'll see what I mean. So instead of just having the weeks array and going as week, comma week index, and then closing that. So we'll have a curly braces slash each. That's going to create this each block. Instead, what we're going to do, instead of just having each week inside of the weeks array, we're going to map over. We're going to have the week. We're going to call .map on the end of the weeks array and modify it in place. So what this is going to do is we're going to go over every element in weeks array, and we're going to return a modified version of it, and it's just going to then iterate over this array instead. So the .map takes a callback function or an arrow function in place, and that receives a val and a val index as an argument, and then we can open this section up and write some code in here, which is, closer to what we had inside of React.js. Now inside here, at the bottom, we have to return an array, but we don't know what goes in the array, an object. We don't know what goes in the object just yet. But we're going to have the element as we originally did in our weeks array, plus some extra stuff, which is going to be the style. So in here, above the return, we can write our logic. So we can say const current week, just like we did in the React tutorial, is equal to, we'll take the year index, which we've got just above here from our other each block, and we're going to multiply it by 52, because for every week, for every year we've lived 52 weeks. And then onto that, we're just going to add the val index, which is how many weeks into the current year we are, and that's going to be the total current week. And then after that, we can just say const dot style, define a variable called dot style, and that's equal to, and if you recall, this is where we had some conditional statements to determine the style. So the first one we check is we say current week equal to final week minus 1. So we check if the current week is equal to the final week minus 1, and then we have the ternary operator, the question mark, is it? If it is, then we return a string that's space def, and then we have a colon for an otherwise case. Now if it's the otherwise case, that means that it's not the final week, so what we now need to check is if the current week is less than the week number. So that means that if the current week inside of our map is less than the week number, which is the week we're actually existing in, then it's a consumed week. We've already done it. So now we have a question mark, and if that's true, we have a string that starts off with a space and then is a solid, so it would be the solid class, and that means it's a solid blue dot to basically show the user that you've already completed this week. This is historical. And then we have a colon for an otherwise case, and we say otherwise, and then we pretty much say, okay, well, it's not the final week, it's not a historical week, so let's check if it's equal to the current week. So now we say current week equal to week number. If it is, then we have the question mark. We say if it's true, then we have a string that has a space and then the word pulse, so to apply the pulse class. And if it's none of those cases, then we just have an empty string. So it's it's yet to be consumed, it's not the current week, it's not the final week, which is death, and it's not a historical week. So now we have the dot style to be applied to this particular dot. What we can do is we can return an object that contains a week key, and that's just going to have the value associated with it, which is going to be the index 0 through 70, well, how many, 51 essentially. We can also pass down the current week, and we can pass down the dot style keys. So now week, instead of it just being the val, which it was historically, it's now going to be an object that also contains the current week and the dot style. And that means what we can do is inside of this each block now, we have all this extra information inside of week, because essentially everything we wrote in here inside of our map to modify the weeks array is now going to be contained within the week variable. We can just have a div that has a class. The class can be dynamic, so we're going to say class equal to, and that's just going to be equal to dot, and then we're going to have a space, throw in some curly braces, and we're going to access the week dot style. and then we're going to close that div. And if you remember, the dot style is just whatever ends up evaluating from this line as true. So now we can go ahead and save that, and if we come down, that's done all of our dots, and we can see our final week has been applied. We can see that our current week is blinking, and we can see that every week in our history is a solid color, and the rest of them just don't have a style applied. And just like that, we have now finished with our calendar, and we can move into the summary, and we're making some good progress through the app. But that is definitely a little bit confusing, but essentially all it is we're just modifying the array in place to include any additional information that we need when we go to actually render it out. All of that extra information, we just take the original value and we instead inject it into an array that an object that contains additional information that we can then access via the week and then inside of that each block, which is pretty hunky-dory. It can be a bit of a mess, it can be a little bit hard to wrap your head around, but the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So now that we have finished the calendar, let's jump into the summary. So for the summary, what we're going to do is come into the summary component. Now this one is pretty simple. All we do is we start off with a script, as we always do, and underneath the script I'm going to have a section that has an ID equal to summary. Now this section, if we come up into the script, is going to receive some props, so we can say let, and then we can destructure out the life expectancy and the birth date from the props. So we say let both of these things equal to $props, and we invoke the props. So now that we have access to these two parameters, we can say const final year, and this is just going to calculate our final year, and this is eventually going to be derived, but for the second we're just going to say pass the integer value of the birth date, and we're going to split the birth date, which is a string that contains a dash, and then we're going to access the 0th entry, and I'll explain that in a second, and all we're going to do is add onto it the life expectancy. Now that's a little bit confusing, so let's go ahead and console.log the birth date really quickly. So currently we're getting an error in our app, and that's because we haven't actually passed these values down to our app, our summary component. So let's do that first. We'll come into our app. Our summary needs the birth date and the life expectancy. So we're going to add them as attribute style props inside of curly braces to our summary tag. So now that we have these, we can come back into the summary, but more importantly, we can see that just over here we have the birth date logged to the console. And so when we split it, we're creating an array that has 3 entries. It's got 1995, 06, and 15. And so we're accessing the 0th index entry, which is the 1995, and then we're passing it into an integer value so that we can add on the life expectancy, and that's going to give us our final year. Now once we have that, what we can do is come into the section, and in here the section contains a div that has no class. I don't know why I'm adding a class. It's an empty div, and this contains a paragraph that has a class of text-gradient, and the paragraph is going to contain an icon with the class of fa-solid, fa-heart-crack. So we're going to start off the paragraph with an icon, and then after that we're going to say you'll probably die in the year, and then we're going to have some strong tags to make this section bold, curly braces in the strong tags containing the final year, and then after the closing strong tag still within the paragraph, we're going to say at the age of, and then some more strong tags, curly braces, and pass in the life expectancy, and then have a full stop at the end. So if I go ahead and save that, now down the bottom of the app we have this nice little summary that tells us a little bit about what we can expect in the coming years. And this is the Fantasy CSS text gradient. It's just a pretty gradient. Now after that div, underneath the div we're going to have an h4 element, and this is going to say yesterday is history, comma, tomorrow is a mystery, comma, and today is a gift, full stop. That's why they call it the present. How cute. That's a nice little quote. And then underneath that, we'll have another H4, and that's going to say Master Oogway from Kung Fu Panda. That's who said that quote, and it's an excellent quote. And that is most of the content done for our app. Now we just have the form and the portal. However, before we do the form and the portal, I'm going to come through and clean up all these apps and make sure that they are working correctly by initializing our state. Now, currently inside of our layout, if we come into our layout, that's where our variables are defined. Up the top here, I have all these variables. What we need to do is turn them into stateful variables. And the difference between a standard variable and a stateful variable is that Svelte is only listening to changes in stateful variables. So when we initialize a stateful variable and it changes, Svelte does our application, so it reflects the changes. If we just use traditional variables, it's not listening for these changes, so our JavaScript could change, but our app would remain stagnant, and that's not going to create a very interactive experience, is it? Now, creating stateful variables inside of Svelte is super easy. All we do is we use a rune, which is a $, and we call state. We don't even have to import it, and we pass in a default value. We obviously don't want the semicolon at the end, or sorry, inside the circular braces. We want it at the end instead. But that is literally it. Nothing fancy. We just now have a stateful variable that we can change, modify, do whatever we want with. So in a lot of ways, of all of the frameworks we're going to be trialing in this course, this is probably the easiest way to define stateful variables. We don't even have to import anything. So what I'm going to do is wrap this one inside of circular braces, the ATN circular braces, and throw $state out the front. And I'm going to do the same with the name, ensuring that the semicolon is out the back. So we're going to have a state on the James, and now we have 3 stateful variables. And the last one that is actually going to be a stateful variable is the data. And so what I'm going to do is take this whole line, excluding the semicolon, wrap it inside of circular braces, and throw a $state out the front. So now if we go ahead and save that, we have some comments here from Svelte that we need to tidy up, but that's absolutely fine. But the point is we've changed everything to stateful variables. Now, because we have these stateful variables, what we now need to do is make things derived. But before we do that, we actually need to deal with these underlines just here. The problem with this current sentence, and this is a Svelte specific thing, when you want to access the value of a stateful variable, when you're initializing another one, you actually have to turn the inside into a function. So we turn that into an arrow function that evaluates, and it gets the birthday and the life expectancy. So that's actually this warning line just around here on line 9. State referenced inside its own scope will never update. So Svelte is actually telling us what we need to do. Did you mean to reference it inside a closure? So that's pretty much what we added. So just like that, that's going to fix that first issue. We still have some more issues, starting off with the percentages. Now the percentage is derived every time these stateful values change. So what we need to do is wrap this inside some circular braces. And essentially what we do is we throw a $sign derived out the front. Now derived listens for changes in variables which it knows are used to derive the value. So every time birthday or life expectancy are adjusted, the percentage is re-derived. So that is the second adjustment that we need to make. Now everything after that pretty much just needs us to come into our components, and wherever we had values that we said should be derived, we're just going to derive them. So if we come into the calendar, we have quite a few. Let's come up to the top. Essentially what we are going to do is change these values. So every time life expectancy changes, we need to rederive years. So what we do is we wrap it inside of the circular braces, and we throw a $sign derived out the front. Derived, $sign derived. Very straightforward. Now, weeks does not change because the 52 is always static. Week's number is derived. So lo and behold, we wrap it inside of circular braces, and we throw a $sign derived out the front. So is the final week. It's a derived value. It's based off a stateful variable, so we want to rederive it every time. So we just throw a $ derived out the front and wrap the value inside of circular braces, and I can remove that console log. So those are some good little adjustments just in there. Inside of clocks, do we have any values? Yes, we do. Clocks, the snapshot actually isn't derived. I don't know why I said that that should be derived, but that's not dependent on a stateful value. So we actually don't need to do anything with that. We can leave it the way that it is. Let's come into the counter that is blank because that came with our app. We don't have it. The hero section doesn't have anything. It's just using the static information. We have some functions we need to create. And then last but not least, we have the final year or the summary. The final year is dependent on some values, so we're going to wrap it inside of circular braces and throw a $ derived out the front as well. Pretty straightforward, not too bad. And while we're here, let's remove some console logs. I might just see if I have any lying around. Console.log. Looks like I have one inside of the hero section, so let's get rid of that. So now that we have stateful variables and we've derived all of our subsequent values, we haven't learned how to modify our stateful variables or create any of that logic yet, but let's just carry on making the portal and the form. Now I'm going to do the portal first because it's actually not that complicated. Although in saying that, it actually does rely on our snippets, which is a good opportunity to practice the concept, but can be a little bit of a headache. Now this particular portal, which is going to be the modal overlay, is going to wrap our form. So what we're going to do is start off by coming into our layout and just rendering that content. So let's come into the layout. Just add that script into the portal before you close it or you exit out of it. Let's come into the layout. And what we're going to do above the header is have a conditionally rendered section. Now for this conditionally rendered section, we're actually going to need, lo and behold, another stateful variable. So what I'm going to do is up the top, just say let show modal equal to $state, and that's going to be false by default. Actually, no, let's set it to true for the second while we're creating it. Now, one thing to note is that when you are creating stateful variables, obviously you want to change the values associated with them, so you always want to define them with a let. However, now we have a variable called show modal, and when it's true, we want to show a modal. So we need an element to be conditionally rendered. Only rendered when the condition is true. And the way that we do that inside of Svelte is very easy. We have curly braces, we have the pound key, and we just say if, and after if we pass in the condition. So if show modal, if that's true, and then we close the conditionally rendered block with some more curly braces, a /, and the if. And anything we put inside here will only be rendered if the condition is true. So what I could do is in between the opening and closing if block, I could render out my portal, ensuring that I import it from portal.svelte. I can render it out, and it's going to have children. So we're going to have an opening and closing tag, and the portal is going to contain the form. So I can render out the form once again, ensuring that I do in fact import the form. That's super important. And just like that, we have our content. So I can go ahead and save that, and it should actually be showing up. So we should be able to see it if we come to the elements. We should be able to find a portal somewhere. Now the reason we can't see it over here is because currently portal contains absolutely nothing. So let's come in here and let's come into the portal and write out some content. Now the portal has a script up the top, but more importantly down the bottom, it's going to have a div that has a class of portal-container. Inside here, we're going to have a div that has a class equal to portal-underlay, and this is going to be the backdrop that sits behind our modal or our portal content, that when we click it, you know, it kind of makes the screen a bit opaque for any content behind, and if we click it, it closes out. So that has a class of portal underlay, and then or beneath that we have a div that has a class of portal-content, and this is going to have the content in here. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see that actually shows up. We can see the div right there sitting above the header, and it sits with relation to the app. So it overlays everything, and you see this is the portal underlay. we can actually open it up and see this is the underlay and this is the content just in the middle. So that is our conditionally rendered modal, and we can prove that by coming into the layout, and if I change the value of show modal to false, oh look, it's gone. So we now have some conditionally rendered content, so that is awesome. Now let's keep it true for the second. Now currently if I were to come into form, and let's say for example, we'll come into form and we'll create a script tag up the top, because we always do that, and we're going to need some logic in here, and then underneath we have a section that has an ID equal to form. And let's say I have a whole lot of random text in here. Now we would expect that to show up because we rendered it, but it doesn't. We only see content. Now the reason it's not showing up is because inside of our portal, well, the portal has children. You know, when we rendered it out inside of the layout, we gave it a child element, but we didn't actually tell the portal what to do with that child. Now you have to remember that when we create these children elements, we throw them inside of a snippet. So we have the curly braces, the hash key, and a snippet, and then we name the snippet. So I'm going to call it the form, and it has some circular braces here in case we want to pass any information between where we render it and when we define the component. Now obviously the form needs to go inside the snippet just like that. And now that we have created the snippet, this is where we define the snippet. What we do is inside of the portal, you have to remember that this snippet is the child to the portal. So we come into the portal and we destructure out, we say const curly braces, and we destructure out the form snippet, although we just know it as the form, from the props. So we invoke the props. The form snippet is now a property. It's a child element. It's a property of the portal. So now that we have the form, instead of having the content in here, we can just render out the form. And now that we've done that, we can see that we have a whole lot of weird content just here showing up. And that's because I forgot to include the @render in front of the form, and we also need to invoke it. So now that we fixed that, we actually get the legitimate content showing up that we would anticipate or expect. And so now that we have this content showing up, what we're going to do first is just make sure our portal works perfectly, and then we will complete our form. So for the portal, there's a couple of changes we need to make, and that actually begins in the layout. The first thing we're going to do in the layout is define a function that toggles the modal. So just above, or actually underneath where we have let show modal, I'm going to define a function called handle toggle modal, circular braces, and we're going to open that function up, and all that's going to do is it's going to invert the Boolean value of show modal. So it's going to say show modal is equal to not show modal. So whatever the current state of show modal is, invert it, which is what the exclamation key is. It says not the current Boolean value, and assign that to show modal. So that will go ahead and toggle that modal. Now I'm going to set it back to false for the second, for the default state for show modal. And I'm going to start off taking the handle toggle modal, and I'm going to begin by passing it down to our headache just here. So inside of headache, we're going to pass down handle toggle modal. Now the reason we're going to do that is so we can come through to the headache, which we have defined inside of the app. And we can now destructure out handle toggle modal, and we can pass it into the hero section, except I'm going to, and we can pass it in with the curly braces and passing in handle toggle modal. And now that we've passed that down as an attribute style prop to the hero section, I can come into the hero section, I can destructure that out of the props, and I can now assign it as an on-click to the button. So to the button, I can have an on-click. On-click is all lowercase. We don't need any curly braces, and we just, well, actually, no, I lie. We do need curly braces, and we just assign the function to the button with the not name. Now, with that done, what I would expect is to be able to click not James and for that to show the modal, and that's what happens. We still don't have any way to exit it. So now to close the state, what we're going to do is come back into our layout when we defined this function, handle toggle modal, and I'm going to pass it into the portal as a function called handle close modal, or sorry, an attribute style prop. Now, because in this case, the attribute prop name or the label that I'm going to use for it is different from the variable name that I'm passing down, I'm going to define it independently and say it's equal to some curly braces and pass in the handle toggle modal. Now, we can use the toggle modal function to close the modal because the modal only shows if it's already true. So that means that this will, toggling from within the portal will only have the function of closing it. So that's absolutely fine. So I'm going to copy handle close modal since I passed it into the portal. And I'm going to come into the portal.svelte and destructure out handle close modal now that we've told it to receive that property. And now I can assign it as an on click to this div, which is a little bit illegal. So what this does now is when we click the portal underlay, that's going to close the modal. So you can see we have this behavior here. Not if I click the actual content, but only if I click the backdrop, which is this slightly translucent but dark shaded underlay. That's going to have the effect of closing the modal. Now what we need to do to fix this div and essentially turn it into a button, all of the information is pretty much down here. Svelte really doesn't like buttons with on click, and I appreciate that, so we're just going to add in some attributes to make it happy. It's not really all that complicated. Essentially what we need to do is give it a role equal to button. We need to give it a tab index equal to 0, or string equal to 0. We need to give it an on key down attribute, which is equal to some curly braces, and in here we just pass in an empty function. And with all of these, we should get rid of the issues. And just like that, lo and behold, we now have our modal overlay working, ready for us to create our form so that the user can modify all of the data. Oh, although I notice our clocks have gone missing. So where on earth have our clocks gone? And as you might expect, there's a very good reason our clocks have gone missing. And that's because I made a mistake inside of the layout. Now just up here, I said that we need to turn this data state into a function, and that was actually incorrect on my behalf. That was a lie. And that's because these little closure statements are somewhat confusing. So if we get rid of the arrow function and just make this calculate time left as the default state, we get these underlines back. Now, the underlines are happening because we are referencing a state in the own scope. And so that's going to cause problems where it will never update, and that's not what we want. And we can fix this very easily. There is no reason why calculate time left has to rely on the birth date. So what we can do is just above, inside the layout above the birth date, we can say let default BD birthday equal to that string. So we can copy that string out, and now we can replace the default value inside of the birth date equal to default birthday, and we can do the same for the life expectancy. I can say let default LE equal to 80. So that's the default life expectancy, and I can just inject those or pass them in as the default values for these stateful variables. Now that is exactly the same code as I had just a second ago. However, now what I can do is use the default values when I'm defining the data state. Instead of relying on other stateful variables, I can just rely on traditional variables. We only need it when we're initializing these stateful variables, which is on the page load. We don't need them afterwards. So just making that minor adjustment right there, saving that, we now get our clocks back and everything is happy. We have no more funny underlines. So now that we've fixed that problem, how about we go and fill out our form? So we're going to come into our form component, and I'm going to get rid of this random text that I have in here and hit enter onto a new line. Now the form has a little bit of information. I'm going to save that, and I'm just going to start off by opening it up so there is nothing there. And first and foremost, we need to come into the script and basically receive a function to update our app's data, but also define some state. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to destructure out handle update data, which doesn't exist yet, and that's going to come from $props, circular parentheses. That is how we tell this component to receive props, that it needs to receive the props. We haven't passed this down yet, but we will soon. Underneath that, we're going to have to define some state, and the state is for the form, because we're going to have a form. The form is to allow the user to customize the information in this site. So we need a bunch of stateful variables, so we're going to say let day equal to $state, circular braces, empty string. That's our first stateful variable, because obviously they're going to need to enter their birthday, and that includes a day, month, and a year. So after that, we're going to have let month equal to $state, and that's going to be 1 by default, and we're going to have let year equal to $state, and in here we're going to have a default year. Now the default year is going to be the current year, so I'm going to say let current year equal to, and the way that we can find the current year is we can instantiate a new date entity and access the .get full year parameter within that. So we get the current year and we say new date, instantiate it with the circular braces, .get full year. That's going to get the current year, and we can instantiate that, or basically we can pass in the current year as the default value to our year state. Now on top of all of these, we need another one that's going to be called let name equal to $state, and that's going to be an empty string. And I actually lied about the day. The day needs to be a default value of 1. The empty string was meant to be for the name. And then the one other thing they enter in addition to their name, their birth date, is the life expectancy. So we say let life expectancy equal to $state, and we can just have a default value of 80. So that is all of our stateful variables initialized for our form. Now what I'm going to do is just copy across some code from the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below, and I'd recommend you do it too, because this is just some admin JavaScript, and I'll explain what it does in a second. And you can access it by coming over to the GitHub repo and starring the repo, and coming into the Svelte tutorial inside of source, inside of lib, and look for the form. So if I just paste this in, I just copied in some very small lines just here. It really isn't a lot of stuff. Essentially what we have is 3 variables. We have one called days. Now we covered this in the React portion of this course, but essentially it just generates an array of length 31 with values starting from 1 through 31. And these are going to be all the options for the days drop down. So they can click the drop down and they're going to get options of 1 through 31. Obviously we have the months, which is an array of all the months. And then we have an array called years, which is the same thing as this first one. It's just some generic JavaScript syntax to generate an array of length 100. Except what it does is it gets the current full year. So we could actually in here, instead of having this, we could say current year. And essentially all it does is it takes the current year and it subtracts the index. So when the index is 0, we're going to have an option that's the current year. When the index is 1, we're going to have an option that is 1 year behind the current year. And you can imagine we do that all the way through to 100, where that option is going to be the current year minus 100, so 19, 25, or 26. So those are going to be all the years that a user can select through for their birth date. So we can go ahead and save that, and we need these because we're going to use the map to iterate over the array and generate some JS or some HTML for every element in that array. So now that we have all of the logic done, we can go ahead and create the content. Now the content is relatively straightforward. We just start off with a div. Now this div is going to introduce the form. So we're going to have an h4 that's going to have a class of text-gradient, and that's going to say your details. Very simple. And underneath that we'll have a button that has an aria-label equal to button. And this is a Svelte thing. And it has a class of link-button, and it has an onClick equal to, and we're soon going to assign the handle close modal, which we haven't actually received yet. So we're going to have to destructure handle close modal out from the props, and then we can copy that and paste it as the on click to this button. So we need curly braces, inject that, and then we can open up the button. Now this button, when we click it, is going to close the modal. So we have two ways of closing the modal. One is by clicking the backdrop, and the other is by clicking the close button. And in here, we're going to have an icon that has a class of fa-solid, fa-cross mark or X mark. And that's just going to look like a little cross. So now if I go ahead and save that, we can see we have your details showing up and our X button. Now if I click it, nothing happens, and that's because we haven't actually passed this function down to this component yet, but we will shortly. Now that div introduces the form. Underneath that we have another div, and that has a label that is for the entry called name, or the input called name, and that has the text name inside it. So for is added as an attribute to the opening tag. And underneath that, we have an input of type text. It has an ID name to match the for of the label, and it's a required field, and that is a self-closing tag. Now, currently what we need to do, if I come back to my code, we can see that input shows up, so that's all well and good. However, we need to bind this input, the value of this input, to a stateful variable, so that when we submit the form, we can go and read that value. Now the way that we do that inside of Svelte is very easy. We come to the input, and as an attribute to the input, we just say bind value equal to curly braces and pass them the variable. So the name is going to be tied to the stateful variable called name. And just doing this is going to mean that whatever is in our input is going to match or be assigned to the stateful variable called name. So now that we have our first div complete, we can do the second one. So we're going to have a div underneath the first one. Now this one is going to contain a div, and that's going to say birthday. Now underneath the birthday, we're going to have another div, and this one's going to have a class called bday. And the reason we're having divs within divs is because the bday is actually going to be 3 inputs placed adjacent to one another. So it's essentially going to be a grid with 3 columns. One is going to be for the day, and the second for the month, and the last one for the year. Now the inputs for these values are going to be select fields. So we're going to create a select field, and we're going to, in the opening tag, give it the attribute bind. We're going to bind the value equal to curly braces, and we're going to bind the first input to this stateful variable called day, because it's going to be for the day. Now in here, we need to have an option for every day in days. So what we do is we use the each syntax. So we say curly braces hash each. And we say for each days, for every element in days, refer to each one as day. And then inside of the opening and closing, so here I have my closing of the each block. Inside here I have an option tag. Now the option tag has a value, because when we click on it, this value needs to be assigned to that day, and the value is going to be equal to some curly braces, and we're going to inject the day in there. Then we're going to create the corresponding closing tag for the option. Between the opening and closing tags, we're going to have some circular braces, and we're going to inject the day. So the value is what gets saved when a user clicks that option, and the content between the opening and closing option tag is what actually displays. So if I go ahead and save that, we now have our birthday showing up. The default is 1. However, when I click on it, it opens up and gives me options 1 through 31. If I click 1, that value is bound to the stateful variable day. And so now that I have that, I can just pretty much duplicate this select. So I can have another one underneath. I can say select, except this one is going to bind the value. So bind value equal to, and we're going to bind it to month, the stateful variable month, create the corresponding closing select tag, have some curly braces in the middle, have an each block where each we're going to map over the months array. refer to each one as the month, comma, we're also going to get the month index, and then we're going to close the each block. And in here, we're going to return an option. Now this option is going to be a little bit different. The text inside, or that shows up, is going to say the name of the month. However, the reason we're getting the month index is because I actually want to save the month as its numeric equivalent. So instead of it being July, I want it to save it as 7. So the value is going to be equal to, and it's going to be the month index plus 1. Obviously, JavaScript uses a 0th indexing system, so, July would technically be the 6th index. We add 1 to it, and that gives us our month value. Now, the last select is going to bind : value equal to years, or year. I forget which one. It's going to be year. That's exactly right. And in here, we're going to have an each block, so curly braces, pound each of years as year. That's the syntax. To create the each block, we need the corresponding closing tag to enclose the content that gets iteratively rendered. And then inside here, we very simply return an option that has a value equal to the year. And inside of the opening and closing option tag, we have some more curly braces and we inject the year, and that's the text that shows up. So with these 3 sections complete, I can now come into our component, and just here, we have our form. I can enter the name, I can change the birth date, shows up all the months, and I can enter the year as well. And that just about completes our form. The last one we need outside of this div, so beneath this div, just above the section, is going to be a final div. And this one is going to have a label that is 4. So we're going to add the 4 key equal to, and that's an attribute to the opening label tag. And that's going to be for the life expectancy. And that's going to say life expectancy, and then have some brackets, some circular braces for the unit, which is years. And that text goes in between the opening and closing label tag. And then underneath that, we're going to have an input that's going to have the type of number. It's going to be required. We're going to give it a maximum equal to curly braces inject 120. So it can't be more than 120 years. And we're going to give it an ID that matches the 4. So we're going to give it a life expectancy ID. And that's self-closing. Now the last thing we need to do is bind the value of the input. So we just say bind : value equal to curly braces, and we bind it to the stateful variable called life expectancy. So that one is created just here. So whatever a user enters inside of this input is going to be the new value associated with that variable. So now I can save that. If I come back into my form, that's going to be the final one created. We can see that that is working nicely, and I can't enter text in it, which is good, so it has to be a number. And then finally, we can have a button. Now this button is going to say save between the opening and closing tags, and in here we can give it an on-click attribute equal to curly braces, pass in an arrow function, an anonymous arrow function, and in here, we're going to call handle update data. Now, handle update data takes the name, it takes the birthday, and it takes the life expectancy. So what we're going to do is pass in the name as the first argument. That's whatever value is associated with the stateful variable name. We're going to pass in the birth date. Now, the birth date is going to be a template literal string. And in here, we're going to have the $curly braces so that we can start off injecting the year. After that, we're going to have a dash, then some more $curly braces. In this one, we're going to inject the month, then we're going to have a dash, $curly braces, and finally we're going to inject the day. So this could potentially say 1996-7-15, which is my birthday. Finally, as the last input to this function, we're going to pass in the life expectancy, and that is all we need for our input. Now, currently, the one thing we're missing is handle update data. So let's go ahead and create that. So I'm going to come back into the layout where all of this info is inside the script underneath %, and I'm going to create this function. So just here, I'm going to say function handle update data, and it's going to expect a name. So I'm going to have n as the placeholder for name, a birth date as the placeholder for the birth, a b as the placeholder for birthday, and an e as the life expectancy placeholder or input argument name. Now up the top, I'm going to have a guard clause that says if not name, not n, or not b, or not e, we just want to return out of this function because we don't have enough data to update the form. Now after that, updating the state in Svelte is so easy. All we do is we say name is equal to n, the birth date is equal to b, and the life expectancy is equal to, and in this case we just want to pass an integer value and pass an e to ensure that life expectancy is always saved as an integer value. And the last thing we want to do is set show modal equal to false. That's going to close the modal. So what I should be able to do now is take this function, save the layout, and pass it into the form with the curly braces and pass in that function name. So now if I go ahead and save that, it says that we're getting an issue and something's not happy. Maybe I lie. I've passed that in to the form handle update data. Is that spelled correctly? That is indeed spelled correctly. And so we should now just be able to enter this information. So I can click on not James, it brings up the form. I'm going to input my full name. I'm going to input my legitimate birth date, 1996, life expectancy, let's go for a good 99 years. I'm going to click save. That closed out of the modal, and some of this information was recalculated. We can see the percentage was recalculated. We can see that the years is not correct, but some stuff was in fact recalculated. And I realize exactly why the rest of the information didn't update. That's because inside of layout, we actually have to recalculate data as well. So we just say data is equal to calculate time left, and we pass in the birth date and the life expectancy. So we can just pass in B and E just like that. And we actually, or even better than that, I think B. And before we pass in E, actually, I'm going to pass it as an integer once again. Pass it as an integer to E. So let's try that once more now that we recalculate the data. And we have to recalculate data because it's not a derived value. But anyway, so let's say not James, new name, new random birthday. Let's say I was born in 2024, and let's say my life expectancy, 2004. Let's say my life expectancy was 40. Now everything is recalculated. I've got 19 years to go. I'm 52% of my life. And we can see that the dots pretty much represent that. We're kind of halfway through our whole progress. So that is all working nicely. Now, one thing I noticed is that our percentage bar right here is not accurately showing 52%. So let's quickly make that work properly now that our form is working. So the percentage bar is inside of the hero section. Now inside of hero, we have the percentage. So what we have to do is come to this progress bar right here and simply give the div that is the direct child descendant a style where after the style tag we have the colon, and then we select the width and we say that is equal to, have some curly braces, and we pass in the percentage. And now I should be able to save that, and we can see that that fixes our percentage issue. So I just added a style attribute to that div that is the light blue color for our percentage bar, and that should stay approximately 52%. And if I were to change my info once again to a small store, let's say I go to 1980, I have a life expectancy of 99. You know, that's now 47.5%. I've got 53 years left. So that's adjusting perfectly. And that's how many weeks I have left. So that is all hunky-dory. So now that our form is working, the very last thing we have to do is just clean up our app and make sure that A, all of our info is saved to local storage, because if I currently refresh the page, everything goes back to normal, and that B, our seconds are recalculated every second. So both of these effects are actually super easy to implement. But the other thing we need to do quickly is make sure our reset is working and also our copy link is working, because they're not. So those are some additional things, and I actually think we'll do them first because they are very fast. Starting off with the hero section, we can come up to the copy link button and just add an on click, and that can be equal to some curly braces, and in here we can have an arrow function. And this arrow function is just going to call on Navigator, which is a browser feature. We're going to access the clipboard, and we're going to access or go .clipboard.write text, and we're just going to write whatever the URL is. So I'm just going to do my personal website, https://www.smalljames.com. If you were to deploy this on Netlify, you would just use that URL. So that is pretty cool. And then what we're going to do after that to let the user know that we have actually copied the link is we're just going to call the alert, which is another browser feature, invoke it with the circular parentheses, pass in a string, and that's just going to say copied smiley face. And so now if I save that and click copied, we can see that the alert shows up. We have copied the link, and if I were to paste it in there, smalljames.com is copied to my clipboard, or is added to my clipboard. So that is the first one complete. Now let's go back and reset the data. Now resetting data, we have to go to where the data is, which is inside the layout. Now if we come up to the top here, we have our handle update function, and underneath we just need a handle reset data. So we're just going to have a function called, I'm just going to call it reset data. That's going to receive some circular that's going to have some circular parentheses. It doesn't need any arguments. And all we're going to do is set name equal to James, or your default name. We're going to set birth date equal to birth date default. Do we have a default birth date? Default DB up here to reset it. And I'm going to do the same for the life expectancy is equal to life expectancy DB. Is that what I called it? Let's find out. I just said default LE. So we can reset these three parameters where these defaults are just local variables. So that's going to reset those values. The other thing we want to do when we reset the data is clear the local storage, which is the browser database where we are going to persist our data across page renders. So we're just going to call local storage .clear. .clear is the method we need to empty the local storage. And now that we have that function, we can copy it and pass it into our headache. So we can pass it into the headache. That's going to communicate reset data across to the snippet. The snippet is inside the app, so I can come into the app, I can destructure it out of the snippet side of the headache, and now I can pass it into the hero section with some curly braces and reset data as an attribute style prop. And now I can come into hero section, and at long last I can destructure out reset data and assign it to the reset data button. So I can say on click equal to curly braces and throw in reset data. It's quite the communication chain, but at the end of the day it gets the job done. And so now that I have all of that, we can reset the data. Let's do it again. Let's just change it to some random person. We can reset the data, and that is very much not working. So let's just make sure we console.log reset data. Reset data is undefined, so somewhere it's not coming up. I passed it into the hero section. Did I save that? Let's try it again now. We'll say not James, go to James MacArthur, reset the data, and now that works. So I must have forgotten to save my app, I guess. So we receive it inside the snippet from the layout, and then we pass it into the hero section. So that is our reset data function working, and that clears local storage. Now, how do we get local storage working? Let's take a look. So we need to basically modify handle update data. So whenever we handle updating the data, we want to persist these new values. So just before we set the states, what we want to do is save to local storage. And the way that we do that is we call local storage just like we did down here. This is the browser database. And instead of clearing it, we say .set item. We call the .setItem method. Now this takes two arguments. One is the key. We can see up the top it says the key, and then it has the value. So it assigns the value to a little key, and then we can read that at a later date. So I'm going to have the key. It's going to be a string called form data, and the value is going to be an object that contains a name field, and we're going to assign n, the name or the n input, which is going to have the name inside our form to that. We're going to have a birth date, ensuring you get the capitalization correct, and that's going to have b assigned to it. And we're going to have the life expectancy, and that's going to have e assigned to it. So that's going to be our object. Now, just before we save this, local storage can't actually save an object. So first we have to stringify it so that it literally gets saved as pretty much text that just looks like this object. And the way that we do that is we wrap our object inside of circular braces, and out the front of them we call json.stringify. And that is going to turn this object into a string, essentially, or JSON, better said, and then we can save that. And so this is going to persist the data, the object, or the text object, to our local storage database. So if I go ahead and save that, and now we come into our app, we can refresh the page. It's got the default values. I can say not James, change it to my full name. I could modify my birthday. Let's actually do my legit data just so we can confirm everything is working. I'm going to live to be 90. I'm going to live to 150, but let's just say 95. And I'm going to save that. So now all of our data is updated. And what we should be able to do is come over to, right-click on the page, hit inspect to come over to the developer tools. And inside of the developer tools, we can come into the application, and specifically inside of local storage for storage, click on the app, and here we can see we have the form data, which you can see just behind my head. So this is the data that got saved inside of our form. So we can see it's a stringified object, so it kind of looks like a string just there. So that is perfect. Now, the problem with that is that if I refresh the page, it's all gone, even though we saved it to the database. And that's because the next thing we have to do is read the database on page load. Now, the way that we do that is by using another Svelte rune. It's very straightforward. It's similar to the state and the derived, and it is $. I'm going to do it underneath all of these functions, $effect. Now, $effect, it doesn't need to be imported, but it does need to be invoked with the circular parentheses, and it takes a function. Now, effect is very similar to React's useEffect. So what we do is inside here, we just say, first we need to check if local storage has been initialized. So we say if not local storage, just exit out of this function. So this function, this whole thing is going to get run on page load. And if we find on page load that we don't have local storage, we obviously can't read local storage. So let's just exit. Let's not run this yet. Underneath that, we're going to say if local storage, now that we know that we have it, if we get past this guard clause. So I might just comment exits function if no local storage database available. So if we get here, we have confirmed we have a database. So now what we're going to do is have another if block, and it's going to say if local storage, and we're going to call the get item. So earlier we set the item, now we're going to get it, and we invoke it with a circular parentheses, and we pass in a string. The string contains the key name, so that's going to be form data. That's how we saved it over here. Now this if clause is going to return a truthy thing if we find something associated with the key form data. So we're going to have that as the if clause. So if we enter the if block, that means that we found some data under the key form data. And so now what we can do is we can destructure it out. So we can say const name. We can destructure out the name, we can destructure out the birth date, and we can destructure out the life expectancy. and we can destructure them from, so we can say const these things inside of the curly braces is equal to, and we call json.parse, because remember we've saved it as a string, now we need to convert it back to an object. So here we can see it converts a JavaScript object notation, JSON, and string into an object. So that's perfect, that's what we want. And we pass in, we say local storage.get item, and we get the form data item. So that's going to pass this local storage or this form data that we know we've confirmed we have. And from that object, so this is going to give us an object, we can destructure these values. Now these values currently match the state names. I don't like to do that because it's just confusing. So what I'm going to do is rename these. And the way that we do that, is that we add a colon after the thing that we destructure, and we assign it to a variable called n. For name, for birthday, I'm going to assign that to b, and for life expectancy, I'm going to assign that to e, just like I have been inside of all of my functions, just so it's kind of consistent. And now that we have all of this info inside of this if block underneath where we've destructured it, we can just say name is equal to n, the birth date is equal to b, and the life expectancy is equal to, and this one we're going to pass as an integer value, so we're going to call pass int and pass in the e. And that's going to turn it into an integer. It's going to take it from being a string, convert it into an integer, and assign it to life expectancy. So now if I go ahead and save that, I should be able to refresh the page, and we can see that our local data is actually read in and used, which is perfect. And then I could go ahead and reset the data, and now it resets the data. And I'm going to say not James, let's re-add me, add my birthday, 1996, and now let's say I'm going to live to be 40. Save that, and we can see everything adjusts, and I'm 71% through my lifespan, which would be more worrisome. So touch wood that doesn't happen. And then once again, I can reset the data and everything goes back to normal. Although I did note that the weeks didn't readjust, so we actually also need to make sure that both in the reset data and this local storage that we actually set the data. So what I'm going to do is come to this handle update data line, and just inside of reset data, I'm going to paste it in and make sure that I recalculate the data based off the default DB, and I also recalculate it based off of the default life expectancy. So I'm just going to add that line to the resetting of the data, so that the data, which informs this information just here in some of these clocks, is also recalculated in addition to in here when we get these values. So I'm going to calculate the data, except instead of it being off the default DB, in this case it's going to be off B and E. But we're going to make sure we'll make sure we pass the integer value once again, E. Just like that. So we'll recalculate the data, and that's just going to make sure everything is read in correctly. So because we've reset the data, nothing is there. So I'm just going to do this once more for demonstrative sake. Save that. We now have all the form data. I can refresh the page and everything loads in perfectly. I could even close the tab, not look at it for 100 years, and reload the page, and that information would be re-rendered. However, obviously we could be dead by that point, because we only have 76 years to go. Now the very last thing I want to do is make sure that seconds is recalculating, that all of this information is recalculating while we're spending time on the page. That's super important. And the way that we do that is just with a second $ effect. Now I'm actually going to put this one above. We say $effect. We invoke it, and we pass in, once again, a callback function, or an anonymous arrow function. And in here, what we're going to do, if you recall, an effect essentially listens for something to happen. So in this case, we're going to listen for page load. And when the page loads, we're going to run this callback function, the page load effect, run this function. And this function is going to define an interval. And the interval, every repetition of that interval is going to recalculate data, and that's going to happen once a second. So what we do is we say const interval is equal to, and we set an interval. Now this is just JavaScript. Set interval takes a callback function or an anonymous function, an arrow function, and a time period. We can see just here, set interval takes a callback and it also takes a millisecond amount. Schedules repeated execution of the callback every delay millisecond. So we're going to have it every 1,000 milliseconds, which is every 1 second. Now what we do is inside the callback function, we just say data is equal to, and we calculate the time left, and we just pass in whatever the current birth date state is and whatever the current life expectancy is. Super simple. So we read the stateful values, whatever the user has set them in, whatever has been read from the database, we just recalculate it based off the current data or the current birth date and life expectancy. And that will recalculate how much time we have left as that time is used up while we're on the website. Now, when we're defining an interval inside of a use effect, we have to add one extra line, and this is known as a cleanup line, which essentially just eliminates the interval if we're closing the tab or anything like that. And the way that we do that is we just return another function, except this function we can just directly call. We don't have to have some curly braces. We can just say clear interval, call clear interval, and pass in the interval, which is what we've defined just up here. So this is essentially going to clear out the interval when it is no longer necessary so that we don't end up with any weird performance issues or random behavior with these intervals. So now if I go ahead and save that and come up, we're now recalculating the data every second. Oh, and look, the minute went down. Did the minute go down? It should have gone down. Oh, I guess this is not tied to 60 seconds, so we'd have to wait for whatever the 60 seconds is for this to come down. Shouldn't be far away, you would presume. Anyway, oh, it just clocked. We can actually, I'm such a muppet, we could literally have looked at where the thing is up there, and that would have told us when minutes was going to decrement. But just like that, we have a fully interactive app, and you can appreciate that time is counting down, so it's good that you are spending your time doing valuable things such as developing your programming skills by watching the Small James YouTube channel. So you're an absolute legend. Anywho, 2 down. What a massive effort. You guys are doing a great job. Currently got React and we've got Svelte. The last one is Vue. Vue is a real dark horse. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Similarities to both React and Svelte, however, at the same time, it still managed to be very unique. So anyway, with that all said, let's dive into the final chapter, which is Vue. Alrighty, now that we have finished our second app, so we've officially completed the app in React.js, we've also done it in Svelte. It is now time for us to do it in the third and final framework, which is Vue. Now, while Vue might be last, it is definitely not least. I reckon it's an absolutely brilliant framework. It has a lot of strengths and advantages, you know, and you could argue that it doesn't make a lot of sense why it's potentially not the favorite of the three of them. You can see some similarities between all of them. And by the time we have finished this particular chapter, you can let me know in the comments down below which front-end framework is your favorite of the three of them. So to dive into the code, the first thing I'm going to do is come over to my Visual Studio Code editor, where we obviously have this open from our previous projects. I'm going to go ahead and close all of the code inside of the React tutorial and the Svelte tutorial, and we have our terminal open. So if you're just joining us now, you will obviously need Visual Studio Code open inside of a project directory. We're inside of the Frontend Full Course, and you'll need to open up a terminal, and you'll need to be in the Frontend Full Course directory inside that terminal. So I just type the cd change directory, then the double period to go up from the Svelte tutorial into the Frontend Full Course. So we have Visual Studio Code open, we have our terminal open, we're inside of our project directory. We can initialize our Vue project using Vite, the same as we have in the other two chapters. So the way that we do that is we type npm create Vite at latest. Pretty straightforward. If we go ahead and hit enter on that, it asks us to name our project. We're going to stick in theme with the other two and just say Vue tutorial. Hit enter on that, and we're going to scroll down and select Vue, which is the beautiful green option. We're going to go for a JavaScript variant, and that incredibly quickly installed Vue onto, or it created the Vue project directory inside of our Frontend Full Course. Now, as we always do, let's take a look at what we're actually working with. We've got a whole lot of files and folders added here. What even are they? Well, to start off, we have a Vite config, which we can ignore, and a readme.md where you could write a bio about this particular project, and that would get shown in the GitHub repo. Both interesting files, but not files that we're going to be touching on very much, if at all. We have the package.json, which is the specs file. It always is. We can see it's for our Vue tutorial. We can see here we have our development scripts. We need these to boot up our project, and we can see that we have some dependencies, where the dependencies are the Vue framework and some other development dependencies such as Vite for booting up our project and getting it all up and running. So that's pretty straightforward. Now, if we come up to the top, we have a VS Code folder. We don't need to touch that. We will at some point need to install the Vue extension for this portion of the course, because that's going to help auto format everything. That's kind of important, but we can deal with that later. We have a public directory for any public assets or static assets that we want to serve with our project, such as font families or images, which we don't need either. And then we have the source directory, which is what traditionally where the magic happens. This is the source code. Now inside here we have the assets. This is for some more public assets for our projects. We have some components. Vue is just another framework that utilizes the concept of components to compartmentalize our project and write code once and allow us to reuse that same body of code numerous times. Brilliant paradigm. I think we can use the word paradigm. Let's look it up. Paradigm. A pattern or model. So yeah, I guess it would be a component paradigm. Sure. Anyway, we'll touch more on what components are shortly. But essentially how the Vue app works at a very foundational level, fundamental level, is the same as our Svelte project. It's the same as our React project when you've initialized them with Vite. We have an app. An app contains some JavaScript, it contains some HTML, it contains some styles, and this app contains our whole project. We can render components in here. We'll touch on components shortly. And what happens is this main.javascript imports our app, which is our whole application written in Vue, and it mounts the app. It creates the app and it mounts it to a div with an ID of app. So we use the pound to select an ID. And then inside of this index.html, we see that div right here. And when we load up our project, we load this index.html. We run this main.js script, which fetches our app, which is right here, and any components rendered within it. And then it loads it or renders it within the div with the ID of app. So our whole app gets injected just in here. And that pretty much is how our Vue app is going to get up and running on our application. Now, while we're inside of the index.html, I'm just going to change the title to unalive for the last time. So now that we've covered pretty much all the files and folders, let's go ahead and set up everything we need for this tutorial. So this project is going to be similar to the previous ones in a lot of ways. For example, we're going to have this, a similar component hierarchy. We're going to break down our project into a similar building blocks, similar components. compartmentalize it. We're also going to need a utils folder inside of the source code. So inside of the source directory, I'm going to create a new folder called utils. And inside of that folder utils, I'm going to create a file called index.javascript. Now the code that's going to go in here is going to be a whole lot of utility code to help us with our project. And I'm going to copy this directly from our previous project. So I'm going to come into the Svelte tutorial, into the source code, into utils, into index.js. Copy everything in here and paste it inside of our new one. So that's about 104 lines. Now, if you haven't done the previous two courses, you can find index.javascript inside of the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. And as always, if you could star the repo, love that support, that would be greatly appreciated. And you just want to head into the Vue tutorial inside the source directory, inside utils, you'll find the index.javascript. You can either copy the code across or download the index.javascript file directly. Inside here, we have a function that calculates the time left in different units. So how many years, how many months, how many weeks. It calculates the time percentage. So pretty much what this is it is the percentage out of a 360 window. So like, 30 seconds, you're 50% of that 360 window. It's Friday, you're 5/7 of the week complete. So it finds it out of 360 degrees, and this is going to be for our little clocks. Get life percentage lived. How far through, given a birth date and a life expectancy, what percent of your life have you lived? So these functions are pretty straightforward. Now, in terms of components, we're going to need a bunch of them, but before we dive into the components, let's just get the styles imported to our application. So inside of main.js, we import the style sheet. So what we're going to do is come into the style sheet, delete everything in here, and I'm going to copy the styles across from the GitHub repo. So that once again is linked in the description down below. It's the same as the previous two projects. I'm going to copy all of the code from the styles.css and paste it in here. So it's about 383 lines of code, everything we need to make a beautiful application. Now I'm going to go ahead and save that. Now the other file I'm going to copy across is going to be our fanta.css. So I'm going to paste that in there. Once again, that is a good few lines of code. You can either download that from the GitHub repo, you can copy it across from the previous projects, or you can always come over to fanta.css.smalljames.com, click on GitHub and just download fanta.css directly. There are actually going to be some other ones coming shortly. For example, there is small CSS. So that is in the theme of my website. And there's going to be another one, which is pink CSS, and that's coming soon, and that's going to be a pink theme. So depending on what theme you vibe the most, you could actually download any one of these three style sheets, and your app is just going to be in this theme. So fanta.css styles the elements, styles.css styles the layouts, and anything that is project specific. So what do we have now? We've got the fanta.css and we've got the styles.css. Perfect. Let's import fanta.css the same way styles.css is imported. So we'll come into the main.javascript and import /fanta.css. So now what I'm actually going to do just before we create some componentry is come down to our terminal and cd into Vue-tutorial, change directory into Vue-tutorial. Hit enter on that, and we're just going to run these two commands here. So we're just following the commands that we were told to follow when we initialized our Vue project with Vite. So next up, we have to run npm install. So let's paste that in there. That's going to create a node modules folder that has all of the dependency files that we need from the npm ecosystem to boot up our project. And the last thing we're going to do is npm run dev, which is going to run the development script that is specified inside of our package.json, and that's going to boot up our application. So we can go ahead and run npm run develop, and that's going to start up our application on localhost 5173, potentially 5174, just whichever one pops up. I already have an app open in 5173. So what I'm going to do is come in and paste that up here, and that's going to load up our Vue app. Now it currently has some working boilerplate code, which is kind of cool. So it essentially demonstrates some of the basic stuff. So it says to edit components hello world.vue to test HMR. I looked it up the other day and I've completely forgotten what it means. HMR coding, what does it mean? I don't think it means anything particularly important. Hot module replacement. So what's currently happening is we have an app, and in here it's got some code inside of some template tags, and then at the bottom we have a component that says hello world, and that's got a message, and we're going to learn about what pretty much all of this is shortly. First, however, what I'm going to do is just delete pretty much everything except the script, the setup, and the template. Sorry, the script, the style, and the template. Now this right here is the bare bones of a Vue component. You have three constituent elements to create a component. The first is a script, and the setup keyword is very important. Now the setup keyword is very important when we create a script because of all of these reasons. More succinct code with less boilerplate. Ability to declare props and emit events using pure TypeScript. Better runtime performance. Better IDE type interface. So this is where we run our logic. So inside of our component, we always need a script that has the setup attribute on the opening tag. After that, we have a template. Now this is different from Svelte. It's different from React. Obviously, React had a functional component. Svelte just let you go crazy and write whatever HTML you wanted. Inside of Vue, we wrap any HTML, any JavaScript, interactive HTML inside of the template. And this is what gets rendered when we render out these components. And then finally, we have style tags at the bottom. You can write CSS directly into these style tags. However, we won't be needing to do that because this app comes pre-styled. So that's all pretty hunky-dory, and it's relatively straightforward. Now what we're going to do is actually copy this code and create some components. So I'm going to come into my components folder, right click, and create a new file, and this one is going to be called calendar.vue. So .vue is the file extension to create a Vue file or a Vue component. And in here I'm just going to paste our boilerplate Vue component. So it's going to have a script with a setup attribute, a template which is going to contain the HTML and some style tags. And then I'm going to make a new file inside of the components directory, and this one's going to be called clocks.vue. Paste that in and save it. That's going to be our second component. And we're just going to keep creating components to compartmentalize our project into its key building blocks. So we're going to have a new one. It's going to be called form.vue, and this is going to eventually contain the logic where our user inputs all of their information. So we're going to paste in that boilerplate code, and then we're going to create a new component, and this one is going to be called hero.vue. So hero.vue is going to be the hero section that we'll use to tell pretty much a user all about our app. We're going to paste that in there and then save it and create a new file. This one's going to be called portal.vue. So we're going to learn how to make modal overlays inside of this particular chapter, just like we did in the other two frameworks. And then we're almost done. We're going to right click new file. This one's going to be called summary.vue. Paste in that code. That goes down the bottom of our app to summarize the user's information. And then finally, we're going to create a new folder in here. This one's going to be called lowercase layouts. And inside of layouts, we're going to have a new file called layout.vue. And this is going to wrap our whole application. I'm going to paste that in there as well. Now, one thing to note is that components should be capitalized inside of their file names. That is very important. And now that we have created these components, what we can very easily do is render them out. Now, rendering out components inside of Vue is the same as it is in Svelte. It's the same as it is in React. Essentially, all we do is we write it out as if it were an HTML entity. So let's say we have the layout. The layout goes out within the template. We need to import it. So here we can see we have the auto imports. And so that layout component is now imported, and it needs an opening and closing tag because it's going to encapsulate or wrap the rest of our componentry, the remainder of our app. So just like that, we have rendered out our first component. And if we come into it, we'll see that it's just empty. There's no content in there at the moment. The template doesn't actually exist as a tag. So if we right click and inspect the page that's currently running, we can see that there is no template tag showing up. It's just an empty div. So the template doesn't actually work as a div. It's just a container to tell Vue where the HTML code to render is. So we've rendered out one component. Let's keep going. Let's render out some more inside of the layout. So we're going to need a hero component. So that's capital hero. Make sure we import that. And this one can be self-closing because it doesn't contain any contents other than the contents we add directly to that component. Underneath the hero, we need clocks. Make sure we import that up the top. Underneath clocks, we have the calendar. Pretty straightforward. That gets imported. And then finally down the bottom, we have the summary component. Imports aren't coming up for that, so I'm just going to manually write it out. Import summary from components/summary.vue. And just like that, we now have all of our componentry rendered. And so I could come into calendar, for example, and just type some code in there, and we would now expect that to come up. And there's a good reason why that doesn't show up, and that's because of a concept we've encountered in Svelte, we've encountered in React. It's because we've wrapped our application inside of a layout. Now, when we have a component that wraps contents like we do inside of our app, these contents are known as the children to this layout. Now, obviously, if you just had a traditional div, it would render these components and that would be fine. However, when we have a custom component such as this layout, the fact that it has children becomes a property of that tag, and we need to specify inside of the layout component where we want to render these children components. Now, the way that we do this is pretty much the easiest of React and Svelte. All we do is we render out what's known as a slot component. So this slot tag right here, we don't need to create it. It just pretty much says any children to this component where we render it out, well, they all exist, or essentially we can refer to them as the slot within the layout component. So now if I save that inside of the template, our text shows up. And so we can see that the text inside of the calendar is now appearing. So that is pretty much an overview to rendering components. However, it gets a whole lot more complicated, and that's what we're going to dive into next. So since we have most of our components rendered, we obviously haven't rendered the portal and the form yet, but they will come later. Let's start off adding some content inside of the hero section. So it's time for us to dive into our hero component. So if I come into our hero component inside the template, I can type ASD. We make sure our application is running by typing npm run dev down the bottom. Mine's going to open up on localhost 5174. And lo and behold, we have ASD. That's a lot of ASDs. So that is all showing up. Now, just before we jump into our hero component, what I want to do is come into our app, and we're actually going to start off this time defining some of our stateful variables, where a stateful variable is just a traditional variable that tracks a value that needs to be reactive. And what I mean by reactive is that the screen, the UI, the user interface needs to react to changes in the value associated with this variable. So that obviously the screen is an accurate reflection of the state associated with this stateful variable. So if we think about variables, I can say const birth date is equal to, that can be a string, and that could just say 1995-06-15. That can be our birth date. We can say const life expectancy is equal to 80. Const name is equal to string James. And we could say const data is equal to, and we could call the calculate time left function and pass in the birthday and pass in the life expectancy. Now, calculate time left is from our utilities, and that really doesn't want to show up, so we're going to have to manually import it. So just underneath where we import our components, I'm going to import curly braces from ./utils, and we're going to import calculate time left. So we're going to paste that in there. Now, one thing I don't like about Vue is that I am yet to find a good formatter for it. So the code won't look as absolutely stunning and beautiful in this particular chapter because it doesn't have that auto cleanup, auto format syntax working as effectively. However, we'll still do our best. But now we have created 3 variables, well, technically 4, where the last one is dependent on some of the values in the first. So if I go ahead and inspect my page, right click, open up the developer tools, and come into the console, I should now be able to console.log the data inside of our app.vue, and we can see here we have the data. So we've now got some variables. So we're going to leave this as static data for the second, and we'll come back and make it interactive variables later. But we just needed this data set up so that we can use it inside of the hero section. Now, if you recall, the hero section relies on the data and the name and a whole lot of other stuff that we'll add later. So inside of React and Svelte, we looked at this concept of passing data from parent element to child component. And so we pass it down the component tree. So we need to take the data and the name and give it to the hero section. We do this once again via an attribute style property. Now inside of Vue, we can have an attribute. It can be called name, and I can have a value in there called James. And I would be able to go into the hero and destructure out this name. Now for static values, this is sufficient. However, when we're assigning a value that is associated with a variable, we need to be a little bit smarter because it could be dynamic. So whenever we're dealing with dynamic data, we have to have a colon in front of the attribute name. And then we still use a string. We don't use any curly braces, but now I can pass down a variable or some dynamic data or essentially any form of JavaScript, and that will be associated with this dynamic attribute. So I can pass down the name and consequently the value associated with the variable name. I can label it as a prop called name, and then within the component I can tell hero to receive that, and that's what we'll do in a second. So we said we need 2 attribute style props, one is name and one is data, so we have colon data is equal to data. That is relatively straightforward. Now for a different component, we're going to learn a secondary way that we can pass down data that is probably a little bit more efficient, but this is the first principles of how it works, so it's good to be aware of. So now we've defined our data and we've passed it down to the hero component. Let's come into the hero component, which is currently blank as white snow. I don't know, I made that up on the spot. So we currently have an empty template. So what we need to do inside of our hero section, inside of the template, is obviously add a whole lot of content. Now the content that we want returned from the component that gets displayed when we render the component goes inside of the template tags. So as always, we have a section and it has an ID, and we give it the ID equal to hero, and this is going to be the section that will show up inside of our HTML that's going to contain all of the contents for our hero section. Now to start off the section, we have an h3 tag, and this is going to have a class equal to text-large. Now inside of the h3, we're going to say name. I'm going to do all caps because it's a placeholder for a second. Name you have, and then I'm going to have a placeholder for data. And then after that, we're going to have weeks.left full stop, make them count. And then we're going to have that little salute emoji fella. So now we have some content, and we can see that shows up nicely in the corner of our application. Now it looks like for some reason that our styles haven't been applied, and that's actually making complete sense because the padding is applied to the header, main and footer, and we haven't done any of them yet. So we will come back and do that shortly, but that's all good for the second. But if we come back into our hero section, what we need to do now is replace name and data with the props that we pass down. And the way that we do that inside of Vue is a little bit weird. It's arguably the most complicated of the three frameworks, but not by a large margin. Inside of our script with the attribute setup, we say const, and we can destructure out the data. Now there's actually two ways you could do this. You could just say define props, just like that. So we can call something called define props, which is available inside of Vue. Vue knows what it is. That receives an object, or basically we can destructure out an object, and in here we say the name of the props that we want it to expect. So we have a name, and then we have a colon, and the value associated with the key or the prop name is the data type. So it's going to be a string, and string is capitalized. Then we have a comma, and we have a secondary value, and that's going to be data. So we can have data colon, and that's going to be of type object. Now this is one way that you could destructure out the data. So now I have access to the name and the data within the template. So what I can do is I can replace this name placeholder, and the way that we inject JavaScript into our template is not with the singular curly braces like we did inside of Svelte or React, but now we actually have a double curly brace syntax, and it just goes in here. So I could have the value of name. So I could go ahead and save that, and now we can see that the name has been injected in here. And that's all good, that's all well and good. However, what if I were to come up here inside the script and console.log name? What would happen? Well, we can see we got the console, but nothing printed. How bizarre. And the reason nothing happened is because when we receive the props like this, the only place they are accessible is within the template, which is kind of random. So what do we do if we now need access to the name within the script? Well, we assign this define props to something. So I would say const, and we destructure out each of these fields. So I could destructure out the name and the data. And now I will have access to the name and the data within our script. And it will also be accessible within the template. However, it's interesting that if you didn't need to use any logic, you could technically use this simpler syntax. So if we go ahead and save that, now I can see that James does actually print out, and I have access to that value. So now we could do the same for data. We could instead replace the data placeholder with some double curly braces, and we could access data and then the square parentheses to access a key within the data object. Here we have the data object right here, and we want the weeks key. So I'm going to copy the weeks key and paste it in as a string inside of the square braces to look that value up within data. And so now we have the number of weeks showing up, and that is essentially that's how we communicate information from parent to child component. Now, before we carry on with this component, we're going to come into the layout quickly, and we're just going to, add some finessing just before we carry on. Now, this component is actually super straightforward. As much as our layout did a whole lot of the heavy lifting inside of Svelte, not so much inside of React. A lot of that comes down to the way the portal or the modal overlay works, but essentially it's probably going to be the most minimalist inside of Vue. Vue actually has a really clean syntax for getting a modal to show up, and we'll learn about that later. But what I want to do is just quickly finish the layout before we go back to the hero section, and we're going to do that because it's incredibly easy. Inside of the template, we obviously have the slot, which is everything that gets rendered within the layouts, opening and closing tags, so everything in here. Above the layout, or before the layout, we need a header section, and the header tags is going to contain an h1. The h1 is going to have a class equal to text-medium, and text dash gradient with a space in between them, gradient, and that's just going to say unalive, which is the name of the app. And if I go ahead and save that, that now shows up before the content. Obviously, we need a footer to go underneath, so we can have a footer element, and this is going to contain some small text within the opening and closing footer tags that just says created by, and then underneath that we're going to have an anchor tag. It's going to have an href equal to / You would obviously want to include your social media or the link to the GitHub repo. It's going to have a target attribute equal to _blank. Obviously these attributes, these tags work exactly the same as they normally would inside of HTML. And inside of this anchor tag, I didn't mention the target _blank just opens the link inside of a new tab. But inside of this anchor tag, we're going to have an image that's going to have a source attribute and an alt attribute. The alt attribute is going to be profile picture PFP, and that is going to be self-closing. Now the link is just going to be, we're going to head over to LinkedIn, and I'm just going to straight up use my little profile picky right here, copy that image address, right click, copy image address, and paste that in as the source for our image. And directly after the image, still within the anchor tag, we're going to have a paragraph that has an @James MacArthur, because that's my LinkedIn little user thing up there. And then finally, we're going to have an icon as we have in the previous project. So that's an I tag, and that's going to have a class equal to fa-brands space fa-linkedin-in. And that's going to be our icon. Now, once again, you can compare your code to mine at any point by heading over to the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below and coming into the Vue tutorial. But let's just see, if we come back into our app, what that looks like. So here we have the little image showing up. We have the footer working nicely. It sits beneath all of the children elements, beneath the slot component essentially, and it has everything except the LinkedIn. So what we'll do quickly is come over to the Font Awesome CDN. We're using the Font Awesome icon package. This will also be linked in the description down below, and I'm just going to copy this top link tag, and we can paste any meta information inside of the index.html, which is just at the same folder directory level as the source folder. We locate the head opening and closing tags, and we just paste that link within them. And just adding that link unlocks our icon. So there's the little LinkedIn icon, and that is our footer complete. And now all of the content inside of our app is wrapped between the header. It's sandwiched between the header and the footer, which is how applications should be. Now the last thing we have to do inside of our layout to complete it is just make sure that our slot is within or between the opening and closing main tags. So I can go ahead and save that, and that has completed our page layout. And so now we have all of the appropriate paddings and spacings, and our application is just that much more responsive. So now that we've finished our layout, let's get back into our hero section. So for the hero section, we have our first H3. What do we need after that? Well, next up, underneath the H3, still within the section, we have a div that has a class equal to btns buttons-container to contain our 3 buttons. So this is probably familiar to pretty much everyone now if you've been following through with the previous 2 chapters. Inside here we have a button. Now buttons work the same but differently. Essentially, when we want to add an on-click event to a button, it is different inside of Vue as it is different inside of React and Svelte. But we'll learn about that shortly. For the second, this is just going to be a blank button, and in here it's going to say not, and then we're going to have the double curly braces and inject the name, and then we're going to have a question mark at the end, and I can go ahead and save that, and now we have our first button showing up, not James. Click, open the modal, show who you are, or specify who you are. Underneath that, we have a secondary button. That one's going to have a class this time of link-button. That's a fantasy CSS class, and this one is going to say copy link. And then underneath that, we're going to have a final button with a class of link-button, and that one's just going to say reset data. And that's going to be our 3 buttons complete for our little wee application. I'm going to zoom it out a little bit. And now there is only one element left to our hero section, which is the progress bar. So that's going to go beneath the buttons container. We're going to have another div with a class of progress dash bar. And in here, we're going to have a div. Now this div contains another div, and there's a good reason for it. As I've explained before, if you think of a percentage bar, you've got the whole bar. So this element is going to be the whole bar. Now the percentage that's filled is going to be this secondary element. So this is going to be the percentage that's filled. And this element is going to be the text that sits at the start of that filled section. And then we're going to have a secondary set of text just underneath it. So we're going to have an H6 here, and this is going to be a set of text that sits at the far end of the completed section of the bar. So we're going to have an H6 underneath the div, and within the div we're going to have an icon tag that has a class equal to fa-solid, fa-baby. That can be a icon, and underneath that we're going to have an H6 element that has a class of bar-label, and that's going to say birth. And then the secondary H6 is actually going to have a percentage. Now currently percentage doesn't exist, so I'm just going to write it in. So we're going to have the double curly braces, and that's going to say 45, and then after that, outside of the double curly braces, we're going to have the percent sign. So that's kind of what we're looking at just here. We have this div that contains the filled bar, and then within that we have a div that contains this icon and the birth, and we have the content after that. Now, at the far end of this bar, so underneath this div here that represents the filled bar, we need some content sitting at the far end, so we're going to have a final div. This is going to have an H6 that has a class equal to bar-label, and that is going to say death. And then on the far end, we're going to have an icon that has a class equal to fa-solid, fa-skull. And we'll see that pop up down the far end. Now if we quickly have a look at the filled bar, we can see just in here, well actually let's add one more element to make this more visually aesthetic. What we're going to do is add the inline style right now. Now the inline style is essentially going to be some JavaScript. As much as inline styles are illegal, when they're exceptionally dynamic we can use them, and that's what we're dealing with in this case. I need an inline style that tells this filled bar how much of the total bar, what percentage it needs to occupy. Now the way that we add dynamic styles inside of Vue is actually really nice. Essentially what we do is we have a :style attribute. Now we have the colon because it's dynamic, and we say that is equal to, then we have some quotations, and in here we pretty much just have an object that contains all of the styles. So this object is going to have a key called width, and that's going to be associated with a value that is a percentage. So I'm going to, in this case, say, have a template literal string, and that's going to say 65%. So now if I go ahead and save that, we will have applied that style to this bar. And so now we can see that it occupies 65% of the total width. And now what we can do is we can take a good look and just have a look at all the separate divs, have a, pretty much break it down, whereas here's the progress bar. So the first div, the top level div, is this whole bar. We can see that's the blue content. Then within that blue bar, we have some contents that sits on the left-hand side, and we have a percentage that sits on the right-hand side. And that's just this div. This stuff sits on the left-hand side, and this sits on the right-hand side. So that's why we have a div within a div. And then at the very far end, we just have this skull that says death. And just like that, we obviously need to come back and make these actually interactive later. But for the second, we have set up this component so that we can come back and make it super interactive later. So now that we're finished with the hero section, how about we jump into clocks? Now clocks is also relatively straightforward, and it also demonstrates some really cool stuff. So what we're going to do is first come into the app and pass down any necessary data that the clocks is going to need access to. Now what we're going to do is demonstrate the even more effective way to pass down information, and it's called a vbind. Now this is essentially just like a view bind, and what we do is we, inside of our script, inside of the app.view, define an object called total props. And so this is just going to be an object that pretty much contains all the information that we could possibly want to pass down to a component. So in here, I'm going to pass down the birth date. I'm going to have a comma, then I'm going to pass down the life expectancy, then I'll have a comma, then I'm going to have the name, comma, the data. So currently, what we're doing is we're using the object literal syntax to assign the value of the variable to a key that is the variable name. So we're going to get a pretty cool object in here. I could console.log total props to show you what it looks like quickly. Let's come into the console, and just over here we can see we have total props. It's this object right here. We've got the key that matches the variable name, and then we've got the value associated with that key. So I've just created an object that pretty much has all of the props we could possibly want inside of any component. And what I'm going to do, also, isn't it nice that the little titles go away to make the bar responsive? But anyway, what I'm going to do now that I have this object is just pass, instead of specifying them one after another, I'm just going to pass them all down in one go using this total props syntax. And we're going to demonstrate this with clocks, and what we do is we call v-bind as the attribute, and we set it equal to some strings, and the strings contain total props. So that's essentially going to create this kind of syntax for every key value inside of the total props object, except we can just do it in one fell swoop. So now that we've passed down all this data to the clocks component, we can come into clocks, and what we can do is start writing it out. So I can define the props. I can call define props, and if you recall, we invoke that, and from within that we pass in an object, or we pass in an object to define props, and inside here we pretty much destructure out whatever we need. Now this particular component doesn't actually need a lot, it just needs the data, so it's arguably not that efficient to pass down everything when we only need one thing. So we define data inside this object, we have the colon, and then we have the type. So it's of type object. So this basically says, okay, component, destructure out data from everything that was passed down. Now in this case, because we don't need any of the, well, we pretty much don't need to access data within the script, I can just leave it like this, and I don't need to have that destructuring syntax out the front. And what we can do underneath that is define a secondary value called snapshot. So I can say let snapshot equal to, and I can call getTimePercentage, which is just one of our utility functions inside of index.html. Now what we need to do is make sure that we import getTimePercentage. So just up the top, I'm going to import curly braces. I'm going to destructure getTimePercentage out from utils. So that's our little import line for this function right here, and that's just going to get the current, like 60 seconds in a minute, we might be at the 24th second. So out of 360 degrees revolution, what percentage, how far round are we? That's what we're looking at. So I could go ahead and console.log the snapshot just to see what that data looks like. And we get it showing up right here. We can see that of the days, we are 242%. 242 out of 360 degrees through the day. That's approximately right. For the hours, we're 5/6 of the way through the hour. That is also correct. It's 50 minutes. And that's all the information we need to get clocks working. Now for clocks, what we do inside of the template is we have a section, and that has an ID equal to clocks. That's pretty stock standard at this point. Now inside that section, we're going to have a paragraph tag that contains some italics tags, and this is just going to say time remaining in different units, period. Underneath that, we're going to have a div that has a class of clocks-grid. And inside of the clocks grid, we're going to have each of our clocks. Now inside of React and Svelte, we learn how to map over an array. So we pretty much say for every element in this array, return this HTML, this JSX, this Java interactive syntax or content. That means we can write it once, but render it for every time or for every element in the array and show different content depending on, the value in that array at that index or at that instance. Now, I would actually say that Vue almost has the nicest syntax for this. So if we want to map over context inside of Vue, what we do is we create the element. So I'm going to create the element that we want to render a whole lot of times. So I have a div. This div has a class of card space clock card. So it has 2 classes, and we just create that div. Now what we do is we come back over to the opening div, this one right here, the opening tag, and as an attribute to the opening tag, we say v-for, and that is equal to a string. And that basically says, okay, it's a special Vue thing, that's what the v means, and then we say for, and in here we can pretty much say for every element in whatever data, whatever list it is. So we say for circular parentheses so that we can destructure out an index, and I say for clock. That's basically I'm saying, okay, assign for every iteration, assign that unit of data to a variable called clock. So for clock and the index, these are the arguments, and we say in, and then we pass in the array. So in object.keys data. Data is an object, so we want an array of all of the keys. So that's what this creates. So here is our array. This is actually very similar to a Python syntax. And for every entry, every instance in that array, we basically access the clock and the index. So this is going to create that div for every entry inside of that array. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see that I've written this div once and it's been rendered 7 times for every entry inside of our data object. And now what I can very easily do is I can just say, have a div in here. And this first div has a class of circle. That's pretty straightforward. And that contains a div with a class of ticker. And if I go ahead and save that, that will now create our little ticker, which is this vertical element. And now what we need to do is for every clock, we need to get this ticker to revolve a full 360 degrees in the time span specific to that clock. So if it's a year, then this one would take a year to go all the way around. For the second, this will loop around every second. Now we do that by assigning a dynamic class where the class name pretty much matches the clock name. So just here we've given this element a static class. So to add a dynamic class, what we do is we have the colon and we type class, and that is equal to an object. Now what we do inside of this object is we provide the name of the class. So this is going to be square braces, and then we're going to have clock. And that is going to have a value of true associated to it. Now that syntax is a little bit confusing, so I'll just go over it again. Essentially what it's doing is it's saying we have a dynamic class, so we need to throw the little colon in front of the class equals. And then we have our string, which is going to contain the value. And then because it's dynamic, we have an object. And essentially we have the class name, and then we have the condition that basically says, okay, apply this class or don't apply this class. So if I were to make this false, then we wouldn't add this class to any elements. And this is a really nice syntax because we can decide whether or not this dynamic class name is to be applied. In our case, we want it applied for every different clock. We just want it to be dynamic to match the key. If it's minutes, then it's minutes. If it's hour, then it's hour. Hence the square braces and then the clock name. And so we can just go ahead and save that. And now we can see we have applied in every one of these circles. If I inspect, we have a clock card, we have a circle, and that has a ticker. This ticker has the class of month. This one has the class of weeks. And if I were to go ahead and change that to the value of false, then all of that goes away. We can see that leaves, but we want it true because we need it for all of them. But that's a pretty cool syntax, and that's how we add dynamic classes. We have the static class, and then we have any dynamic classes inside of a separate class attribute with a colon in front of it. Now, just to finish this off, there's a couple more things we need to do. Underneath the div, with the class of circle, we have another div. So we're just going to have a div down here. This one is pretty straightforward. We have an h5. In here, we inject the time remaining. So we have some double curly braces, and we just say data, and we pass in the clock name. So if the key is clock, remember these are the keys in the data object. So if this is hours, then we get the value associated with the key hours, so on and so forth. And then underneath that, we have some more curly braces inside of a paragraph tag, and we just pass in the name of the key directly. So this is going to be the value, this is going to be the name, and so we just get 50 years, 602 months. This is the value associated with the key, and this is the key inside of data. And this is super cool because all we had to do was do a v for every element inside of data. So we basically wrote this code once, just here. We wrote this code once, and it's been rendered out 7 times, and we've just dynamically pretty much specified all the information. And that is almost everything we need to do. The last thing we need to do is pre-rotate these elements depending on what the current snapshot is. So if we're, 2/3 of the way through a day, we need to pre-rotate it 2/3 of the way around. So we're going to pre-rotate the circle. And so we're going to add one more dynamic style specifically to the div with the class name of circle. So that's going to be a colon. Then we're going to have the style tag, and that is equal to some strings. Inside the string, or the double quotations, we're going to have an object, and this object is going to have the field rotate because we're applying a rotation. Then we're going to have a colon, and to the rotate key, we are going to assign the value inside of snapshot for the specific clock. So if you recall, snapshot has basically out of 360 degrees, how many degrees do we need to pre-rotate it? We're going to look up that value associated with that key, which is tied to the value clock. And then after that, we're just going to add on a string that has the degree unit, because we want the value and then we want to add that many degrees. And if I go ahead and save that logic, we now have this dynamic style being applied. And so we can see I'm kind of nearly 3/4 of the way through the day. I'm about 1/5 of the way through the month, and we've essentially just pre-rotated these elements. So if I were to click on this circle, you can actually see that this circle entity has been pre-rotated by 68.4 degrees. For the year, we've pre-rotated at 94.32, and these are the values just inside here. So that is pretty cool, and that actually completes our clocks component. It takes a second to wrap your head around the syntax, but when you do, you can really start to appreciate how clean, clear, and concise Vue really is. So now that we're finished with the clocks, how about we take a look at the calendar? Now, if we come into the calendar, currently it's just got our ASD, 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 so let's go ahead and empty that. You probably didn't have that in your code. And now we can refresh the page. The app is still working nicely. Now, what we're going to do is start off by giving the calendar the information it needs. So if we come into our app, we can vbind, v-bind equals to total props. And just like that, every prop within total props is going to be passed down to the calendar, and we can destructure them out as per usual and gain access to that information. Now, I wanted to once again mention why it is that I've defined the variables, which will eventually be stateful variables inside of the app. And that's because it is a common node in our component tree. It's a common node amongst all of the components because it's easiest to pass data down from parent to child. And since these are all sibling elements, you can't really pass information laterally, but I can pass it from parent to all of the children very easily. And I can also lift state back up from an individual component to modify any of the existing values within the parent, which we'll learn how to do shortly. So That's why I've chosen the app, because it is the common shared parent for the children components. And that's why I can define it here and pass it down to all of them. Whereas if I defined it inside of Hero, then I couldn't access it in clocks and so on and so forth. Anyway, vbind is our shorthand. So instead of having to individually pass down props, the attribute style props one at a time, we can just bind this whole object. And then we can come into the calendar and destructure out what we need. So entering the calendar component, what we're going to do is very simply start off by getting access to our props. So we get access to our props by typing define props. We invoke that receives an object, and in here we just tell the component what to expect. So it's going to expect data. That's going to be of type object, comma, and then underneath that we're going to have a life expectancy, and that's going to be of type number. So it's the name of the prop, colon, and then the data type. Now in this case, we actually need access to the life expectancy because we have to define some other JavaScript variables that will be used inside of this component. So what we have to do is we have to destructure out the prop names if we want to be able to access them inside of our script. So we say const curly braces, and we destructure out data and the life expectancy. And that is equal to define props. Now, if you remember, the reason we do that is because just doing it this way, if we got rid of all this content, we would still be able to use data and life expectancy inside of the template. I think the terminology is that they get unwrapped into the template. However, if we want to be able to access them inside the script, then we need to add in the additional destructuring. So now that I have passed down the props and I've let the component need that it needs to receive the props, receive the data from the parent app, now we can go ahead and create our arrays. Now, once again, our calendar has grids of 52 dots where one grid represents 1 year. 52 dots is 1 year, and then we have another grid for each of the years. So 12 columns times by a grid of 52. So that's the display we're going to be creating inside of this component. And so what we need is a couple of arrays because we're going to use the iterative rendering method that we have access to in Vue, which is the v-4. So what we're going to do is start off by defining a years array. So we're going to say const years are, and that's equal to. Now, this is a derived value. Years array is obviously dependent on the life expectancy because the life expectancy defines how many years we should anticipate, how many years we should render. Now, because it's a derived value, we need to make sure it's recalculated every time life expectancy changes. And so we can't just define it as a traditional variable. We need to use something special inside of Vue. Now, the same thing existed inside of Svelte, where we use this derived, this $ derived. So we're going to have a similar thing inside of Vue. It's known as computed. So it's a computed value. So we type computed. Now up the top, what we're going to have to do is import computed. So I'm going to say const curly braces computed, and we import that from the Vue package. So that's from and then we have the string, and then we have Vue inside. And that's not happy because we actually have to do something with computed now. Now up here, we invoke computed. And actually, the reason that's got a syntax error is because that's meant to be import, not const. It's meant to be import, just like that. So import computed from Vue. So when we come down here, we have to invoke computed using the circular parentheses. And that takes a callback function, as it always does. Now, we don't need the curly parentheses just here because we can directly return something from this callback function. And what we return is an array, and we just use the special syntax we've been using to create an array of length n, where n is equal to the life expectancy. So what we do is we spread out, we invoke array, it's a capital array, and inside of array we pass in the life expectancy. This creates an array of length n, and then what we do is we access the dot keys method, and that basically creates keys 0 through n inside of the array. So that's how we create years array. Now we're going to do the exact same thing for weeks array. So we're going to say const weeks r is equal to. Now this one doesn't have to be computed purely because the number of weeks is fixed. It's always going to be 52. So we just have the square parentheses for an array, and we just use the spread operator. We call array, we give it the length, which is going to be 52, and then we access dot keys. That's going to return an array of length 52 that contains the keys 0 through 51. How handy. Nice little syntax. Now we need another variable. This one's going to be to determine the number of weeks that we are up to. So we're going to say const week num is equal to, now this is a computed value because once again it's dependent on both data and the life expectancy. So we are going to say computed. Computed takes an arrow function and we just return, so we don't need any curly braces inside of our arrow function. We can return out of it directly the life expectancy times by 52. Now life expectancy times by 52 gives us the number of weeks we would live in our entire lifespan, which is our life expectancy. Now what we have to do is subtract the number of weeks that we have remaining to calculate our current week out of our lifespan. So we subtract from it data and we access the number of weeks left. Now what I'm going to do is wrap data weeks inside of circular parentheses and just pass that as an integer value in case it happens to be a string, so that the maths properly. And once again, we're just accessing the data object, which tells us how much time we have left in all different units. Then we access the weeks key within that object, and that's going to tell us what week number we're currently up to. Now the last value is going to be const final week, and that is very simply equal to a computed value that takes an arrow function, and once again we don't need the curly braces afterwards, and that's just the life expectancy times by 52. So this is going to be assigned to our final week, and it's going to be recomputed every time one of its dependencies changes, where the dependency in this case is life expectancy. In this case it's data and the life expectancy. So now we have some derived or computed values that we need for our calendar. Now what I'm also going to do in here, just to make life easier, is define a function called getWeeksArray. Now getWeeksArray is going to be a special function because if you recall from our Svelte tutorial, when we defined this calendar and when we mapped it out, we had a bunch of extra logic in here that was to determine how the dots should look. If you remember, a dot is an individual week, and the dots can be of pretty much one of three forms. Now, we have a form for the final week, which is going to be a ominous red dot. We have a style for a spent week, which is going to be a full solid blue dot. And then we have a style for an unspent week, or a week still ahead of us, and that's going to be just an unfilled dot with a border. Now, creating this logic, it's dependent on where we are in this mapping process, which means that we need a way to efficiently create an array that has all of the information we need. So you'll see what that looks like in just a second. But what I'm actually going to do is leave this function blank for now, and I'm going to come into the template, and we're going to render out. We're going to iteratively render some content, and then we're going to see where this function comes in handy. So inside of the template, we're going to have a section that has an ID called calendar. Pretty straightforward. Inside there, we're going to have a paragraph that contains an italics tag, and that's going to say each square of dots represents 52 weeks / 1 year of your life. So we've done that before. That's pretty familiar. Now underneath that paragraph, we're going to have a div that has a class of dozen-grid. And that is going to be our grid with 12 columns, where the columns are going to be filled with a subgrid that contains, you know, a rectangle of, or a square of 52 dots representing 1 year. So in here, what we're going to do is define a div, and that's going to have a class of year-grid. Now, year-grid is going to contain our quadrilateral of 52 dots. Now, we obviously need a year grid for all of the years in our life. So what we do is on top of this, inside the opening tag, as an attribute to the opening tag, we type v-for equals a string. And inside the string, we define, for whatever amount, render this out. So we say for, we have some circular braces where we can expect some arguments. One of the arguments is going to be the year. The second one is going to be the year index. And we say for every instance in years array. So for every instance, every index inside of years array, map out this div. Now what we do is we sneakily are also going to add a key to it. We're going to go :key equals to the year index. So this year index is just going to be passed in as a unique key to help Vue keep track of all of these divs that it's iteratively rendering, because you have to remember that we write this code once, but it's going to be rendered for every year in years array. So it's going to be rendered out a whole lot of times, even though we have to write it once. We only write it once. Now, one thing I want to come back and do quickly is come into our clock, and I just recall that in this one, we took the index when we have our clock card, and we did the same thing. We iteratively rendered out a whole bunch of them, and we just have to have the : key equal to the index inside of a string. So we're going to add this little attribute on just here to help Vue keep track of all the independent, unique instances it has rendered out. So that's good to do. Anyway, we have the colon in front of the attribute because it's obviously a dynamic value. So now if we come back to our app, we would expect to have a whole lot of stuff. And here we can see it showing up, and we have the dozens grid, and we can see all of the elements rendered out in our 12-column grid. Now, obviously, in here, we now have to render out the square of 52 dots. So what we do is we define another div that has a class of dot very simply. And in here, we have, for this one, I'm actually going to enter it down onto a new line because that looks kind of neat. So let's pretty much just put all of the attributes down onto new lines. So here we have the class equal to dot. I'm going to tab that in. Underneath this, what we're going to do is we're going to type v-for, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say for circular braces for week, and also the week index, get that unique key. Still inside the string, but outside of the circular braces for week in weeks array. And just doing that is going to give us all of our dots, where every rectangle of dots contains 52 dots. That's literally it. v-for, and then we basically pass in our iteration. For every week inside of weeks array, render this div. Now what we're going to do is just give it that dynamic key. So we're going to say : key equals to the week index. This needs to be a unique value, which is why we take the index, because the index in an array only occurs once. And now the last thing we need to do is assign our dynamic style. So we're going to say : class equals to, and in here we're going to pass in a dynamic class. Now we've already seen this done before. We saw it inside of clocks. We had this dynamic class. However, we're going to do something a little bit different in this case, but the point is we have the traditional class attribute for static classes. When we have more dynamic classes, we use the : class, and Vue just throws them together once it's figured out the logic. So inside of the calendar, currently this is unhappy. Now, you might notice in here there is no opportunity for us to write the logic to figure out what class it is we need to apply, depending on where the dot is in this, because there's going to be some dots up here that we've already spent. There's going to be a dot down the very bottom that is our final dot, And then there's going to be a whole lot of dots in between that should just be blank and have no style. So we need to figure out all of this logic where we are in relation to this grid. Now, the way that we do that inside of Vue is a little bit sneaky. What we're going to do is we're going to shove all this information inside the entity called week. However, week currently is just a snapshot, or it's basically the value at a particular index or at a singular instance inside of the weeks array. And we learned earlier that weeks array is just an array of length 52 that contains the values 0 through 51. So what we're going to do is we're going to take weeks array, we're going to throw it inside of this special function, and it's going to take the value at an index and package it with a whole lot of other information and then leave that in the place. And then what we can do down here is we can access the information within week because it's now been packaged with all this extra stuff, and we can get out of that this style. So what we're going to do is create a function that takes in the weeks array. So I'm going to give it an argument called weeks array, just like that, with slightly weird spelling. And I'm going to do the same for the year index. It needs 2 arguments, and these 2 arguments help us figure out where in the context of this grid a particular dot is. So it takes our weeks array, which is pretty much what we have up here, and the year index at a particular point. And what we do inside of the function is we return, and we're going to map over the weeks array. So we're going to say weeks array.map. Now .map takes a callback function, and in here essentially it iterates over every value in the array, and whatever we return from this function, basically it essentially creates a new array, except whatever gets returned takes the place of what was originally there. So we can add a whole lot of information, return that, and that's going to be the new value at a particular index. Now this callback function receives a val and a val index as arguments. So the value is just the value at a particular index, and the val index is obviously whatever index that might be. And one at a time it iterates over the array. Now inside of this function we're going to have some logic, and then we're going to return the value to be packaged inside of this array at the end of the logic. So we're going to say const current week is equal to, and what this is going to do is it's going to calculate, let's say we're iterating over every single week. For every iteration, let's say we're at the 23rd iteration, it's going to calculate what week we are currently up to. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the year index, which is the argument, times it by 52, because we've had 52 weeks for every year that's passed. And we're going to add on the val index, which is the current week that we are up to within the current year. So let's say we live for 5,000 weeks. This is going to calculate if we're at potentially the 1,090th week. Underneath that, what we're going to do is define a variable called const.style, and that's going to be equal to, and we're going to basically use the ternary operator and a whole lot of conditional logic to figure out what .style to apply depending on what the value of current week is. So we're going to say, is the current week equal to, we're going to use the equality operator, and we're going to check if it's equal to the final week dot value -1. Now, you might be wondering, where does this dot value come from? And this is something we're going to encounter very shortly when we look at stateful and reactive variable values inside of Vue. Whenever we use this computed stuff, whenever we use a ref, essentially a ref contains the information inside of a dot value key. So suddenly we can't just access the variable because that's going to return the reference. We actually want the value associated with that reference. That's just another complicated way of calling it state. So we want the value associated with this reactive variable. So suddenly we have to start accessing the dot value key. So we're going to check if the current week is the final week. That's going to be our first check. So we're going to have the question mark. If it's true, we're going to return a string that contains an empty space in front. That's so that when we concatenate strings, we can guarantee there is always a space between classes, and then that's going to contain the text death. So if the current week is equal to the final week, this is our death week, and we should show the red dot. If it's not, so then we have a colon to check the otherwise case, and we are going to put that on a new line. Likewise, I'm going to put the question mark on a new line. So in the otherwise case, then what we're going to do is check if the current week is less than the week num dot value. Once again, week num is a stateful Vue variable. It's a reactive variable. It's technically a reference. We'll see how the reference ties into all of this very shortly. And so what we now have to do is, instead of accessing the reference, we have to access the value associated with the reference. So we utilize the dot value key. So the week number is the current week. The current week is however far through our iteration we are. So if in our iteration we're still less than the actual week in our life, then what we want to do is make it a solid week, because that's technically in our past. So we have a question mark, the question mark goes on a new line, and we return a string that has a space solid. Then on a new line, we have the colon for the otherwise case, and then we check if the current week is equal to. So we have the equality operator, so that's the double equals, and we check if it's equal to week num.value. So if it's equal to the current week, question mark on a new line, then we have the pulse. So the current week is going to pulse to show us exactly where we are. Then we're going to have the otherwise case on a new line, and we're just going to return an empty string. So this logic is going to pretty much figure out what the style to be assigned with the dot value is, which is pretty cool. So now that we have the dot style, we can go ahead and pretty much return our new packaged object to take the place of what used to just be an index in our weeks array. So what we're going to do is we're going to return an object. Now object is going to have a key called week, and we're going to assign the value, and that's just going to be the traditional, what used to just be the index inside of weeks array. Then we're going to have a comma. We're going to have a key value called current week. That's just going to give us access to whatever current week in the context of our whole dot grid we are up to for this particular dot. And then we're also going to include the dot style inside of this final packaged object. And now that we have this function, what we can do is come down to where we specify which array to look at. And instead of looking at this array, what we can do is wrap this array inside of circular parentheses and invoke this function on it and pass it in as an argument. And we can also comma separate it, pass in a second argument called which is the year index. Because if you recall, our function requires the year index to pretty much figure out what the current week is. So now what this is going to do is it's going to call this function, and that's going to return a new array. It's going to take the original array, map over it, add some extra information to every element in that array. And now week is going to, instead of just being val, it's now going to be this entire object. So that means what we can do is for this class, we can access, or we can assign to it week dot, and we can access the dot style key, which is within that dictionary or within that object. Dot style is going to assign one of these three classes. And now this class is going to be amalgamated or added to this class equals dot. So now I can go ahead and save that. That fixes all of our problems. And now if I refresh the page, we have this grid of dots. The last one is the red. We have all of these solid dots up here. That's because we've already spent this time. These dots, the current week. So let's say it's this one. It calculates the current week. It finds out it's less than the week number, which is our actual week. And so it fills it with solid. For this one, it finds the current week is equal to the week number. So it's blinking. And this one, the current week, or the would-be current week is equal to the final week, so it's red. And that is literally all the logic we need for our beautiful grid of dots. How symbolic. Now, This can feel a little bit complicated, especially when you're doing these complex mapping operations, or V4 in the Vue terminology. However, at the same time, we can appreciate how little code it really took to give us quite a dynamic interactive display. And with that complete, we can now move on to the summary, and then we're nearly ready to wrap up the app. We just have the summary, the form, and then making all of the values interactive, all of the stateful variables interactive, because currently they are hard coded. Even though we've set up these computed values to recompute when these stateful or soon to be stateful values change these, but currently they are actually just static variables, so we'll come back and adjust that shortly. So I reckon our plan of action now is to first make all of our static variables stateful reactive variables. So we'll do that first, and then we're going to obviously make the form functional, since we have these interactive variables that we can update, and then have our whole app recomputed based on the new information and also at the time of a user interaction. So what we're going to do is head over to our app.vue, because this is where we have defined our data. Now up the top of our app, the first thing we're going to do is actually just to import curly braces ref from Vue. Now ref is equivalent to use state inside of React. Essentially, we create a reference to which Vue can listen for changes. When the reference changes, it knows it needs to update the user interface, re-render it, so that the user interface reflects any changes in the data or the state based on a user interaction. And so what we do now is we very simply take these default static values, wrap them inside of circular parentheses. So let's take the birthday, and we throw the reference out the front. And just making this small adjustment is now going to initialize this as a stateful variable, or a reactive variable. Technically, it's a reactive reference inside of Vue, although we can just think of it as a traditional variable that Vue is listening to. Now, this is going to have, consequences in our application. We talked about it earlier, where essentially a reference has a dot value, and whatever value is tied to the state is actually associated with the dot value key, because the reference is a reference to the entity. It's not necessarily the value. So we have to access the dot value within that entity. And that's different from the other two frameworks that we've encountered, although it's actually very equivalent to how references work inside of React as opposed to use state. So we're going to do it with the life expectancy. We're going to throw ref out the front. We're going to do it with name, wrap that in circular parentheses, throw ref out the front. And we're also going to do it with data. So we're going to wrap that in circular parentheses and throw the ref out the front. Now, if I go ahead and save this, our app is not happy. And if we come look at the console, we get a whole lot of issues. Now, to resolve these errors, we're going to do a couple of things. First and foremost is we're going to start off with some default data. So I'm going to say const default BD is equal to, and just steal the value in here, that string. And then what I'm going to do is pass the default BD into the reference to define the birth date stateful reference or variable. I'm going to do the same with the life expectancy. So I'm going to say default LE is equal to 80. And then what I'm going to do is inject this as the default value for this reference. So that's going to be the default LE. And the first thing that allows me to do is just also update data's initialization by passing in these default values instead of using our reactive values. And that's just going to cut down on the amount of interweaving. We're not going to depend on references unnecessarily. So just making those adjustments, we are step one through the many steps that we need to make our app utilize these references or these stateful variables instead of the static variables. So if we come look at our error, the next place we have to look is inside of clocks. So let's come into clocks now that we have figured out our app. We can come into clocks, and the problem inside of clocks is at line 22. So right here, so here we access data. Now we destructured out data. That's cool. That's happy days. That's all good. However, what we need to do is make sure that we're accessing the dot value, because remember, data is now a reference and the actual state tied to that reference is saved within the dot value key. So we can't just look at the reference. We have to actually look at the value within the reference. And I can prove that to you because up here, well, actually I can't do it up here. I would need to come somewhere else. So let's come back into our app real quick. If I were to just console.log data, which I'm actually doing, we can see that it's this reference up here. So that doesn't really tell us anything. However, we can see that the reference contains this value and the value actually has this info. So that is super important. So whenever we're utilizing these references, we have to access the dot value. I'm going to say this 1,000 times because that is, a hugely critical distinction from the previous two frameworks. And that is the same when we're modifying the references. We have to modify the dot value, not the actual reference. And once again, a reference is just like a reactive variable. It's just a different label for it. It's nothing more complicated than that. So now we have our clocks almost working. However, if we come down, we can see it's actually not working. And that's because what is currently happening is we're rendering out a clock for every key inside of the reference, whereas what we want is to render out a clock for every key within data.value. So just here on line 15, where we have the card and the clock card, we iteratively render it. We need to also pass in data.value instead of just data. So if we go ahead and save that, now we have our clocks back in working order. So at least that's one step. Now if we come down, it looks like our calendar is cooked too. So we're going to come into the calendar. We can see that we've got some problems inside of the calendar, and that's because we're looking at data and life expectancy. So now whenever we have both of these things, we need to access the dot value. Super important. Life expectancy dot value, data dot value, life expectancy dot value. We also need data pass integers, data dot value. We need the same down here, dot value. We need all of the dot values. So now if we do that, we get our calendar back. How handy is that? Just the way that we want it. Now, one thing that's happening in here is that we told inside of our calendar for life expectancy to come through as a number, whereas now it's actually coming through as an object. So we need to change that data type to object. And that's because we then access the number within that. So if I go ahead and save that now, that gets rid of all the warnings that we have. So that's a kind of unintended side effect. But the moral of that story is that when we swapped out our traditional variables, our static variables for stateful references, we now have to make sure that when we receive them, when we receive the props, that they are of type object, and that we access the dot value key to actually get the value associated with that stateful variable. So that's all we need to do to modify our app to use these new values. Now that we have done that, we can start working on our form. However, just before we create our form, what I'm going to do is create two functions. The first one is going to be for toggling our modal, because obviously we need to be able to open up a modal, and the modal is conditionally rendered. So we're going to learn how to do that inside of Vue, which is going to be super cool. However, to manage an interactive modal, we actually need another state. So what we're going to do just underneath all of these is define one more. We're going to have const show modal equal to, it's going to be a ref with a default value of false. So that's our last stateful variable. So that's going to allow us to conditionally render a modal. What we're going to do underneath that is define a function called handle toggle modal. And this is going to just basically manage the logic for toggling the modal. So what we're going to do is access show modal. We're going to access the value key, and we are going to assign to it the invert of whatever show modal.value currently is. So it's going to get the current value, invert it with the exclamation not operator, and then we're going to assign that new value to the value associated with that reference. So that's going to be a function that's going to handle the opening and closing of our modal or our portal overlay that's going to eventually contain our form. Now the other thing I'm going to do quickly is just define a function that's going to handle the updating of the data when we go to submit our form. So we're going to have a function called handle update data, as we have in the previous 2 chapters, and that's going to receive 3 arguments. I'm going to call them N for name, B for birthday, and E for life expectancy. Now up the top of this function, I'm going to say if not N or not B or not E, return. So that's our little guard clause, and that's going to exit out of this function on the condition, or in the case where we don't have a name, a birthday, or a life expectancy, because essentially the user hasn't completed the form. Now just under here, eventually what we're going to do is save new data to local storage browser database. That's going to be a cool step. We'll come back and fill that out later. However, if we've got past all of this, that means we can update the state. So what we're going to do is say name.value is equal to N. We're going to say birthdate.value is equal to B. We're going to say life expectancy.value is equal to, we're going to pass the integer value and pass in E. We're going to say show modal.value is equal to false. And we're also going to say data is equal to, we're going to calculate the time left, and we're going to pass in the new birth date, and we're going to pass the integer once more and pass in the new life expectancy as arguments. And we also need to assign that to data.value. So these lines right here are going to access the values of all of our stateful variables and assign the new values to them, which are passed as arguments to this function, and that will all happen within the form. But we define the function here so that we can modify these references because they're literally sitting just above. So this function, even when we pass it down to a different component, knows where all of this information is to come and modify it. But that's pretty easy in terms of, overriding and setting new data. So now that we have this function, how about we create our form? Now the form is going to exist within the portal, which we currently haven't rendered. So what we're going to do is come into the portal and start off adding some content in here. Now the portal is going to need, inside of this script with the setup attribute, it's going to need some props. So I'm going to say define props, invoke it, pass in the object, and inside of the object we can have some stuff. One is going to be show modal, which is going to be a Boolean value. And then we're going to comma and have another value called handle close modal, and that's going to be a function. And remember, the Boolean and function are both capitalized. So we have show modal, we tell it to expect show modal, then we have the colon and we have the data type, and then we do the same for handle close modal, because the portal can expect a function, an attribute style prop called handle close modal. Now I'm actually not going to destructure them out in this case because I don't need any logic inside of here further than what we already have. And if we just leave it like this, these values are unwrapped, and that makes them accessible in the template without actually destructuring them. Now this template, this modal needs to be rendered pretty much not where it's actually rendered. So I'm rendering it, or eventually I'm going to render it right in here, but essentially what I want to do is take it out of the context of the page and just render it somewhere totally different. And so there is a magic Vue mean and method for doing that is going to essentially render our modal outside of this div with the ID of app. Now this is inside of the index.html, so what we're going to do is head over to the index.html, and we're going to create a secondary div with an ID of portal. And this is where we want to render out our modal content, our form that is going to overlay our screen. It's essentially a second app that we slap on top of our application so that the regular app is hidden in the background and the form overlays everything. So now that we've added the second div, I can go ahead and save this file and close it and come back into our portal. And what we do is we access the teleport. Now I love this. This sounds so cool. we say capital teleport. This is a Vue specific thing. And we essentially teleport this content wherever we want it to go. So as an attribute to the opening teleport tag, I say to equals, and we pass in pound portal. So look up, we tell the teleport to look for an element with the ID of portal using the hash key. And that's where this content is going to go. So now if I save that, nothing actually happens. However, if we look at the elements, we should be able to see inside of the body, we have a div with an ID of app, and we have a div with an ID of portal. So eventually this is where our content is going to go. Now inside of teleport, what we're going to do is pretty much define our modal. So we're going to have a div that's going to have a class of portal-container. And this is going to contain, this div is going to contain pretty much all of the content that is necessary for our portal overlay, our modal overlay. And that has two children divs. So we're going to create two divs as its children. Now the second div is going to have a class of portal-content. And this div is going to contain the content that is going to be enclosed within our portal. Now when we defined this portal, which we haven't done yet, essentially what it's going to look like is we are going to pretty much inside of the layout, if we come into the app.vue, we're going to render out portal, ensuring that we import the portal. So somewhere portal is imported, we can see the import line right there. We're going to render out the portal with its opening and closing tags, and within that, the portal is going to contain the form element. Now the form is self-closing because it doesn't need any children content aside what is defined within it. We also need to make sure that we import the form from ./component/form.view. So the portal is going to expect a child element, which is the form. So inside of the portal, the way that we can tell it to expect this child element, which is essentially a property of the portal, it's got a child element called the form, is we just say render out a self-closing slot component. So the slot just says anything that was wrapped within the opening and closing portal tags, this is where I want you to render it. So we want to render it out within the div with the class of portal content. So if I go ahead and save that, technically our portal should contain our form. So our form is going to go in here, and we can see that our div with the ID of portal has our portal container. It has this blank div that we haven't filled out yet. It has a div with a class of portal content, and it doesn't have anything in there. But we can test that this is working, because if I come into the form and type a whole lot of stuff, that actually shows up in the middle of our screen. So we can see that our form is actually showing up within this portal. We can see that content right there, and that is overlaying our application. We can see it just sits smack bang in the middle. Now what we're missing is obviously the actual form, the legitimate content for the form, but we're also missing the backdrop that's going to blur out the background to create focus on our form. And that is going to be inside of portal.view, and that's this div right here. Now this blank div doesn't have any content, but it does have a class, and the class is going to be portal-container. Sorry, no it's not. Underlay, what am I talking about? Portal underlay. Now this div is going to need to be clickable, because when we click it, it needs to close out of our portal. So we're going to turn this div into a button, a little bit illegally by adding some special attributes, but we can see adding that underlay just means that our form, or what will be our form, stands out 1,000 times more. Now to turn this div into a button, we have to give it a role, which is equal to a string that contains the key button. We also need to give it a tab index, tab index equal to 0. That's just some button important things. In addition to this stuff, we're going to give it some extra cool button functionalities. So obviously one is going to be a click attribute. Now adding an on-click event to anything inside of Vue is different from Svelte and React, as you might expect. And essentially what we do is we type @click equal to, and we say what should happen on the click. And so in here, we're going to assign handle close modal. So this just says at the click event, run handle close modal. So this is going to say essentially when we click on the backdrop, close out of the modal, which currently isn't working because we haven't actually passed it access or given it access to this function. We haven't given the portal access to handle close modal yet. However, when we do, on the click, it's going to close this modal. So now what we need to do is pass down this information. We've told this component to receive it. We need to now pass it down. So if we come into our app for our portal, we can say handle close modal is equal to, and we're just going to assign handle toggle modal. Now we have the colon because it's not going to be a static value, it's dynamic, it's some JavaScript. It's assigning this function to this particular prop or this attribute label. So that's going to be for handling the close modal, but we also need to pass down a secondary value. So we're going to have colon, and it's going to be called show modal, and that's going to be equal to our stateful variable or the reference, which is show modal. Now, if we pass down these two things, what we can expect to happen is when I click the backdrop for our modal to close. The problem is we haven't actually tied our portal or basically said that it needs to be conditionally rendered. So the way that we conditionally render an element so that its rendering is dependent on the Boolean value associated with a variable, what a mouthful that was, is we say v-if. And we add v-if to the opening tag of whatever content it is that we want to be conditionally rendered. And we just say show modal. And this just says if show modal, render this teleport, otherwise don't. Pretty straightforward. So now if I save that and refresh the page, we can see that because the value associated with the show modal stateful reference or variable is false, we don't have any portal. However, if I come into our app and change it so that the default value is now true, what happens, our portal is overlaid, and if I click the backdrop, that's going to toggle that to false and close our modal. So you can see how cool the teleport is. It's teleporting that content even though we've rendered it out inside of the layout, which should technically place it inside of our layout component right in here in this slot inside of the main. Because it's actually in a teleport, it's like, nah, I'm going to teleport to wherever you say, which was to the div with the ID of portal. So that's super nifty. And the second thing we saw is how to make it conditionally render by pretty much giving this teleport, which contains all of the content. We say v-if. So that's just essentially conditionally render yourself dependent on whether or not the condition is true or false. Now what we can do is if I refresh the page, we've proven that clicking the backdrop executed this click event. What about hitting escape? Well, that worked too. And the other cool thing is that we've proven clicking this backdrop now executes this click event, which is perfect. So now we have our portal working. Let's come back into our app and just give it a default value of true for showing, false for showing that modal because we don't want it to always show up. What we now need to do is pass in handle toggle modal to our hero section because we need our hero section to be able to show the modal when we click this Not James button. Now the way that we do that is we very simply pass down, we say handle toggle modal is equal to handle toggle modal inside of the string. And now that we have added that attribute style prop to the hero component, we can come into the hero component, tell it that it needs to receive it by entering a new value inside of the defined props object called handle toggle modal, saying that it's of type function. and then just destructuring it out of the props essentially. And now what we can do is tie that to this button. We can say @click equal to handle toggle modal. Now, if we can see this button, that means the value is false because the modal is not showing. So that means toggling it is going to show the modal. So just adding that click event to the opening tag of the button that contains the text not name, we should be able to click that button now and it's going to show the modal. And then I should be able to click the backdrop and that's going to exit the modal. And so just like that, we have proven, this is actually our first example proving that these references actually work. The references and the values associated with these references, which are just stateful variables, re-render the user interface based on a user interaction. So I click this button or I click the backdrop, that's changing the values and it's consequently re-rendering our screen to reflect those changes. So now that our modal, our portal is working, let's go ahead and fill out our form so that we can update all of the user information. So for our form, now that we have a modal that can open, let's go ahead and fill it out. Now, so we're going to head over to the form component. I'm going to get rid of the ASD text, and in here we are going to start off with a section in the template that has an ID equal to form. Now in the section we're going to have a div to begin. We're going to have a bunch of divs to be fair. And the first div is going to have an h4 that has a text gradient, or sorry, a class equal to text-gradient equal to your details. So this little section that we're creating right here, this little div is going to contain the little title, and it's also going to have a close button. So adjacent to this h4 underneath, we're going to have a button, and this button is going to have a class that is link-button, and the button itself is going to contain an icon that has a class equal to fa-solid fa-x mark. So if we go ahead and save that, now we can see we have this header section to our form in addition to a little close button over the side. Now this button needs an on-click. So what we're going to do is assign or create this @click to the opening tag equal to, and eventually we're going to pass our function in here. We have to give form access to the handle close modal function, which we haven't done yet. We'll eventually pass that down as a prop style attribute, or an attribute styled prop. But first let's keep going with our form. So we have our first div, which is that little intro section. Underneath that, we're going to start making some form elements, and that's going to begin with a div. Inside the div, we're going to have a label. The label is going to have a for attribute, and it's going to be for the input with the ID of name. And inside the label, we're just going to have the text name. And underneath that, we're going to have an input, and this is going to be of type text and ID equal to name. So the ID name matches the label with the for attribute. And this is going to be a required field, and that's a self-closing input. So now we have a div with a label that is tied to an input, and that is our name. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now what we're going to do before we carry on is, while we just have one input, we're going to learn how we can tie a state or reactive variable value to an input. It's actually relatively straightforward. So what we're going to need is some stateful variables. Essentially, because we want the screen to re-render, we can't use a traditional variable, we need a stateful variable so that Vue listens for these changes. So what we're going to do is start off with the first one. It's going to be called const name, and that's going to be equal to a ref. We're going to invoke ref and pass in a string as a default value. Now atop the name stateful variable, or the name reference, we're going to need to import ref from Vue, and all of this is within our script. So we're going to import curly braces ref from string Vue, from the Vue package. So now we have access to the name. We're going to need a few others. We may as well make them while we're up here. So underneath name, we're going to define one called const day is equal to, and that's going to be a ref. We're going to invoke that, and that's going to have a default value of 1, and that's going to be the day number. because part of this form is going to be to enter the birth date. So we're going to need a day field, a month field, a year field, and then finally a life expectancy field. Now underneath the day, we're going to say const month is equal to ref, invoke it, pass in a default value of 1. And we're going to say const year is equal to ref, and we're going to pass in a default value for the year that's going to be the current year. So above day, what I'm going to do is define that as a variable value just to keep our code clean. We're going to define a variable called current year, and this is going to be a traditional variable, not a stateful variable, and that's going to be equal to new date. We're going to instantiate a new date object, and we're going to access the .get full year method or parameter and invoke that, and that's going to return 2025 if you're watching this in 2025. And then we can pass down the current year as the default value for our year ref. So those are the next three stateful values, and then the last one is going to be const life expectancy is equal to ref, and that's going to have a default value of 80, which is statistically speaking probably higher than the global average by quite a few years. Now, while we're up here, before we carry on with our form, I'm actually just going to be super lazy and paste in a couple of values because we've done this code in all three projects so far. So what I'm just going to paste in is these options, and we need these options to create the options within the select form. So we have a days, a months, and a years. So we have stateful variables, day, month, year, and then we have days, months, years to create the options inside of our drop-down selects. So just to run over this logic quickly, this is we've seen how to create an array of length in and populate it in previous parts of this course. We're learning a secondary method. So just here we're saying array from, pretty much make an array of length 31 and make sure that the values increment from 1 through 31. That's all that's saying. Then we have const months. That's just an array of all the months. And then finally we have an array, another array, const years, and that's just all of the years from 2025 back 100 years. And essentially what that does is it takes the current year and it accesses the current index in the array and subtracts that from the current year. So if it's the second index in the array, we subtract 2 from the current year. So what's going to be in years, the second entry in years is going to be 2023, 2 less than 2025, all the way down to 1925. Now, once again, you can copy this code either from the previous two projects because the JavaScript is exactly the same, or you can copy it from the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. You once again just want to come into the Vue tutorial, into the source directory, and then components and form, and you can copy these lines across directly. So now that we have all of this logic, we're technically not quite finished with the logic. There's one more thing we'll have to do shortly, but now we can finish rendering out all of our form. So we've got the name input. What we're going to do with the name input is tie its value to one of our references. I'm just going to call them references now because I feel like I've hammered home the idea that a ref in Vue is just a stateful variable. So for example, let's start off with name. Now, Vue has a really nice syntax for tying the value of an input to a reference. And if we were thinking of React, there's typically two things you would have to do. You'd have to say, okay, the value of this input should match this variable, and then we have an onChange handler. So every time the input changes, we have to modify the value of the state. So for most, and that's actually the same for Svelte as well. So you have two things you have to do for an input to get them to work. In Svelte and React, Vue just has one. Very simple. We literally come to the input or the select and we just say v-model equals day. Sorry, that should be name, not day. And that is literally all we need. View model v-model equals name is going to tie the value of this input to name.value. So incredibly easy. Now there is the old school way of doing it. You could actually have a value and an onChange inside of Vue. That is totally feasible. Let's actually look it up. And the reason you might want to do this is because, let's say you wanted to do something in addition, every time a user clicks a key or changes the input. Let's say you wanted to do some extra stuff, then maybe you would have to do it the traditional way, event handling. So here is the traditional way of how you would do it. You would have the value attribute. It has the colon out the front because we're going to have a dynamic value assigned to it, or some JavaScript assigned to the value. And then you would have the @ input. So this would allow you to basically run some more complex logic whenever the input of an input changes. So that's just one example of how you could do it, but in this case we just want to tie the value of an input to a variable, so we can just use vmodel instead. But this is the shorthand syntax. You could do it the old school way if you needed more complex or intricate, sophisticated event handling, which we don't. So now that we have the name done, let's create the next one. So this is going to be a div. Now this div is going to have 3 inputs in it. So we're going to create a div inside of this div that's going to have the text birthday. And then underneath that div, we're going to have another div. And this one's going to have the class of birthday, but that's actually spelled B-day. So just like that. Now inside here, we've got the header for this section. So now we need to have our 3 inputs. So we're going to have a select. It's going to be a drop-down select. So we're going to create a select like that. And then in here, we're going to define an option, except this option is going to be a little bit special because we're going to basically iteratively render this option for every day in days. So we're going to say v-4 equals d in days, just like that. Now, because we're iteratively rendering it, we need to give each one of them a unique key. So we say :key equals to d. D is obviously going to be unique because, we only have that day, or the index of that day, occurring once inside of the array. And because it's an option, we also need to give it a : value field, and that's going to be equal to d as well. So the value of this option is going to match the day inside of the days array. And we'll see what that looks like once we've finished with this option. Now, once again, we have the colon in front of the attribute for value and key because we're assigning a dynamic value to it, or a variable, or a value associated with a variable. So now I'm going to create the opening and closing tag, and inside here I'm going to have double curly braces, and this is going to be the text to show, and that's just going to be equal to d for the day. So if I go ahead and save that and come back over to our app, we now have birthday, and it contains, if I click that drop down, all of the days in the month from 1 through to 31. And if I change it, that will change the value associated with the day ref. Likewise, if I change the value of name, that will change the value associated with the name ref. So when we go and submit these forms, we can just get access to those values and update our data. So that's birthday. It's pretty straightforward. I'm actually just going to copy and paste that select field directly underneath. And this one is going to be v4. And in this case, we're going to remove the d and have circular braces because we want the month and also the index of the value in the array. And that's going to be in the months array. Now the key can still, actually the key is going to be a unique index in this case. Here we're just taking the month and the index instead of just the value. So we've got the value and the index, which is why we have this circular parentheses to basically get access to 2 inputs or 2 fields. And inside here, now that we've updated the key, the value, the reason we're doing it this way is because the value is going to be equal to the index plus 1. Now the month is a bit of a funny one because when I save the value, I actually don't want to save the month in its text form. I want to save the value, or sorry, the numeric month. So for example, if I were to click on July, I want July to show up as text, but when I click on it, I want the value saved to be 7 because it's the 7th month. So that's why we get access to the index, because M is going to say July, but its index would be 6. So we just add 1 on because it's a 0th indexing system, and that's going to save the value as 7. And then obviously in here, we just show M, which is going to be the text form of the month. So now that we've added this, or basically we've updated the v4, the key has been changed and the value has been modified as well. In addition to the text that's displaying, I should have a second field, and we can see here, we have all these drop downs. And if I were to actually look at them, let's say we look inside the select, we have a whole lot of options, but we can see the value is the numeric, determinant for that month, and the text is the text form of that month. So that's handy dandy. Now we're going to go ahead and copy the v4, the day v4 option once more. Well, actually, we'll copy that whole select field and just paste it underneath the month one. And this one's going to be v4, and that's going to be y in years. Pretty straightforward. The key is just going to be y, and the value is going to be y. And also the text inside is going to be y, because we're happy just to have the numeric values all the way down to 1926 from 2025. So that's pretty cool. So I could change that to 2020. And that is that whole birthday div. So we're going to come down beneath this div right here, and we're now going to have the next one, which is going to be another div, and that's going to contain a label that has the key 4 equal to life expectancy, and that's going to, that has the value life expectancy, and that's going to say life expectancy, circular parentheses, years, because that's the unit. And then underneath that label, we can create the associated input. So we're going to say input, that's going to have an ID equal to life expectancy to match the 4. It's going to have a type equal to number inside of strings. It's going to have a max equal to 120. It's going to be a required field. So these are all important attributes. And then that can have a v-model equal to life expectancy. So if you recall, that literally just ties the value of this input to that ref. Now, one thing that I've totally forgotten to do is that we need to do the v-model for all of the selects as well. Obviously, we've created the values for the options, but now the select needs to recognize that change and associate the value of that select with a ref. So inside of the select for the day ones, we're just going to say v-model equals day. And suddenly, whatever option we click is immediately going to be tied to that ref day. For the second select, we're going to go to the opening tag and add an attribute that's v-model. And that's just going to be equal to month. And then we just do the same thing for this last select. We say v-model equal to year. And lo and behold, we're pretty much finished with our form. The last thing we have beneath this bottom div, still inside of the section, is a button that has an @click event equal to, and then we have the text save inside of the button. Currently, we just have an empty string associated with the click event because we haven't actually got access to these functions yet. But just like that, we have our form that I can click the backdrop to close out of. I can click Not James, and that's going to open it up. And now what we need to do is just pass in the functions. So we can come into our app. We already have one function here, handle update data. That is very important. And we also have handle toggle modal. So we can pass them both down to our form. So what we're going to do is come to our form where we're rendering out inside of the portal, and we're just going to have handle close modal equal to handle toggle modal. Because if you recall, if the form is showing, then the value of show modal must be true. So toggling it will only ever close it. And then we're going to have a colon, and we're also going to colon and the key name handle update data equal to handle update data. So that's going to pass in these two functions to the form under these attribute names, or these prop names. So now we can come back into the form and accept them. So what we do is up the very top underneath where we import the ref, we're just going to say const Well, actually, to be fair, we can just go define props. We don't even need to destructure them. Invoke define props, have the curly parentheses, and inside here, we just say handle update data, colon function, that's of type function, comma, and we say handle close modal, colon, and that's also of type function. And I actually lie, I think we will destructure them out. So we're going to add const curly braces to the start, and we're just going to destructure out handle update data and handle close modal. So now that we have access to these two functions, what we can do is assign them to the click events. So what we do is at click, if we come down to our button down the bottom, we can say at click. Well, actually, no, let's not do that one first. Let's start off with the close because that's the easier one. So up here at the top of our form, we have a button that has an at click that's got the X mark, the close mark inside it. We just say at click equals to handle close modal. We can test that that's working. So now I can come in here, click X, and that's legitimately closing us out of our function. So that is perfect. And then what we are going to do is inside of our script, at the very bottom, I'm just going to define a function called handle save that doesn't need any arguments, but when we invoke it, we're going to call handle update data, and we're going to pass in the name.value. We're also going to pass in the life expectancy.value. Remember, we always have to access the .value fields when we're talking about ref, because the ref tracks the thing, and it has a key inside it called value that actually saves the associated data. And then smack bang in the middle of these two arguments that we're passing into handle update data, we're going to have a template literal string. We're going to have dollar curly braces dash dollar curly braces dash dollar curly braces. And this is going to say year.value. So that'll be whatever year we select. Then we're going to have month.value. And finally, we're going to have day.value. So that's going to create a year that could potentially look something like 1995-06-15, for example. So now that we have that special function, what we can do is directly assign handle save to this at click equals string handle save. So now when we go ahead and save that, that's going to save this data, invoke this function, which is available inside of our app. So we should legitimately just be able to test that now. So I can say not James, come in here. I could say that my name is Banana Man. I could say that my birthday is the 1st of January 1992. I'm going to live until I'm 80. I can click save, and we can see Banana Man, you have 2,438 years left. Sorry, weeks yet left, make them count. Here we can see that data has been updated, so that is perfect. Our dots have adjusted. The one thing that hasn't adjusted is the percentage on our bar just here, but that's pretty easy to fix. So if we come into the hero section just here, we need a percentage because currently we're giving this a default width of 65%. So the percentage is calculated inside of the app. So we're going to come into our app real quick and just scroll up to where we have all of this data, and we're going to say let percentage equal to, underneath all of our refs, let percentage equal to, this is going to be a computed value, so we have to make sure we import computed from Vue, and we're going to invoke that with the curly parentheses, pass in an arrow function, and the arrow function is just going to return. We're going to call get life percentage lived. That's one of our utility functions, so make sure we import it from utils. And we're going to pass in some arguments to this function. We're going to pass in the birth date.value, comma, the life expectancy.value. And that's going to essentially calculate what percentage of our life we've lived based on our birth date and our life expectancy. And every time our birth date or our life expectancy change, this value is going to be recomputed. And now that we have percentage, I'm just going to throw it into total props. So I'm going to come down to data, pass in the percentage beneath data, so comma percentage, and I think, well, to be fair, that's actually not passed into hero. We only did vbind with the bottom ones. So we'll just pass it into the hero section. We'll say colon percentage equals to percentage. And then we can come into the hero component and just tell it to expect it pretty much. So we're just going to expect percentage. That's going to be of type object because it's a computed value that's essentially the same as a ref where we have to access the .value key, which means that the parent entity is going to be an object. And then we can also destructure that out as well. So we pass it into define props. We also destructure it out. And now what I can do is go ahead and assign, how cool is this, the percentage directly to this div with the style of width. And so now we say 45%, we actually want to also adjust this. So this just says curly braces percentage inside the H6. So we're 37.3%. I could say not James. Let's just say my name is 123. Going to put my birth date down here. Life expectancy is going to be 55. Trial that out. We're 67% through life. We've got, less than 1,000 weeks left. All of our buttons are updating. Our little units are changing. Our calculator's changing. We can see we're way further through our life now. And that is looking pretty good. Now, what I just quickly want to do, there's a couple more things we have to do. One is save to local storage, one is copy the link, one is reset the data, and then finally we just need to add some use effect or an equivalent, an event handler to listen for page load to read from our local storage database, and also make sure these seconds are recalculated every second. So that's quite a few things to do. Let's start off with these copy link and reset data because they are very simple. So reset data, if we come into the app, did we already define it? No, we didn't. So what we're going to do is inside of the app underneath our handle update data is just create a function called reset data. And in here, we're just going to say name.value is equal to, I'm going to go with James. You can go with whatever you want. We're going to say birthdate.value. That's equal to a string that says 1995-06-15. We're going to say life expectancy.value equal to 80. We're going to say, we'll recalculate data. So we'll go data.value is equal to, and what is it that we invoke up here? Calculate time left. Calculate time left. And what we're actually going to do is come up here and use the default DB and the default life expectancy because they are our default values. So calculate time left takes in fact, to be fair, we can copy it directly from this reference where we defined data originally. So that's relatively straightforward. So I'm just going to come down here and paste that in. And what I'm actually going to do is adjust these strings just so we can actually so we can continue to use those default values. Now, the last thing we want to do in here when we reset the data is say local storage.clear. That's going to empty out the database that's in our browser, saving all of our data. So now that we have reset data, we can pass that into the hero. We come into the hero tag down beneath. We say colon reset data is equal to a string containing the reset data. Copy that name, and then we can come into the hero and once again just destructure that out. So I can destructure out reset data, and I can tell this component to expect it by adding it inside of define props. So I just throw it down the bottom, and that's of type function. Now what we can do is take reset data, since we've destructured it out, come down to our button that says reset data and add that as an @click event equals to a string and throw in reset data. So now if I say not James, let's say my name is ASD, my life expectancy is that long. Long way to go, very early in my little old lifespan. On the first dot, what we can do now, we should be able to click reset data, and look at that, everything goes back to our default values. So that is perfect. Now for copy link, we're just going to define a function directly inside of Hero. It's going to be function copy link. Invoke that, and that's just going to say navigator.clipboard.write text, and in here we're just going to pass in a string, and that's going to be to whatever website you want. So I'm going to say www.smalljames.com. And what we can do now that we have, created this function, we can just pass it to this button @click equals to copy link. And so now I should be able to copy the link, paste it into the nav bar, and we can see that Small James was indeed part of my clipboard. By the way, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but if you're looking to learn to code, come over to the roadmap. Just follow the roadmap. It's available inside of smalljames.com. It's got everything you need to learn to code and get hired as a software developer. I just assume most people know, but if you didn't, that's always there for you. So we rip through those buttons. They are now fully functional. Let's get on to saving the data to local storage. Now that's actually really easy. We just come into our app, and when we have our handle update data, we literally left a comment in here that just says save to local storage. So what we do is we just say local storage.setItem, invoke that. We pass in a key that we assign all the data to in our database. So that's going to be form data. That's a string. And in here, we pass in an object. Now the object is just going to have a field called name, to which we'll assign N. It's going to have a key called birth date, to which we'll assign B. And it's going to have a life expectancy, to which we assign E. So this is our data object. This is all of the data we need to track. Now, because we can't save an object to local storage, we need to wrap it inside of circular parentheses, and out the front we just say json.stringify, and that's going to convert this object into JSON, which is just effectively a text object entity that can be saved to our local storage. So now if I go and say not James, let's say I'm Banana Man again, and I change my birth date to August the 8th, and let's say I'm going to live to be 90, or let's say 85. When I hit save, obviously our data is updated, which is perfect. But if I come over to our developer tools by right-clicking and clicking inspect, and then I come into the application tab, and if I look inside local storage, we can see we have our form data, and it's saved that information inside of JSON. So here we can see the JSON entity. So now that we have that data saved, what we need is to read it in, because if I refresh the page, it's gone. How handy is that? Not very handy. So now that we're saving all of the data to local storage, the first thing we're going to do is make sure that we read in the values if they exist when our page loads. Now that's known as a lifecycle hook inside of Vue, the lifecycle being, the birthing of the lifecycle. So technically what we're looking for is called onMount. So when your web page is ready to go, it's all up and loaded, the onMount lifecycle event is triggered. And that's when we want to read the database. So we say onMounted, invoke it, and that takes a function, an anonymous arrow function. Now this code is executed on component mount. And inside here we can say if not local storage, then we just want to return out of here because that's no fun. We need local storage. But if we get past this guard clause, that guarantees we have access to local storage. And so I can say if local storage.getItem, look up the item form data, because we only want to do this if we do in fact get back an item when we look up form data. Then what I can do is I can say const, and I can destructure out name, birth date, and life expectancy equals local storage.getItem form data. Now, unfortunately, this destructuring syntax isn't going to work because this doesn't directly return an object, even though it looks like it might. If you recall, if we come into application, where is it? Application, and we look up form data, that looks like it's an object, but technically it's JSON. So what we just very quickly need to do is wrap this inside of circular parentheses and throw a JSON.parse out the front, and that's going to pass the JSON into an object, and this line right here inside of the circular parentheses fetches that JSON from local storage. Now, when I destructure out these values, they're going to create naming conflicts, which I personally don't like. So I'm just going to rename name as N, birth date as B, and life expectancy as E. This is just JavaScript destructuring syntax, where we can basically destructure out the key and assign it to a value, or, a scoped variable N. Now that we have access to this information, I can once again pretty much just have the exact same code that I had right here inside of reset data, or actually better said, inside of handle update data. So I'm going to copy this code directly from the bottom of handle update data. I'm going to copy the state setting 4 lines of code for name, birth date, life expectancy, and data. Come down here, and just inside the second if block, I'm going to paste them in. And now if I go ahead and save that and refresh this page, we can see that every time I refresh the page, we always load in Banana Man, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. Now, if I reset the data and refresh the page, that's gone because local storage was cleared. And then if I were to once again reset it, use my full name, change some other stuff, save that, we've reset the data, and if I refresh, that's persisted forever. Even if I close this app, it's always saved inside of local storage until we manually clear it. So now that that's done, we have one last thing to do, which is to get these little units ticking down every second. So now what we're looking to do is essentially recalculate our code every second so that these values are always updating. And there's technically 2 ways we could go about doing this. One is actually by defining an interval using the onMounted. So when the application loads, define a function that is run every interval. That would be totally valid. However, just to demonstrate a secondary concept, it's essentially the more advanced version of this lifecycle hook. We're going to learn about what is known as the watch effect. Now, watch effect works very equivalently to effect, $effect in Svelte, and use effect inside of React. And essentially what we do is we pass in, as always, a function. Now this function actually receives an argument. In this case, it's called onCleanUp, and this is super important because we need to clean up any intervals that we set. And just to further specify, essentially when the component unmelts, the cleanup runs, destroys the interval, or when the effect is re-executed, the cleanup runs, destroys the effect, and then recreates it. So that's what the cleanup does. Anywho, what's going to happen is in here, anytime the dependencies, any code in here that is dependent on a ref somewhere else, this block of code is going to get rerun. And so very equivalent to what we've done in the other 2 chapters, we just say const interval is equal to, and we set the interval. That takes a callback function, and in here we just say data.value is equal to, and we call calculate time left, and we basically pass in the birthdate.value and the life expectancy.value. Now there's a secondary argument in addition to this callback function, and that is the interval in milliseconds. We can see it just up here, milliseconds number. So schedules repeated execution of callback every delay millisecond. So every 1,000 milliseconds, recalculate data.value based on the birth date and life expectancy. Now calculate time left essentially just snapshots the current instant and figures out how much is remaining. So that's going to have the effect of counting down every second. Now the last thing we do inside of this watch effect is we just say onCleanUp. That is invoked. It takes a cleanup function, and we just say, we don't even need these curly braces, we just say clear interval, and we pass in the interval that we have defined above. And so once again, we could have done this with an onMounted and the corresponding onUnmounted functions. However, the watch effect is also very important. The distinction between the 2 is that this only happens on the mount of the component, whereas watch effect would be rerun anytime its dependencies change. Good to just demonstrate the 2 of them. And so now if I go ahead and save that, Would you look at that? We are counting down the seconds. Precious time. Speaking of seconds, you probably spent a whole lot of them in this course, and if you have made it this far, massive props to you. We have now officially completed our third application with Vue. We've built this application 3 times now using 3 different JavaScript frameworks, React.js, Svelte, and Vue. It is now time that you go down to the comments below and let me know which framework was your favorite and why. For me, I would say it's really hard to call. I love React because I've used React for a long time, but I really appreciate not having to have functional components all the time. I would almost be tempted to say that Vue is my favorite, even though it's the one I've worked with the least. I just think a lot of this vbind stuff, the V model for assigning inputs, there's just a lot of really clean syntax that will ultimately save us a whole lot of time. So I'd say maybe Vue is my favorite. Gonna make a Nuxt course, gonna make a Svelte course, gonna make a Next course. So, if you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe so you can see when those are released as well. Anyway, thank you everybody so much for embarking on this journey with me. Once again, huge congratulations on the hard work that you've put in. I hope you've enjoyed the course. If you do, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons. Be sure to star the repo. If you're looking for a full stack course, I've got one linked in the description down below. Take your skills to the next lesson. And with that all said, that's your boy out. I'll catch you in the next video. Peace. Learning to code? If so, be sure to check out the Learn to Code roadmap or dive straight in with these videos. That's a good one.